A young man was walking in the rain and witnessed one girl biting another and drinking her blood. She noticed our hero and looked at him from under her long eyelashes. Next, events move to a bookstore, where a guy is looking through magazines with beautiful girls. He seemed very embarrassed to look at photographs of women. In the end, the guy couldn't stand it and quickly closed the magazine. The main character noted that he could only stand 2 minutes of looking at photos with girls. More recently, the young man became a college student and realized that now he could not avoid meeting them. The guy admitted that he has a chronic fear of women, but he gradually began to cope with his illness. The main character decided that if he continued to work in the same spirit, he would be able to calmly look at the girls. The guy thought that he could look at the photo for 2 minutes, but with a real person things are much more complicated. It is difficult for him to withstand even 10 seconds of contact with a girl, and at that moment one of them comes to him. This is a very sweet beautiful young lady who looked straight into the eyes of our hero, which is why he was scared. The guy blushed very much, because the girl was 20 centimeters away from him, and the guy's gaze fell immediately on her. The main character's whole body began to tremble, and he could not withstand the pressure and thought that he would lose consciousness. As a result, our hero asked the girl to move away from him. She apologized to the guy and stepped back. The young lady stood aside and waited for action from the guy, but he stood still. She didn't understand what was going on and asked if it was still inconvenient for the guy to walk here. He bashfully replied that he really couldn't pass. Visitors to the bookstore asked if everything was fine with the main character, and he began to explain that the girl could have stepped aside, but she only took a step back. The guy lost his temper and started shouting that she was wearing too revealing clothes, so he couldn't pass quietly. The lady was shocked by such words, and the guy made the remark that when dressing like that, you need to think about the people around, so he ordered her to quickly turn her back. Another visitor to the bookstore entered the conversation, noting that, most likely, our hero is studying in college, because she had seen his face before. She yelled at him for making advances toward a strange girl and asked if the guy even wanted to graduate from college. Suddenly the guy screamed and begged the girl not to touch him, but she could not understand what was wrong. As a result, he fell on the bookcase and knocked it over, causing all the visitors to pay attention to the quarrel. Our hero sat among a pile of books, and the girls leaned over to look at the strange stranger. They asked if the guy was okay, and he became even more confused. The guy exploded and ran away screaming from the female attention that was scary for him, but before that he apologized to the strangers. He ran out into the college courtyard and was finally able to catch his breath. The main character sat down on a bench and became sad because he had just incredibly humiliated himself. The guy took the camera out of his bag and began to think that fear was preventing him from becoming a professional, because this way he wouldn't be able to take pictures of girls. With a camera in his hands, the guy missed such difficult circumstances. The main character tells about himself that his name is Seo Youngwoo. He is an ordinary freshman, has gynophobia, and hides a secret in his soul. The guy says this is a story about who he should be, but not who. As it turns out, our hero had problems in the past, due to which he began to develop a form of fear. The result of these events was gynophobia, and 7 irrational fear of women. Seo Youngwoo regrets that he could not withstand the trials in the past, but one way or another, he was always afraid of women anyway. The guy could have blood flowing from which people could guess something, but if he talks about his problem, he can definitely say goodbye to his student and social life in general. Our hero wants to graduate from college, so he needs to try to solve a personal problem. Suddenly someone turns to Seo Jong and asks what he is thinking about. A nice guy sat up to him and said hello. The guy asked if our hero had escaped from the bookstore, because he was curious, so the stranger followed Seo Youngwoo. The main character asked the interlocutor if he saw everything, to which he answered in the affirmative, which made Seo Youngwoo even more ashamed. He accepted that the guy witnessed the whole situation in the bookstore. In fact, the stranger did not want to laugh at our hero, but only suspected that he might have gynophobia. He began to explain that, most likely, our hero becomes helpless in front of women and gave him advice, but Seo Youngwoo says that not everything is so easy. The guy started talking about a girl from the bookstore whose name is Yoon Hae-soo and she is the beauty queen among the sophomore girls, so he didn't mind taking her number on occasion, and the main character was surprised that the guy knew so much. Seo Jong-woo began to complain that maybe he came to Seoul College in vain. At home, the guy could still cope with his problem, but there were many things that constrained him. The main character decided to say that a few days ago he saw two girls who were drinking blood above each other and asked if this was normal for Seoul. The interlocutor suggested that these were girls of a different orientation who bit their lips out of passion during a kiss. Seo Jong-woo objected to this because he clearly saw that there was blood coming from the neck, and the guy laughed at him, because he describes in such detail the guy who can't look at girls for a second. Our hero began to prove that the face of one of them was completely pale. He compared this pallor to the state of a person near death, but could not finish speaking because something caught the guy's attention. It turned out that an incredibly beautiful lady was passing nearby, so Seo Young-woo's fear was immediately activated. The guy couldn't take his eyes off the girl, and she looked back at him. The beauty smiled sweetly at our hero. It seems that the point is that the guy and the girl recognized each other. Seo Young-woo's new acquaintance talks about how hot she is and that she's actually a beauty queen in college. It turned out that this was psychology professor Pai Ying-na, which made our hero even more surprised. He dug his toes into his legs as his fear and surprise reached their peak. The guy couldn't believe that this charming woman was one of the college teachers. The next day, Seo Young-woo had a dream where a beautiful girl was reaching out to him and wanted to show him how women can scare. The main character woke up scared, so he incredibly screamed in fear. He sat after a terrible dream and tried to catch his breath. The guy has been living independently for a year now, but still cannot overcome his problem. Seo Young-woo sits in bed and thinks about what to do with her grief. Tired from a bad sleep, he went to college and during lunch wondered if it was Professor Pai Ying-na in his nightmare. Then the main character remembers how he saw a girl who looked like a teacher with blood on her lips. The guy is sure that it was the psychology professor he saw then, so he thinks that during their meeting in the college yard, she should also have recognized him. He hopes that he won't have any problems because of this in the future, but meanwhile the cashier tells the guy the amount for his lunch. Seo Young-woo wants to take the money from his back pocket, but realizes that it doesn't seem to be there. He nervously starts looking for his wallet. Suddenly someone from behind asks the guy what he is looking for. This is a cute girl from the store who stood in front of the guy, holding his wallet in her hands. The beauty was glad that the main character recognized her. She begins to ask if she understands correctly that the guy's name is Seo Young-woo. He is in his first year of study and has gynophobia, which is why he cannot look at a woman's body for a long time. The girl found this funny, because she compared Seo Young-woo to an ancient monument, because it is strange to see a guy of that age untouched. The main character was sitting on a bench with his new friend and was completely out of mood after her words, and the girl remembered that she still had not introduced herself. She introduced herself as Yoon Hae-soo and noted that she was the guy's sonbai, meaning she was the eldest, and could address him as his junior. The girl noticed that Seo Young-woo was sweating, so she took out a napkin to help the guy. She tried to reach the guy and wipe his forehead, but he instantly got scared and moved away from his main fear. Yoon Hae-soo seemed to find it cute and a little funny, so she smiled kindly. Suddenly, an idea came to the girl's head and she spoke decisively to Seo Young-woo. She invited the guy to become her younger brother. Yoon Hae-soo assured that his older sister would show him that girls are not really that scary. The guy looked at the girl with surprised eyes, and at that time she smiled sweetly at him. The main character did not understand what strange feeling awoke in his soul. It is possible that he was waiting for Yoon Hae-soo all this time, but the problem still remained that our hero could not look at his new older sister for more than 30 seconds. She noted that you can get used to girls pretty quickly. Yoon Hae-soo decided to spend time with the main character, so first they went to the cinema, where the young man still continued to be nervous. Next, they went to a restaurant to have a snack, because the girl believed that after spending time with her, Seo Young-woo would gain resistance to her fear. After their walk, Yoon Hae-soo happily ran ahead and enjoyed having a fun time with her new friend, but he sadly trailed behind. In the end, they said goodbye to each other and wanted to go their separate ways in the direction of their own homes. But suddenly the guy hesitantly turned to his new girlfriend. He wanted to say that he gained confidence after interacting with Yoon Hae-soo. The main character now began to think that he would be able to cope with his problem. The guy thanked her for her help, to which she smiled. The girl was delighted and suggested to Seo Young-woo that she dress more openly next time, but our hero is not ready for this yet. Then she set a task for the guy, which was that he should look at her as much as possible. Yoon Hae-soo assured her friend that she would be with him throughout the journey of dealing with his fear. The guy was embarrassed again, but this time he was even able to smile, because he was touched by such an attitude towards him. The main character said that he relies on his responsible girlfriend. The following days next to Hae-soo passed for our hero as if in a dream and were devoid of anxiety. Our hero is again in the college yard and talking with someone about quite a lot of money. It turns out that a new friend Seo Young-woo needed money for an operation for her father, and she was busy all this time, so she did not have time to find a part-time job for herself. She explained that next month her mother's savings will end, so she will have to take out a super loan, and the guy assures the girl that she will get into loan sharking. Yoon Hae-soo asked if this is what they do when they lend money at an unreasonably high interest rate, to which Seo Young-woo answered in the affirmative. To protect his girlfriend from being deceived, the main character decided to lend her money for a month. The girl could not believe such generosity, and the guy explained this by saying that he was grateful to Yoon Hae-soo for the fact that she did not look for work at the right time, but helped the guy. He assured his friend that this was not a very large amount, but she was touched by the help provided to her. Yoon Hae-soo hugged her savior and thanked him sincerely. Seo Jong-woo was very embarrassed by physical contact with the girl, and she promised to definitely repay the debt. In his mind, he argued that this was quite the right decision, because Hae-soo had done so much for him. The next time they talked about money again, but the amount increased and reached 1 million won. The girl tearfully talked about her father's peritonitis, that it appeared very unexpectedly, so she needed help again. Yoon Hae-soo said that she could only count on our hero, causing him to look at her again. He asked if he should just transfer the money to the girl's account. At the next meeting, the girl stated that the transaction value was already 4 million won. Hae-soo cried, because her father needed to be operated on immediately, and asked the main character what she should do, but Seo Young-woo explained to her that he could not borrow that amount. The girl looked at our hero with eyes full of tears and began to tremble, and at that moment the guy tried to explain everything and calm her down. She realized that the guy couldn't have that kind of money, so she asked him to forget about this conversation altogether. But the guy asked Hae-soo to raise his head because he was up to something. Seo Young-woo decided to send her all his savings right now. He understood that now this month would be difficult for him, but this way he could help his friend and her father. The girl asked if the guy had just forwarded them, to which he happily replied. Suddenly, the main character notices a sudden change in Hae-soo's expression. She turned her back and ungratefully thanked her friend and promised to turn things around. The guy was still talking to his friend, but she didn't even listen and put on headphones. Looking at Yoon Hae-soo's back, he convinced himself to just wait until next month. Further events are transferred to the moon. Our hero is sitting at home. It seems that he is talking to his landlord about paying for rent, which the guy cannot make, because there is almost no money. Seo Jong-woo asked for 3 more days of deferred payment and promised to pay within a certain period. The landlord noted that he gives such concessions only because the guy has good recommendations, for which our hero thanked and said goodbye to his interlocutor. Having hung up the phone, the guy panicked because another problem fell upon him. Events are transferred to the student pool of the Aram College. Seo Young-woo watches Hae-soo happily interact with her friends and decides to reach out to her. The girl immediately pays attention to the guy and is a little surprised by his presence here. She asks if the guy came here to swim, but he notes that the purpose of his visit is to talk with his debtor. Hae-soo asks our hero to wait because she is busy with her friends, but he asks for just a second of her attention. The girl is very unhappy with this schedule. She asked her friend to speak shorter and faster. Yoon Hae-soo's girlfriends looked at Seo Young-woo with humiliation. Since the girl didn't even tell them about this guy, they sat and discussed his absurdity and connection with their friend. At this time, Hae-soo said that she discussed this topic with a friend on the phone and the reason why she does not return the money is because of a malfunction of the bank, which will only be corrected in 2 months. The girl asked our hero to just wait and she would return everything, but the guy could no longer stand it and begged her. He asked to return at least 1 million, because this is the amount of rent. Hae-soo noted that if she had extra money, she definitely wouldn't borrow from someone else. She suggested that the guy just do something about it, for example, ask his parents or take out a super loan, and she was going to return to her company. But the guy didn't want to just let his girlfriend go, so he wanted to detain her by grabbing her hand. The girl was unhappy with Seo Young-woo's behavior, so she pushed him away. Yoon Hae-soo started yelling at him and commenting on how much the guy was taking on himself. She twisted it to look like our hero was now pestering her for that money, which left poor Seo Young-woo in shock. All the visitors to the pool watched this performance and believed Hae-soo's story and even gathered to notify the student council about it. The main character wanted to turn to the debtor, but she immediately began screaming so that he would not come closer. She continued to say that the guy could not pursue her because he provided funds for his father's treatment. Meanwhile, Seo Young-woo was so broken that he felt like he was dissolving into space. The guy recalled how his ex-girlfriend complimented him and wanted to show him that there are good girls. Then a memory flashed through my head of Hae-soo assuring the guy not to worry, because she would be with him until the end. And then the current situation arose where the girl considers our hero disgusting. Because of his nerves, he kept only apologizing and stuttering. In the end, the guy was able to formulate an opinion and allowed Hae-soo not to return the money. Seo Young-woo asked not to look at him with such a frightened look and began to tell him that it was she who promised to teach him how to treat women. He explained that this was the first time he had met a girl like Hae-soo, but everyone around him thought that the guy was behaving strangely. The students started shouting that our hero was disgusting and gathered to call the teacher. Suddenly, due to stress, Seo Young-woo began to have a fountain of blood from his nose, which was completely slammed by Yoon Hae-soo. The guy himself also stood completely bloodied, but no one helped him, because everyone thought it was disgusting. The students continued to insult him, calling him a pervert and a headache. The guy remembered the woman from his dream and realized that the idea that all women are monsters was indeed correct. Meanwhile, the girlfriends ran up to Hae-soo with a towel and tried to help her. The main character cried hysterically and listened to the girls asking if their friend really took money from such a guy. She explained with tears in her eyes that the money was needed for her parents' operation. Suddenly, someone laughed from behind at Yoon Hae-soo's explanation. It was Professor Pai Ying-na who found it strange since the girl didn't even have a father. She also said that the student also took a loan from a third-year student, explaining this by the illness of her younger brother. But the professor noted that Yoon Hae-soo's dossier did not include any information about these relatives, which is why all the students were incredibly shocked by this turn of events. Pai Ying-na sarcastically asked the student that she seemed to be the only child in the family. At the same time, Seo Young-woo's instincts told him that the professor was a very dangerous woman in many ways, even though she had now saved the guy. The woman completely correctly noted that the student is studying social services and welfare at number 14 and her name is Yoon Hae-soo. At this time, all the students around admired the beauty of teacher Pai Ina and called her the queen of the college, so they tended to believe her words. The main character could not understand at all what was happening around him and why the professor was helping him. Yoon Hae-soo wanted to argue that Pai In-na has no evidence and all the accusations are false rumors. The girl noted that it was strange for a teacher to pry into the personal lives of students, but the professor simply smiled at all these attempts to lie. The teacher explained that the student borrowed from many people, so rumors spread quickly. She was going to ask the thief only one question, so she ordered him to listen very carefully. Pai Ying-na suggested that she either resolve this situation or close this shop and leave forever. Now all the students, having learned the truth, were opposed to Hae-soo, considering her deceitful and mercantile. But she decided to lie further and made up that her father and brother had a different last name because of the divorce. The girl promised to definitely repay the debt, because everything they say about her is a lie. She emphasized that Seo Young-woo was, as it were, the first person who lent him money, and generally threatened to sue for libel. But the main character still couldn't believe this absurd situation and was waiting for his girlfriend to come back and say that this was a big mistake. Behind the guy stood Pai Ying-na, who noticed that he had problems perceiving the truth. The guy got scared and turned sharply to the professor, who just stood there and smiled at the student. She asked him how he would cope and study the rest of the years after everything he had just shown to the college students. The teacher assured that many would now whisper behind the guy's back that he was the same student whose nose started bleeding. This will especially affect the flow of Seo Young-woo himself, so no one will want to dine with him anymore or even sit next to him. Therefore, Pai In-na suggests that he cut off all ties with people and leave college, because he considers this option the best. But the problem is that our hero does not want to return to his home. The professor offered her help to Seo Young-woo. Because of this proposal, the guy became nervous, because his inner feelings told him to stay away from this woman. She warned the young man that students only pretend that they no longer care, but even now they try to eavesdrop on the conversation because they are incredibly interested. Pai In-na assured that just a few words from her mouth and all of Seo Jong-woo's problems would be solved. With the help of these phrases, no one will ignore the guy anymore, and they will even try to get closer to him, relationships with classmates will improve, and a completely different world will open up. The teacher asked if our hero wanted to say the words that would turn the nose-bleeding pervert into a prince. Under the pressure of all his emotions, the guy suddenly laughed. He would love to hear such words, if they exist. In the end, the teacher asked Seo Young-woo in a sweet voice why the guy got involved with that girl if he was in a relationship with Pai In-na herself. All the students were shocked to hear the dialogue between the professor and the student. At first our hero did not understand what had happened, but then it dawned on him. Pai In-na continued to smile sweetly, as if she hadn't just turned the guy's whole life upside down. The students couldn't believe that Seo Young-woo was the lover of teacher Pai In-na. At the same time, there were a lot of questions about Yoon Hae-soo because everyone thought that she was really in a relationship with our hero. Her friends also didn't understand anything and asked the girl what was going on. She tried to get out again and try to explain everything a little later. The girl was very angry with Pai In-na and could not understand the professor's true nature. At this time, the teacher took the student to her office, where she gave him tea to calm him down, so the guy felt better. The savior of the main character decided to ask him one question. It concerned Seo Young-woo's personal life, which made him incredibly ashamed. The guy was embarrassed by such questions, so he jumped up and began to assure Pai In-na that he was fine in this regard, and the teacher told him to calm down and sit on the sofa. It turned out that the woman thought it would be strange if she entered into a relationship with a man who had problems with impotence. The guy decided to forget about the preliminary conversation and ask about the purpose of the scandalous statement from the professor, and she explained this by saying that she only wanted to help. The guy noticed that after something like this, people might misunderstand everything, and he and Pai In-na don't even know each other. For some time there was deathly silence in the office, and no one dared to speak first. The professor suggested that Seo Young-woo sit down, but our hero at that moment began to panic, because he remembered a vampire girl who was very similar to the teacher, but now he was trying to convince himself that it was just a night illusion. With an ominous expression on her face, Pai In-na asked if the guy had seen her drink human blood. The main character realized that this was true after all, and the teacher was interested in why the student did not start spreading rumors. With a serious expression on her face, she listened to the young man's unintelligible guesses about that rainy night when they met. The woman confirmed the main character's thoughts and explained that she was not an ordinary person like him. The teacher belongs to the Hela clan, which reigns in the world of darkness and feeds on human blood. The shocked guy asked if the professor really was not a person. She finally confirmed it, so Seo Young-woo didn't understand what the hell was going on around him. The student asked the ultimate goal of helping him, because he suspected that his savior saw him only as easy prey. But Pai In-na only wanted to offer the guy cooperation. She enthusiastically offers to make a child together with the main character. Seo Young-woo couldn't put his thoughts together about the child and the teacher. She again reminded that she belongs to Hela. Pai In-na began to talk about the structure of her clan, namely that they always had children among themselves in order to maintain the purity of their blood. Then a problem arose, the cause of which was the inability to have children within the clan, so it became necessary to mix blood with human blood so that Hela would not completely disappear. Therefore, at a clan meeting, the participants decided to mix blood. With this whole story, the professor explained the purpose of helping the main character, because she wanted to fulfill her duty to her clan and find a partner for herself. The guy asked if he understood correctly that they wanted to use him as a donor. The teacher noted that, in her opinion, this is a fairly favorable agreement. Regarding the rent, Pai In-na offered to let Seo Young-woo live in her apartment. About the fate of the child, she explained that the clan would take care of his life and happiness, so there was nothing to worry about. The professor suggested that after spending time with her, our hero's fear of women might completely disappear. She promised that after conceiving a child, the young man would be able to get everything he wanted. Pai In-na began to flirt with the main character, but he instantly pushed her away. The guy fell unsuccessfully on the woman, so he apologized to her. At this moment, he thought, because for the first time he did not have a nosebleed after close contact with a woman. Pai Ying-na noticed that her partner was thinking, so she explained that hell has magic that makes a person fall in love and can even make him a slave. Therefore, with the help of the teacher's magic, the guy's gynophobia ceased to manifest itself, but it is precisely this fear that keeps him from unconsciously being charmed by a woman. Thus, Seo Young-woo became the only person who sees Pai In-na as an ordinary girl because her magic does not work. But the guy didn't think that everything was working correctly, because his heart was beating like crazy. The guy asked if his fear was the reason he wanted to have a child with him, even without having any feelings. Seo Jong-woo ultimately failed to approach Pai In-na and disappeared from her office. The teacher and her maid silently looked at the fugitive. The woman expected just such a reaction from the guy and knew that she wouldn't be able to convince him the first time. The assistant recommended that the lady be silenced by Seo Young-woo, because he now knows about the woman's origins. Pai In-na objected because she knew that the guy was not a talkative person, and emphasized that she began to like him even more. Meanwhile, Seo Young-woo reached his home and wondered how he could run into such a dangerous woman. On the threshold, he took off his shoes and immediately fell exhausted onto the bed and began to further reflect on the situation that had happened to him. The guy thought that Pai In-na's departure would mean that he would not have money for food and housing, but there was still the option of selling the camera. Seo Young-woo immediately rejected the idea of selling and decided not to do it under any circumstances. Therefore, he decided to look for ways to earn money in order to live normally. Rent was an important problem, but now the guy doesn't even have money for food, so he decided to urgently look for a part-time job. Meanwhile, all the students in the cafeteria were actively discussing the latest events and Professor Pai In-na's relationship with the first-year student. At lunch, our hero was busy thinking about making money, but he understood that skipping classes was not an option for him, so it was a good idea to find a job for the weekend. The guy was wondering if there was a vacancy where they would pay you and feed you. At that moment, Seo Young-woo heard that the students sitting nearby were actively discussing his life. Our hero became nervous, because he realized only after some time that it was about him. Someone handed him a glass of water from behind the guy. The guy, not paying attention to the person behind him, thanked him. This girl asked Seo Young-woo what he meant by acting like this. This was his fake other half, again publicly showing the false relationship between them. The embarrassed guy didn't know what to say, and at that time their hands had already touched each other. Pai In-na asked if the main character had thought about her proposal, but it was obvious that he pretended not to understand anything. The professor sweetly clarified that she was asking about the future child from Seo Young-woo in order to stir up the public's interest. Of course, all the students were shocked to hear the news from the college teacher. The upset guy asked why Pai In-na was saying this, because people might misunderstand everything. The teacher reminded that everything about the child is the absolute truth. After that, she leaned over and kissed the young man on the forehead. Pai In-na assured the guy that she was serious, so she hoped that he would seriously think about it. The woman began to stroke the guy on the head, and he asked why she was doing all this. The professor explained this by saying that she never lets go of her prey, and added that Seo Young-woo should stop eating only ramen, because it will ruin his health. He was embarrassed by such concern, and his partner made a sweet face and said that she would worry if our hero got sick. The guy had not yet had time to add anything when the teacher had already said goodbye and ran to the desired class. But Seo Young-woo still couldn't understand why Pai In-na does such strange things. He wonders whether the professor is really having so much fun mocking the poor student, whether the guy is really interesting to her. It turned out that Yoon Hae-soo was in the dining room, who was watching this performance from the side and seemed to be unhappy about it. After studying, the main character was sitting and looking through options for part-time work when the phone rang. Seo Young-woo reluctantly picked up the phone and found out that it was Dong-min calling him. It turned out that a friend's part-time job urgently needed extra hands, but before he even had time to finish, our hero had already agreed. The job is that the guy is supposed to be a waiter at the Voldemar hotel for a slumber party that's taking place next weekend. The guy thanked his savior, but Dong-min said that he should thank Seo Young-woo. The call ended, and the guy thought about the fact that he only needs to be patient for a week and he can earn money. Only 2 days passed, and the emptiness in the guy's stomach did not go away. He no longer had any hope of surviving until the end of next week. At the same moment, what he thought was the owner of the apartment decided to come to our hero, so he exploded and ran to the door to detain her. The guy opened the door and saw a pretty girl in front of him, who was actually his older sister. She entered the apartment unhindered, and the guy called her by the name Sunmi. Seo Youngwoo asked about the purpose of the girl's visit to his house. She explained this by saying that she had business nearby, so she stopped by to spend the night. Immediately from the threshold, the sister made a remark about the untidy shoes. Then she saw an unmade bed, so she concluded that her brother had spent the money on some stupid things. Sunmi asked with a serious expression if the guy had returned to his stupid habits. Then she began to worry about Seo Youngwoo's nutrition, because he had lost a lot of weight. The older sister suspected that the young man had found a girlfriend because she felt something was wrong about him. Our hero assured her that he had no girlfriend. In the end, seeing the condition of her younger brother, Sunmi decided that she needed to eat with him. After dinner, they got ready for bed and the main character, spreading the bed, thanked his sister for the food. She suggested that Seo Young should go to bed already, so the guy went to turn off the light. But the main character could not sleep next to his older sister. He remembered how she was harsh with him as a child, just like their mother, so the guy was afraid of Sunmi. Because of his fear, little Seo Youngwoo had the idea that all women were like his sister and mother. He therefore concluded that the gynophobia was partly due to the influence of his older sister. But the guy noticed that for some reason his fear did not extend to Sunmi herself. Maybe this is because Seo Youngwoo doesn't see her as a girl. After all the thinking, the main character finally decided to go to bed. The morning of the next day came and Sunmi was about to leave, finally threatening punishment for her brother if he continued to live like this. She said goodbye and left the apartment, and our hero waved goodbye to her. The guy's hand was shaking due to nervousness, so he was glad that his sister had left, but he suspected something in her last words. After this, Seo Youngwoo decided to visit a local store. The guy stood among the grocery shelves and thought about what kind of food could satiate him as much as possible. The choice was between tuna mayo and spicy beef with circle, but the main character understood that after such a dinner he would be forced to eat shoots and sugar, and it was at that moment that Pai Ying-na approached him from behind. At first, Seo Jongwoo didn't understand who was addressing him. The professor asked the guy if he had not eaten yet. Only then did he return and see his friend, so he was surprised by her presence here. Our hero thought that the teacher was stalking him, but she tried to assure the young man that this was absolutely not the case. She explained her visit to the store by the need to buy tissues, lip gloss, adhesive plasters and personal hygiene products. Hearing about the latter, Seo Youngwoo was embarrassed and asked not to continue the list of things. He wanted to add something, but Pai Ina did not let him finish. She suddenly pressed the young man against the wall and looked him straight in the eyes. Somehow the professor found out about the guy's meeting with his older sister yesterday. The irritated protagonist asked why she was interested in his meetings. According to him, Pai In-na realized that the guy was actually seeing someone and asked if she had offended Seo Youngwoo with this. The guy asked her to stop worrying about him. The professor explained that she saw the guy's bad appearance and his sudden weight loss, so she was very worried and wanted to help with money for food. She guessed that there was no money precisely because of Yoon Hae-soo's deception, but Seo Youngwoo was dissatisfied with the teacher's interference in his affairs. The guy was about to leave, but Pai Ina offered to return his money, so our hero stopped. The guy became interested in this proposal. He asked what his friend had in mind, and she probably already had something in mind. Seo Jongwoo guessed that Pai In-na was going to threaten Yoon Hae-soo to extract a debt from her. The teacher was surprised that she was prohibited from using methods of pressure on the debtor. She began to explain that everyone around her already knew about her relationship with the student. Therefore, Pai In-na was unhappy that some girl took money from her beloved and now lives on with impunity. She asked to simply name the amount and promised to return everything to the last cent. Seo Youngwoo further begged the teacher not to interfere in his affairs. The guy wanted to object, but his arguments were interrupted by the sound of grumbling in his stomach. After this, Pai In-na and the main character stood in silence for several seconds. The woman laughed and noted that the guy's lips say no, but his body agrees with everything, and Seo Youngwoo was embarrassed by such a joke. He asked his friend not to do any amazing things, and he went to dinner. Pai In-na found this situation very sweet, so she began to like the young man even more. Next, events move to Yoon Hae-soo, who reflects that a relationship between Young-woo and the professor is impossible. She suspects that this is just a game, but at the same time the teacher is still planning something. The girl considers the main character an idiot, because first she herself deceived him, and now he is stepping on the same rake only in his relationship with Pai In-na. Suddenly the professor herself finds her and asks why the student is hiding in a strange place. The woman invited the girl to talk to her. They headed to the cafe together. Yoon Hae-soo and Pai In-na sat down at the table. The girl drank her drink and asked why the teacher called her and sarcastically asked if she wanted to know how to get money easier from Young-woo. The professor emotionlessly noted that Hae-soo is much better aware of this. The upset girl began to say that her interlocutor was a bottleneck for the guy, and asked why she liked young boys. Taking a sip of coffee, Pai In-na noted that it seemed that the girl was mistaken in many ways. The woman began to aggressively explain that she had no desire to exchange even a few words with the manipulator, because she had deceived such a good guy. After the change in the teacher's mood, Yoon Hae-soo became a little nervous, and Pai In-na suggested that they quickly resolve the issue. The professor directly asked about the deadline for returning the money, to which the girl replied that this was not a woman's business at all, and doubted the veracity of the relationship with Seo Young-woo. Pai In-na assured that even if there is nothing between her and the guy, she can just start dating him, but Hae-soo was surprised by the teacher's attitude to the situation. The girl believed that the problem was that Pai In-na and Seo Young-woo were both a teacher and a student, but the professor quickly resolved the issue, explaining that she could resign from the college at any time. The student is shocked by how calmly the teacher talks about this. The woman noted that it was none of her business at all, and added that if it weren't for Young-woo's request, the conversation would not have been so polite. Pai In-na told Yoon Hae-soo that she should stop pretending to be nothing, and intimidated her with the fact that if she only had the desire, the teacher would bury the girl underground, but for now she was simply asking directly about the return of the money. The student complained that she would not be able to quickly find such a large sum, to which the professor offered to sell her all her clothes. The woman meant the bag, shoes, jewelry, all the fashionable clothes and accessories that didn't even fit Yoon Hae-soo, and this way it would be possible to return all of Young-woo's funds. And she noted that only upon repayment of the debt will there be guarantees that the student will not drop out of college. Events return to our hero, who lies exhausted on the dining room table and thinks about how good it is to be a plant that only needs light and water. Suddenly he heard the students talking about the quarrel between Professor Pai In-na and Yoon Hae-soo, which is happening right now in the cafe. Yes, the guy immediately jumped up and ran to sort out the dispute between his friends. Meanwhile, the girls were quarreling so much that the visitors wanted to stop the screams with their own hands. Pai In-na said that Yoon Hae-soo had already played enough, wearing designer clothes that she bought with money earned from lies and showing off as if nothing had happened. The teacher began to press the fact that now, because of the girl's machinations, someone is sitting hungry, because he does not even have money for food. She again pointed out that she was still speaking to the student on good terms, so Hae-soo should just sell his property and return the money. The girl began to explain about her non-biological father, who had taken care of her since childhood. She forbade him to be humiliated out of respect for the man. Pai In-na realized that she had to put pressure on her father, and asked if Jong-woo was aware of all this, because the girl had not fully explained the situation, but was already making excuses. The teacher firmly asked if Hae-soo remembered what she told her deception victim through the protagonist. She recalled that the student was screaming about harassment from the guy because of money, but at the same time she perfectly understood that Young-woo was not one of those people. Pai In-na whispered threateningly that Hae-soo should feel all this for herself. In the end, the girl could not stand the pressure and burst into tears. This angered the professor even more, because she was not going to believe the crocodile tears of the student. At this moment, our hero finally runs into the cafe and orders Pai In-na to stop. He stands out of breath in the doorway and watches the quarrel. Hae-soo was surprised by the guy's appearance, and Pai In-na was angry that he appeared at an inconvenient moment. The teacher said that she was just remembering Young-woo, so when all the characters are gathered, you can hear the truth from Hae-soo. She recalled that the girl lent money for her father, who, according to available data, does not exist. The teacher asked the guy if he knew about this fact. She continued to say that Hae-soo told the truth about her so-called father, who turned out to be a completely different man. Mentally, the girl could not believe that this story would end like this. But the unexpected happened and the main character said that he knew everything from the very beginning. He suggested that this man was apparently important to Hae-soo, even though he was not her biological father. Jong-woo clarified that he knew about this even before he lent the girl money, but now she doesn't understand why the guy is lying for her sake. The teacher and student stood in complete shock, and the main character asked to finally let Hae-soo go. Pai Ying-na didn't understand why the guy was doing this, so she asked if he was protecting the girl, but he replied that he was just telling the truth. He looked at Hae-soo and advised her to hurry up and leave. The girl was very embarrassed by such noble actions towards her. The main character apologized to her for his arrogant attempts to be friendly and thanked her for the time they spent together, through which he misled himself. Finally, he expressed the hope that the person close to Hae-soo would recover as soon as possible. She could barely apologize and quickly ran away because she felt so miserable. Jong-woo and In-na walked together after a quarrel through the evening city. The guy asked why the professor was following him, and finally asked if the guy really knew everything from the very beginning. He was unhappy with this question, and Pai In-na began to explain that she thought it was important because of money problems, but our hero objected and said that it did not matter. The guy explained this by saying that he was actually happy with Yoon Hae-soo, so such small problems are normal. He asked the professor to stop putting pressure on the student, but she did not understand and wanted to deal with the girl as quickly as possible. The main character noticed that Pai Ying-na is a rather cruel person. The woman was very surprised at this thought about her. She was shocked and a little offended, and Young-woo didn't know what to say. It turned out that Pai In-na was just joking about her grievance, and in general she decided to leave Yoon Hae-soo alone if the guy could sort it out on his own. But the professor did not give up regarding her struggle for the main character, because today she was convinced that he had strong convictions. Because of these events, Jong-woo began to like In-na even more, so she will definitely give birth to his child. The guy was embarrassed that this topic was brought up again. The professor noticed that our hero was blushing, so she thought that perhaps he was a little interested in her proposal. She pretended to believe the guy's refusal and offered to talk a little more. In-na suggested finding a cozy place to talk, but the young man did not want to agree to such a proposal. She offered to buy Young-woo something to eat, but he was puzzled by the fact that it seemed like it could only be bought with food. In the end, the main character broke down and went with his partner to a restaurant. He would order an incredible amount of food and then more because he had been starving for too long. In-na paid for everything, but asked if the guy had at least some manners so as not to order so many dishes not at his own expense. Young-woo explained that he should eat while he can, because there is no telling when he will be able to eat next. In the end, he also ordered egg soup, but the professor didn't care. She didn't mind how much the guy ate. Suddenly, In-na noticed a crumb on the guy's cheek, so she reached out to remove it. She assured that she won't take Young-woo's food away, so he doesn't have to worry. Still, he was embarrassed after such contact with the professor. Our hero felt that after the teacher's gentle touch his heart began to beat madly. He turned very red and tried to gather all the thoughts in his head together. Over dinner, In-na decided to move on to the main issue that interested her. She asked again if the guy had met anyone a few days ago. Jong-woo replied that the only meeting he had was with his older sister Sunmi. The professor asked the girl's last name, so our hero explained that her Nam family from the city of Gyeongju took care of him as if they were their own, so Sunmi is like an older sister to the guy. In-na immediately reacted strangely upon hearing Nam's surname. The guy asked her reaction because he thought about the girl's connection with them, but she replied that she only thought that it was a rather rare surname. She said that it was nothing important, so Young-woo could continue eating in peace. Continuing to eat dinner, the guy thought that man was not a rare enough surname. Events move to the protagonist's older sister, where she calls someone on the phone and orders them to check everyone around her brother. She noticed that he smelled like someone else and it was definitely an inhuman smell. Then we return to Jong-woo and the weekend has finally arrived, during which our hero must work and get his money. He began to suspect something, because the party is too late and all the guests here look eccentric. The guy thought that this is what high society looks like, which he had never seen before, and meanwhile someone comes up to him from behind and asks why the young man is so tense. It was his friend who recommended relaxing and being himself, because all you have to do is take orders and serve them. Someone called the waiter, the acquaintance said goodbye and promised to see him at break. Our hero went to the table from which the address was made. A man in a mask asked for a glass of four. With a friendly face, Jong-woo asked if the visitors wanted anything else. Suddenly some arrogant girl addressed him in English and, due to misunderstanding of the language, immediately asked for another waiter. The guy understood that he had to endure all the visitors' antics, so he politely asked what exactly was bothering this lady. She explained that the guy supposedly smelled like a plebeian, so she needed another waiter. Suddenly his heart began to beat faster as he clarified the order. The girl ordered Jong-woo to hurry up and disappear, to which he dutifully wished her to enjoy the holiday. After leaving, he realized that the increased heart rate now was not due to gynophobia. The guy was annoyed by everything around him, but he reassured himself that his life for the next week depended on his work. Among the visitors, he saw a beautiful pink-haired woman very similar to the professor. The main character did not understand how this happened, how at that moment someone called the waiter to him. He turns to answer, but fails to stand on his foot, causing him to fall. The guy fell with glasses on the unpleasant girl he was talking to earlier. Realizing the criticality of the situation, he immediately apologized to the visitor. The lady was embarrassed by the current state of her dress, so she called our hero useless and trash. All the people around became interested in what was happening there. Frightened, Jong-woo asked the lady if she was hurt, but she just continued to scream at the poor guy. She stated that her damaged dress cost as much as 60 million won. The main character was shocked by such a sum, because now he can't even buy food. The girl was embarrassed, because it was her first time wearing a new dress. She asked if the guy would do something or at least say something. He bent down in front of her, on his hands and knees among the broken glass, to apologize. The lady asked if he really thought that kneeling would be enough for forgiveness. The girl threatened the guy that she wouldn't let him go just like that. She took the nearest glass of drink and poured it on Jong-woo's head. He was frightened by this development of events, and the lady continued to claim that he would have to pay for his action. Visitors began to say that this young girl belongs to the Voldemar clan, so she was apparently going to take the guy's blood. Dong-min ran to save his friend and turned to this lady. He apologized and explained that the guy was working here for the first time, which is why he made such a grave mistake. A friend noted that the leader was already on his way and we just needed to wait a little. Meanwhile, the main character looked at his savior with tears in his eyes. Dong-min asked the girl to calm down, which made her feel embarrassed, but the guy explained this by saying that she was disturbing other guests. Having kicked, the lady asked the waiter if he knew who she was. She introduced herself as the heiress of the Voldemar clan and the owner of this hotel named Voldemar D. Fear. The lady did not want to be humiliated by listening to the words of some ordinary waiter. Hearing that she was the heiress, Jong-woo panicked and asked her what could be done to get forgiveness from her. The girl bit her finger and ordered to lick the blood. Her condition was that the guy would lick the blood from the floor. He was still on his knees and did not understand what they wanted from him. The girl hurried to the waiter and assured that after fulfilling her condition, she would forget everything. She threateningly clarified that this was her last word. Jong-woo realized that he had no choice and had to obey the order from his mistress. Our hero reached down to perform the humiliating task and lick the blood from the floor. But a woman who looks like Professor Pai in Na interferes with this performance. She notices that this treatment of the waiter is too cruel. The guy asks if it's really in Na, but the woman orders him to sit still. The pompous lady asks her who she is, but the woman continues to make comments about not going that far, even though the dress is indeed ruined because of the guy. After thinking a little, the heiress of the Voldemar clan noted that the waiter had humiliated her and this punishment was an act of mercy. The woman asked if the lady was going to punish the guy in front of all the people. The girl did not see the problem, because the hotel belongs to her clan, so the information will not leak beyond its borders. In-na was embarrassed by this behavior of her interlocutor. The professor noted that although she had heard rumors, she did not think that the heiress of the Voldemar clan was such a brat. The girl was puzzled in this way in her direction. She was very angry that the woman allowed Voldemar D herself, to be humiliated in such a way. The hotel owner called the manager, who had already arrived at the scene of the conflict. She ordered the waiter and his protector to be brought out about this to show a lesson for those who do not respect the Voldemar clan. The manager was unsure of his boss's decision, because these were hotel guests. The owner shouted that this was her order, so the employee received the right to further orders to the security. The guards surrounded In-na and Jong-woo from all sides and asked our heroes to follow them. The guy turned to the professor and assured her that it would not be difficult for him to lick the blood from the floor. She listened with a smile as the guy talked about how he didn't want to put In-na in danger, but the woman assured that she could solve this problem. In-na soothingly stroked the main character's head. Then she tore off her mask, because she now decided to behave more harshly with the pompous girl. Recognizing the woman without the mask as Pa Ying-na, everyone around was surprised. The main character could not understand why people reacted this way to the personality of his friend. Voldemar Fur was not shocked by In-na's appearance, so she asked who she even was. The woman formally introduced herself as Pai Ina, a professor of psychology at Arima College, and noted that she was 38 years old. Jong-woo was very surprised by the teacher's age, and meanwhile the heiress of the Voldemar clan mocked because she thought that her opponent was an ordinary woman. Voldemar Fur decided to explain that her clan belongs to vampires, and threatened with her ability to control people. She decided to demonstrate her capabilities, so she ordered In-na to kneel. Obviously, this magic had no effect on the professor. The girl did not understand what was wrong, so she tried again, but her efforts did not produce any results. After the second attempt, she realized that for some unknown reason her magic was not working. Pa Ying-na noted that Voldemar does not know that blood flows from top to bottom. The girl probably understood something from this phrase from the woman. The professor said that we can talk further when Voldemar Fur kneels. Using her powerful magic, In-na made the pompous girl fall to her knees. The hotel owner was annoyed that a woman could manage her. She asked her opponent who she was. The enraged In-na told the lady that there was no need to be so surprised, because the heart might not be able to stand it. Suddenly Voldemar Fur screamed and grabbed her heart. The professor noted that if the girl is the heiress of Valdemaru, then sacred blood flows in her vessels. But it turned out that divine blood flows in Pa Ying-na, so the girl's confident mood immediately disappeared and changed into a nervous one. The hotel guests were shocked by the appearance of Pa Ying-na, because they had long believed that she had disappeared. The woman went on to say that she was now outside the clan, so she wanted to behave with restraint, but she was furious that Voldemar Fur had gone over the limit. Pa Ying-na explained that one of the rules of the clan is that blood should not be shed unnecessarily, but the girl broke it, so she must be punished. The professor promised not to be too cruel. She only asked Mrs. Voldemar to apologize to all the people around her. In-na showed that it was Jong-woo who needed to apologize, which made him surprised. The girl asked if the woman really wanted her to apologize not to Lady Pai In-na, but to an ordinary guy. The professor replied that Voldemar Fur is not obliged if she does not want it. She explained that this was only the decision of the girl herself, but if she refused, the punishment would become a little harsher. Finally, Mrs. Voldemar appeared before the main character and bowed. Jong-woo didn't understand why Pai In-na was doing this for him. Visitors watched as a representative of the famous Voldemar clan bowed before an ordinary person and saw in this the power of the divine blood of the Hela clan. Voldemar Fur mentally understood that this was not the influence of the spell, because the woman specifically released control so that the girl bowed of her own free will. It was very difficult for the girl to express words of apology. Jong-woo was embarrassed by this situation, and the ladies were still trying to say something. Pa Ying-na was annoyed by Voldemar Fur's indecisiveness. As a result, instead of apologizing, she began to shout insults towards the guy. Voldemar blamed the waiter himself because he himself fell on her and ruined her dress. She also added that the guy touched her, so she didn't want to apologize to the pathetic person. At that moment, Pai Ina realized that there was no need to expect anything different from the girl. Voldemar Fur was annoyed that the woman continued to insult her. She started screaming that divine blood was only created through incest, so the Pai Ina clan are dirty monsters. The girl also noted that the professor also cannot have children, so she has no right to insult Mrs. Voldemar at all. The professor stood silently, and the main character was surprised by the last fact. In the end, she confirmed the origin of divine blood and that she could not give birth to a family member. The woman clarified the fact about the child, because he has the opportunity to make it with an ordinary person. And now Pai Ying-na decided to teach Voldemar Fur a lesson after her antics. Using her magic, the professor knocked down one of the glasses with a drink. Jong-woo decided to warn the girl about the danger. Voldemar for looked up and saw the entire pyramid of glasses falling on her. She froze in shock, and the main character rushed to save the girl. Events shift to Yoon Hae-soo, who wants to meet Young-woo, but cannot find him. Suddenly she overheard a conversation between two students discussing the fact that Professor Pai Ing-na unexpectedly took a day off and her secret boyfriend was in the hospital. Meanwhile, Young-woo finally came to his senses. The guy asked where he was, and In-na explained that the guy overdid it when saving that girl. The professor began to say that she was very nervous because the doctor said that the guy was exhausted, and asked if anything else was bothering him. Young-woo replied that everything was fine, but the catheter was attached to a rather strange place, so he wanted to pull it out. In-na suggested asking the nurse for help and noted that the doctor had already concluded that the guy was already in a normal condition. The guy didn't understand why he was in a separate room if he was already healthy, but In-na explained this by saying that one girl paid for his treatment, otherwise the professor would have sold all her clothes. The woman was glad that everything was fine with Jong-woo, because he suffered precisely because of her actions, but he transferred the blame to himself. In-na said that if she had not been so cruel to Voldemar then everything would have been different. The main character decided to end this endless conversation and asked about the condition of the young lady. The woman ironically asked if he really needed to care about others, because thanks to the guy's actions, no one got hurt. She added that she could have happily slapped the girl if Young-woo allowed, but she didn't do this because the guy saved her with his own hands. The main character was happy about this and thanked In-na. The professor recommended that he stop worrying about others and asked if the guy wanted to know about the events in class or something else. He didn't even know what question might interest him. So Young-woo decided to ask if the professor was really 38 years old. From such a sudden question, In-na choked on water. She asked the guy what he meant, and he explained that he didn't believe that she was so old. The woman sheepishly replied that she was definitely not 38. The woman accidentally clarified that her age is only 100 years older. The main character was incredibly surprised by the information he heard. In-na began to irritably explain that Hela's age much slower than people and by their standards she is still in adolescence. Without hesitation, the guy asked if the woman with such a face was really in her teenage years. She was even more ashamed and did not understand what was wrong with her face, also adding that the owner of the hotel was generally over 30. Jong-woo tried to calm the woman down and asked why she chose that particular age. She explained the choice of years by saying that she introduced herself as a professor, so this requires the appropriate age, and not because she wanted it that way. The guy continued to laugh a little at In-na, because he had never seen her so funny before. They continued to fool around when someone opened the door. Sunmi's older sister entered the room, causing Young-woo and In-na to be surprised. The main character asked how his sister ended up here. The professor immediately met her cold gaze. The girl noted that her brother looked fine and asked what it was, pointing to In-na. The woman was annoyed that she was called as if it were some kind of object. She introduced herself as Professor Young-woo with a forced smile and noted that she was the one who brought the guy here. Pai In-na decided to act friendly, so she asked the name of the protagonist's relative. The sister introduced herself as Nam Sunmi, and the teacher was surprised to hear this name. Meanwhile, Sunmi noted that the woman looked quite young for a professor. Jong-woo decided to smooth over this situation, so he explained that she was already in her 30s and asked her to show respect to a stranger. The older sister, like her brother, was surprised when she heard In-na's age. The professor was embarrassed when she saw the face with which Sunmi commented on her age, and meanwhile she herself was a little lost due to the uncomfortable situation. The elder sister expressed the hope that the teacher would not dare to lay her hands on the young guy. The main character thought that she was a little late with her advice. Sunmi moved on to the topic of the guy's hospitalization, and at that moment he thought that she definitely shouldn't find out the situation at her part-time job. The girl immediately threatened her brother with violence for lying. After these words, our hero immediately gave up and said that he was working part-time. The older sister immediately got angry, because she gives money to the guy for living in college so that he does not work. Suddenly, she ordered Young-woo to drop out of college. Sunmi was glad because the professor was in the room, and meanwhile the guy was shocked by such a verdict. She told Pai In-na that her brother would stop going to college starting today. The woman stood up for the main character and emphasized that Jong-woo must choose his own future and added that even his parents would not go that far. Sunmi explained that she raised the boy from the age of 3, providing him with money and the opportunity to concentrate on his studies. She thanked him for taking care of her brother, but asked him not to interfere in family matters. The professor wanted to add something else, but Jong-woo noted that he was fine, although this was far from the case. The older sister ordered the guy to be silent because he still had a lot of questions for him, and threw the credit card on the bed. Sunmi was enraged by the translations of Crazy Sadness and asked about a man named Yoon Hae-soo. She interrogated her because she thought her younger brother had fallen into a pyramid scheme. The guy understood that as soon as his sister found out the truth about Hae-soo, the girl would immediately be destroyed. Sunmi started screaming and urging Young-woo on. She slammed her hand on the bed and asked Yoon Hae-soo aggressively again. Suddenly someone knocked on the door, which made everyone involved in the conflict even more nervous. Hae-soo stood in the doorway, realizing that perhaps she should come in later. The girl froze at the door, and everyone else looked at her carefully. Mentally, the main character panicked and did not understand the reason for Yoon Hae-soo's arrival. Pai Ina began to drive the girl away with a scream and asked what right she had to be here. Hae-soo, ignoring the comments, said that she would follow after completing her business, so she handed Jong-woo some kind of package and asked to look at it later. When the guy reached into the bag, several drops of blood suddenly fell on his bed. It turned out that our hero had a nosebleed again, so Pai Ina quickly took a napkin. She began to help the guy, for which he thanked her. The professor angrily asked Yoon Hae-soo if she forgot that Young-woo has gynophobia. The girl knew, but accidentally touched the young man. The older sister emotionlessly noted that it was only Young-woo's fault because his fear had no meaning. She started yelling at her brother again and asking how he was going to manage his social life. Sunmi explained his weakness in front of women by the fact that our hero has a gentle heart and mind, and everything normalizes only after communicating with other people and going out into society. In-na and Hae-soo stated that this was impossible. The professor explained that the phobia affects the brain and therefore requires professional treatment. Sunmi objected because with her, the younger brother does not feel any fear. Pai In-na suggested that Young-woo simply does not see her sister as a woman. It seems that Sunmi was not satisfied, but agreed with this opinion. The main character, who was already in a normal state, intervened in the conversation and noted that the sister was completely wrong. Pai Ina did not understand what he meant, and again repeated the need for treatment. At that moment, Sunmi noticed something and became interested. She asked why Young-woo didn't have a nosebleed next to the professor. Hae-soo also suspected this, and In-na realized that she made a mistake when she stuck to the guy in front of everyone, but she didn't want to tell the truth, because then chaos would begin around her. Meanwhile, Sunmi sarcastically remarked that her brother doesn't see the teacher as a woman because she's over 30. Hae-soo laughed, angering Pai In-na. The sister thought the situation was rather strange, but decided to return to the preliminary conversation. She asked the main character about Yoon Hae-soo again, only now the wanted girl was in the room. The guy was confused, and Sunmi asked if he could give a loan to a person he didn't know at all. She wanted to finally find out about the girl and reminded her that keeping secrets was useless. The elder sister assured that she could find out everything herself, but it was better not to create problems. She was sure that her brother could not lend money, so, most likely, he got into a financial pyramid or became a victim of a fraudster. Further, Sunmi admitted that he spent the money on prostitutes, but Jong-woo immediately denied this. Then the girl realized that the guy knew Yoon Hae-soo and asked what was the matter. The sister excitedly told the guy to stop making excuses because she saw right through him. Meanwhile, Jong-woo looked at Hae-soo and did not understand what to do. He wondered what would happen to the girl when he told everything to his older sister. Hae-soo herself admitted that the guy would get into trouble because of her, so the girl had no choice. The main character looked at the girl for the last time before making his choice. In the end, he said that Yoon Hae-soo is a good person because he treated a guy like Young-woo well and was with him during difficult times. The guy added that the girl apparently didn't want to be with someone whose nose was bleeding just from touching, but she accepted him anyway. Young-woo considered her the only person in college who tried to help him live a normal life, and admitted that he gave money for her father's treatment. As a result, the main character admitted that only himself was wrong. Hae-soo was touched that the guy continued to lie for her despite the fact that he was even hospitalized because of her. Sunmi concluded that the girl must definitely repay the debt. She added that if Yoon Hae-soo can't do it, then at the very least she should visit the guy in the hospital. Our hero agreed with his sister, but continued to defend the girl and explained that she had her own reasons. Sunmi didn't understand what the reasons were, but the guy assured that Hae-soo is a good person, but is going through difficult times now. Jong-woo bowed to his older sister and asked her not to touch his friend. Hae-soo, meanwhile, was very embarrassed by her actions and such a noble attitude of the protagonist towards her. Sunmi and In-na were surprised, because the girl burst into tears. She pretended nothing was happening. The sister and the professor could not understand what had happened. Hae-soo started saying that she is not that kind of person. The girl finally decided to admit that Yoon Hae-soo is her. Sunmi seriously asked if this was true. Hae-soo bowed down and confessed all her sins and deceit. She confirmed that she had fun with her friends when poor Young-woo was starving without money. At the end of her confessions, the girl fell to her knees and finally confirmed her name. She said that her stepfather suffered from exhaustion from the job he took so that Hae-soo could go to college. The girl tried to earn extra money, but could not cope with all the problems alone, and due to large debts, she could no longer take out loans. She also told her friends about her troubles and that she could become homeless without money, and her friends listened to her and helped her, no matter what. At such moments, Yoon Hae-soo was incredibly happy. In the end, she solved all the problems and paid off the debts, but still one thought haunted the girl. Hae-soo couldn't understand why she tried so hard before and nothing worked, but now, thanks to someone else's work, everything was easily resolved. She explained that she was tired of worries and wanted to live a quiet life, so the girl began to receive millions of won with the help of successful words. Every time there was a need for money, Yoon Hae-soo would repeat the story about a lot of money for an emergency operation, but everyone began to disappear, saying that they were very annoyed. As a result of her actions, the girl was left completely alone, but this did not bother her. For Hae-soo, money became the most important aspect because with a good purse and clothes, she could make friends with anyone. She started exchanging friends for money. The girl replayed this perfect plan over and over again. After many people, she met Young-woo. The main character became an easy prey for Yoon Hae-soo. She was able to easily get a lot of money, and for this she could only thank her kindly. Last time, Hae-soo couldn't believe that a guy would be able to borrow 4 million won. She considered our hero a complete idiot because she did not see him as a rich man. The girl did not believe that after such deception the guy continued to trust her, because it was very strange. Now Yoon Hae-soo was crying because she considered herself a terrible person and could not continue like this. She continued to sob over her own lies and fell to the floor. The girl bowed down and sincerely apologized for her behavior. Everyone in the room looked at her with different emotions, and she continued to say that she had committed a great sin. And even if no one forgives her, Yoon Hae-soo was ready to accept her punishment. The main character noticed that his sister was taking the package that the debtor had brought. Sunmi turned the bag over and it turned out that it was completely filled with money. Young-woo and his sister were usually surprised by its unexpected contents. Yoon Hae-soo explained that this was almost all the money she owed the young man. The girl admitted that she sold all her property, but still did not raise the required amount. She knew that it would still not compare to what her actions had led to. Hae-soo promised to repay the remainder of the debt under any circumstances, but this still did not suit our hero's older sister. Suddenly Sunmi exploded and yelled at the girl because she didn't think the refund was enough after Young-woo was driven to exhaustion. The sister noted that people like Hae-soo are called spinners. The girl lay crying on the floor, and meanwhile Sunmi added that there would be no forgiveness. Young-woo jumped out of bed to stop his older sister. He defended his friend and asked to give her a second chance. A squabble broke out between brother and sister, causing the main character to start bleeding from his nose again. Our hero uncompromisingly noted that this concerns only him and Hae-soo, so Sunmi should not mind her own business. The girl looked furiously at her younger brother for several more long seconds. She suddenly calmed down and emphasized that the guy had grown up and could now answer her independently. Sunmi turned around and let her brother do what he decided. The elder sister turned around one last time and faced Pai Ying-na. The professor drove Hae-soo away, despite the opinion of the main character, because she still did not trust this girl. She agreed and began to rise from the floor, and Ina decided to add something else. The teacher recommended that the girl apologize to all other victims of deception. Yoon Hae-soo stood up and left the room, closing the door behind her. The main character was glad that it was finally over. In-na slapped him on the head and irritably asked him what he meant by over. The guy didn't understand what was going on, and the professor explained that he only received half the money, so nothing was over yet. Our hero objected, because Hae-soo promised to return the entire amount in installments. Because of Young-woo's sweet behavior, the woman called him compassionate and a ladies' man. Evening came and In-na meanwhile began to think about the origins of her partner's older sister. Meanwhile, Sunmi called someone to tell them the red code, because she had exposed Hela as her brother's college professor. Meanwhile, having been discharged from the hospital, the main character finally paid the rent for the apartment. Eventually, Young-woo was able to stop thinking about money all the time. Although the problems disappeared, something did not give the guy peace. He continued to worry about Hae-soo. Young-woo also heard that the girl is now actively apologizing to everyone from whom she borrowed money for the fictitious operation. He admitted that most likely she had to listen to a lot of rude words directed at her. Our hero understood that, unfortunately, he could not help his friend in any way. Besides, the guy was in no position to take care of her. Meanwhile, the young man heard girls nearby talking about his relationship with Pa Ying-na. One of the students said that the professor even took a day off when her boyfriend was hospitalized. In their conversation, the course and name of our hero were also clearly noted. One of the friends joked that he was still just a baby, while another thought about the reasons for the relationship between a mature woman and a guy. Jong-woo was already unpleasant to listen to this conversation, and meanwhile the girls were talking about the number of young partners of the professor. The main character was embarrassed, because even Ina only tried to seduce him, but did not succeed. The guy didn't like the fact that girls were saying such nasty things without knowing the professor. Jong-woo then noticed that he was uncontrollably protective of In-na and was angry because of the insults towards her. Then the conversation between the students turned to the reasons why the guy himself started dating a woman, and they wondered whether it was through the body or through money. Our hero's nerves were on edge when someone put a hand on his shoulder and asked why the young man's face was so tense. It was Dong-min who noted that this behavior was not at all like his friend. He had an envelope in his hands, which the girl asked him to give. Our hero was completely unsure who we were talking about. Dong-min explained that he was referring to the lady's youthful pompousness, calling Jong-woo trash. The friend added that the guy should see her face when he lost consciousness while saving her, and the main character asked to explain what he was talking about. The guy seemed embarrassed after such a question. Dong-min stated that the girl had a face like that of a lover. The friend started taunting that it was a love letter, but Young-woo objected because he thought it was about work. The guy thought that this concerns love, but added that our hero still has Pa Ying-na. They laughed together, and Dong-min confirmed that the professor really liked the guy. He said that at the hotel, a woman grabbed the unconscious Jong-woo and ran to the first floor, that even Dong-min himself could not catch up with her. Meanwhile, the gossips overheard a conversation between friends and realized that in front of them was the guy Pa Ying-na himself. Therefore, the main character got nervous and decided to part with his friend as quickly as possible and leave. Dong-min, looking after the guy, noted that if things continue to go in this direction, then difficult times await Pa Ying-na. He hoped that Jong-woo would not attach much importance to the opinions of others. Our hero decided to hide around the corner of the college building. The guy thought about the fact that the relationship between a student and a professor causes rumors, but being in the spotlight is quite tiring. He concluded that the problem is precisely that they are a student and a teacher. The guy also added that the professor is Hela, so this complicates the situation even more. The main character pondered whether In-na would attack him at the first opportunity, but then decided to get rid of those thoughts because they weren't even a couple. The guy again wondered why the professor liked him and admitted that she was putting him in a difficult position. He returned and looked at his reflection. Jong-woo suspected that he might just be handsome, so the woman chose him out of all people. Our hero understood that he did not stand out in any way and was a fairly ordinary guy. After such a stream of thoughts, the guy's mood completely deteriorated and he wondered why he was worried about this relationship. The saddest thing was that he didn't have someone to talk to about this topic. The guy tried to influence the spread of rumors, but Pa Ying-na's straightforwardness got in the way. Events moved to the professor's office, where she talks with her employee. Ina asked if it was her fault in some situation, and the other woman began to make excuses that she didn't mean it that way. It turned out that this is the president of the college, who is worried about the spread of rumors about the professor. The teacher rather said that there was no need to worry about it. The Bucho did not understand her point, and Ina explained that spreading rumors was not an important issue. The professor added that their spread is even better, because sooner or later the rumors may become true. She asked the woman to leave everything as it was. The teacher showed her teeth and threateningly approached the president's neck, but she understood the order without this. She put her finger to the woman's lips and told her not to say anything. Next, events moved to Sunmi walking around the city. She met with a mysterious man with an envelope, who reported the end of the investigation, but also wanted to add something about his younger brother. The husband was very nervous and couldn't say what he found about Youngwoo. In the end, he revealed that the guy was in an adult relationship with Pa Ying-na. Sunmi irritably grabbed the envelope with the investigation and saw a photo there of a frightened professor carrying her brother in her arms. The girl was furious at what she saw, because she knew that In-na was not even a person. Events return to the main character, who is apparently confused by some new appearance of the professor. He furiously flies into Pa Ying-na's offices and asks from the threshold if she has gone crazy. In the room, he saw a woman and her assistant choosing underwear. Jong-woo immediately closes the door, not even realizing his actions. Pa Ying-na happily noted that the guy was just in time. She asked the guy to choose the best of 2 sets of underwear. Of course, the embarrassed guy immediately asked to change the topic of conversation. The professor flirtatiously hinted that her heart was beating so fast, but then asked what Young-woo wanted to ask. Young-woo asked with a serious expression what Pa In-na did. The main character explained that he was unhappy that the teacher came to his classroom and invited the guy to dinner in front of everyone. The professor hinted that dinner would be special because she was Hela and needed blood, so Young-woo himself would be dessert. The woman again reminded that she plans to have a child with our hero. She pressed the guy against the wall and explained that everything she did or said might be surprising, but she was doing it on purpose. Pa In-na noted that if Young-woo doesn't want to hear rumors about their relationship, he can simply deny it himself. She asked why the guy still doesn't do this. The woman suggested that the real reason is that the young man has sympathy for her. Suddenly, In-na reached out to Young-woo's neck to bite him. The professor wanted to do this, despite the guy's resistance, but he still tried to resist. Through strength, Hela was able to stop her instincts and take pity on the young man. But she still didn't cancel today's dinner at 7, so she reminded the guy. In the end, Jong-woo was able to calm down and agree to all the conditions. The puzzled protagonist left the professor's office. Pa In-na admitted that laying hands on a young boy makes her feel guilty, but for her it is not that important. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking about the letter and did not plan to keep it untouched. Arriving home, he sat down to work, but thought only about the professor's insistence on him. Moreover, at this time, Jong-woo was faced with many tasks from college. While the main character was performing them, it was time to get ready for dinner with Pa Ying-na. Although the student had a lot of academic debts, he did not mind spending time on the professor. The guy hoped that on the first date she would not interfere with him, but would only take his hand as much as possible. Stupid thoughts began to creep into his head again, but the guy tried to drive them away and assure himself that there were no romantic feelings in this relationship. Jong-woo calmly thought that the woman only needed his blood. At the end of his thoughts, he concluded that Professor Hela was therefore very different from him. The guy was wondering whether to agree if Pa In-na asked for his blood. He again reassured himself that this was just a dinner without any romantic feelings. Suddenly someone rang the doorbell. The guy jumped up because he thought that the professor had already arrived. Suddenly the door breaks down and several men in suits enter her house. They asked Young-woo to come with them, but he didn't understand what was happening. The main character wanted to find out where he was being taken. In the car he asked this again, but everyone around him did not answer. Upon arrival, the men lined up in the corridor and informed the young man that they were there. It was an elegant room with a table for 2 in the middle and a panoramic window from which there was a gorgeous view of the evening city. Young-woo couldn't believe that Pa In-na would rent an entire restaurant just to be alone with him. The guy came closer to the window to enjoy the view. He admired the beauty of the evening city and compared the cars to stars. From behind, our hero heard the click of a heel and a question about his clothes. The voice asked if he had a change of suit with him, because the main character was in home clothes. It turned out that this was not a professor at all, but a young hotel owner who was not at all pleased with the appearance of the young man. Confused, Jong-woo asked why Voldemar Fur was here. The girl was annoyed by this question, because she was the one who wanted to have dinner with the guy and wanted at least some gratitude and compliments. Jong-woo didn't seem to realize that the envelope he never opened contained not a salary for the job, but an invitation to dinner. Fur was surprised that the guy followed the strangers and came here without knowing anything. The girl wanted to pay for her wrong that arose in the situation at the party. She gave Jong-woo a blank check where the guy could write any amount. The main character was surprised by such a gift. He realized that this check could pay for a professional camera and college tuition. But as a result, the guy did not want to accept such an apology. Fur couldn't figure out if the guy wanted a blank check or money at all. Suddenly the girl came up with another guess. She thought that the guy would want to reach her instead of money, but he denied this version. Jong-woo explained that he didn't need anything because he was also wrong in that situation. Because of this position, Fur considered the main character a strange person and thought that he had ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Jong-woo gently grabbed the girl's face and looked straight into her eyes to express his concern that she might have hurt her pretty face. Fur was annoyed and embarrassed by such closeness with the guy and forbade him to touch her without permission. The main character explained that she just looked like a little sister, and at that moment he noticed that gynophobia was not working for this girl. He suspected that this might be due to Fur being a vampire because the professor had talked about something similar before. Suddenly the guy remembered that today at 7 he was supposed to have dinner from Pai Ying-na. He thought that she would come here, but Fur was surprised by the young man's question about the professor, because this is a closed territory. Our hero was excited because of the understanding that there would be no one else here except him and the girl. Jong-woo suspected that his presence here could be considered cheating on Pai In-na. Therefore, the young man quickly said goodbye to Fur and explained that he still had a meeting with the professor. The girl didn't like this, because she was the first to invite the guy to a meeting. Suddenly, a group of men who were not employees of the hotel owner poured into the room. They broke through the security, and the youngest lady was not at all happy with this development of events. The men ran up and surrounded the main character and the girl. As it turned out, it was the enraged Sunmi who came here to look for Pai In-na. Jong-woo wanted to inquire about the reason for his sister's visit, but she ordered him to remain silent. It turned out that Fur knew Sunmi and was angry with such guests, because she had previously told her not to show herself again. The elder sister explained that she herself did not want the meeting, but the girl laid hands on what belonged to the Nam family, namely her brother. Fur was confused when she heard about her brother. Sunmi revealed that this particular guy in the room is her relative, and this is a serious deal-breaker. Jong-woo was surprised that his sister and the girl knew each other, so he wanted to find out more, but Sunmi again ordered silence. Meanwhile, the elder sister demanded that Fur give her Pai Ying-na, and then she would apologize for such a rude intrusion. It seems the young lady was infuriated by this behavior and also began to threaten. She noted that they were in the Domyon of the Voldemar clan, so they needed to behave politely in order to get out unscathed. Sunmi was not afraid and replied that she was ready for any development of events. She put on the table evidence that Voldemar Corp had been evading taxes for a long time, which could bring a lot of problems to the company. Sunmi added that this is not a threat, but only an exchange. Fur's fury reached its limit, so she began to drive away her rival and noted that she would never give her anything. She added that more blood had to be shed to get something, and Sunmi looked at the young lady in surprise. The elder sister snorted with displeasure and decided to leave with her people after all. Fur was the last to add that Hell is called the rulers of the night and lovers of the blood god, but they are still just a bunch of killers. Sunmi replied that if the Voldemar clan wants to continue to lead a bohemian lifestyle, then they need to start observing human laws. The elder sister took Jong-woo and left the Voldemar clan residence. Fur was angry about the unpleasant encounter, so she ordered the staff to leave her alone. Contemplating the evening city, she thought about the news that Sunmi has a brother. Already on the street, Jong-woo asked his sister what just happened and why she was looking for the professor. The girl explained this by saying that Hela had broken one of the human rules. The guy asked how Sunmi knew about the origin of In-na and the existence of Hell in general. The sister confirmed that she did know about their clan and added that she was not the only one who knew about them. She noted that her brother was the only one who was unaware of Hela. Sunmi revealed that the Nam family had been fighting the Hells for centuries, after which a time came when the two sides thought they had destroyed each other. The guy couldn't believe that they really killed each other. Sunmi said that it was probably even worse than ordinary murder. Youngwoo immediately nervously asked what she was going to do with the professor. The sister assured that they would not kill her, but they could drive her away for several decades. But she added that if Pai Ying-na did not comply, then the worst-case scenario could happen. The main character was not happy with this answer, because he considered the professor to be innocent to receive such a punishment. Sunmi shouted at her brother to wake up. She explained that the Halls are monsters who manipulate the hearts of others and force them into submission. The sister was sure that her brother also fell under this magic, but he denied it. He felt that Pai Ina did not do anything like that, but made him fall in love with her in other ways. Sunmi wanted to say something, but the guy interrupted her and added that, in principle, the woman was not that interesting to him. This is how he explained the lack of manipulation, because if there had been any, he would have liked the professor much more. The elder sister said that she could not see the guy like this, so she advised him to go home and calm his heart. The main character protested against her decisions, because he considered himself old enough. The girl responded to this by saying that Youngwoo couldn't even take care of himself, but he assured that he could. Suddenly, amidst the quarrel, someone called our hero. The older sister allowed the guy to answer the phone. He didn't understand who could be calling at this time. Looking at the smartphone screen, the young man saw that it was Pai Ying-na. Sunmi and even her people saw that it was the professor. Pai Ina herself was already at the guy's house and was looking for him. Noticing marks on the floor, she realized that someone had broken in and there were many of these people. At the same time, all valuables were in their places. Ina saw that the guy didn't even have time to finish his own business. She had a bad feeling after what she saw. Meanwhile, everyone around Jongwoo froze in anticipation of his next actions. The main character tried to understand when the professor managed to enter her own number into his phone and sign herself sweetly. The guy suspected that she might have done this when they were having lunch together. Finally, the sister decided to ask what it was, but the guy didn't know how to answer. In his confused thoughts, he tried to find the best solution for this situation. Sunmi asked to give her the phone. She decided to answer the call from the professor herself. Pai In-na was immediately upset by asking where Youngwoo was, but his older sister replied that he was in no position to talk to a woman right now. Sunmi threateningly advised her to watch her language and hung up. After this short conversation, the main character realized that his sister was incredibly angry. In-na also did not remain in a good mood after her conversation with older sister Youngwoo. She decided to call Youngwoo's number again and they even answered her. Professor Soap asked if this was a conversation with Nam Sunmi. She asked if the guy was next to his sister, but she asked irritably what it would do if the guy was nearby. Pai Ina tried to remain calm in order to think about how to solve this problem. The professor invited her interlocutor to meet and talk a little. Nam Sunmi became interested in this proposal and asked about the meeting place. They agreed to meet at Grandma's Coal Ribs. They also decided that Youngwoo would also be present, and Sunmi wanted to understand whether it was a trap or not, and besides, the sister did not want her brother to meet with this woman again. Sunmi took such a step, because Hela herself floats into her hands, so this opportunity should not be missed. Youngwoo's older sister promised to reserve a table for the meeting. In the end, the whole company met at a certain place. Sunmi was very tense and immediately analyzed the situation around her, but due to the large number of witnesses she could not act actively, but she did not feel safe either. In-na noted that the girl had better take off her coat because it might smell like meat. She took off her outer clothing, where the weapon was, and suspected that Hela might have noticed a hidden danger. Sunmi realized that the professor herself had no vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Ina happily noted that she would never have thought that she would be dining at the table with the Nam family. She remembered the pact between their families many years ago and noticed that time was flying incredibly quickly. The woman tried to joke that if Sunmi continued to look at her like that, the meat might burn, and finally offered to eat, because she was confident in this place, because she had been visiting it for 70 years. After mentioning the timing of visiting this restaurant, Sunmi suspected that the establishment might be somehow connected with Helami. At this moment, In-na was carefreely savoring the delicious food. She wrapped the meat in lettuce with sesame oil, just the way Youngwoo likes it. the woman decided to sweetly feed the guy from her hands. The guy got nervous because of the professor's actions, and she didn't understand what was going on. Even the elder sister did not like this development of events, so she knocked the food out of the professor's hands. The girl was furious, so she ordered Inna to stop fooling around. After that, the food in which the woman put her love for Jong ended up on the floor. The professor noted that food should not be treated this way, but Sunmi was not going to listen to such statements from Hela. The eldest sister said that she had heard rumors that Pai Inna had put her eye on her brother, so she annoyedly asked if she was going to put her fangs on him too. The professor explained that they didn't even hold hands, and the rumors in college arose because of the woman's help in a situation with a fidgety girl. Sunmi didn't understand how she could say such a thing when she seduced a guy 118 years younger than her. Inna replied that she had not done anything with the guy yet, which did not please Youngwoo's older sister. Sunmi was terribly outraged that the woman had some obscene plans for her younger brother. She slammed her fist on the table in anger. The main character realized that his older sister had entered a state of incredible anger. Sunmi asked if the professor still wanted to do something with her brother, but she ate and pretended not to hear anything. Inna calmly made a seat for herself and ate a delicious dinner, as if she did not notice the irritated girl. After swallowing the food, the professor announced serious intentions for a future relationship with Youngwoo. She explained that she could not now imagine how such an innocent young boy could be left alone, and stated that if there is love between them, then age does not matter. Inna believes that adults like them can decide such issues themselves. She looked to Youngwoo for support, who was upset and confused by the woman's speech. The guy confirmed the professor's words, which made his sister also nervous. He noticed that Sunmi couldn't do anything about her and Inna's liking for each other. The main character wanted to say something else, but his sister stopped him because she had already heard enough. She agreed that age was not important for true love, but the main problem was that the woman belonged to Hell. Sunmi suspected Hela that she was up to something because she decided to choose a husband from the Nam family. Inna assured that she had no special plans, but the representative of Nam still did not believe her. The professor noted that Sunmi's faith is unlikely to depend on words. The woman asked if she would really be here if she had something in mind regarding Youngwoo. She noticed that she would have already done everything she planned with the guy if she had dastardly plans. The main character noticed that there was a very tense atmosphere between the girls, and did not understand whether he should intervene in the conflict. Sunmi exhaled and calmed down enough to say that she didn't care about the professor's words. The girl stated that she would never approve of the relationship between her brother and Pai Inna. Meanwhile, Inna very calmly noted that Sunmi has no right to come between them and choose women for the guy. She explained that the older sister wouldn't be able to spend her entire life with Youngwoo anyway. The girl hit the table with her hand and said that she could be with her brother all her life. The main character and the professor did not understand this answer from Sunmi at all. Even the girl's employees were surprised by such a statement from the boss. Inna is confused about the meaning of Sunmi's words because it is the same thing that already happened with Yoon Hae-soo. The woman noticed that Youngwoo's sister is serious about interfering in his relationship and perhaps she is even interested in him and wants to raise a future husband for herself. The main character, meanwhile, became nervous from such plans of his older sister, and the professor thought that the fight with Sunmi would be quite fierce. Meanwhile, the girl explained that a woman for Youngwoo would be judged by her personally based on many criteria. Sunmi was not going to give her brother to a crazy woman who came out of nowhere. Finally, Youngwoo intervened and noted that his sister could not talk about such things. The girl asked how else she could answer the woman after such a quarrel, but the guy still did not appreciate the insult towards Pai Ying-na. Sunmi suspected that her brother was taking the side of her opponent. She again began to explain that the guy thinks Hela is good and normal because he does not understand that she is actually a monster who killed people just a few decades ago. The girl asked if Youngwoo knew the number of those killed, but he did not know because his sister never talked about these events. Sunmi was annoyed because the guy seemed to blame her for being silent. She grabbed him by the clothes and menacingly asked since when did her brother begin to contradict her. The guy didn't know what to answer, and the older sister continued to put pressure on him. Jong-woo began to have tears in his eyes and he asked the girl to let him go. The sister did not understand what happened to the guy, because he protects everyone, even the debtor from the hospital. The main character noted that Hae-soo has nothing to do with this situation. Sunmi irritably asked why her brother would so easily trust some monster more than the person who raised him. The main character explained that this is not about trust, but about the fact that he knows a little more than his sister. The girl didn't understand and asked what Youngwoo knew. The guy explained that the professor was definitely not the kind of person who could harm him. Hearing such innocent words, Pai Yingna's heart began to beat faster. The guy did not understand what to do, because it seems that by his action he greatly offended his sister. Jongwoo got scared and thought she wanted to hit him because she suddenly raised her hand. In fact, the girl asked to bring 4 bottles of the alcoholic drink soja to their table. While they waited, Sunmi thought about why her brother trusted Hela. She set out to find out the reasons and poured herself a glass of soja. The girl decided to do this with the help of alcohol and get In-na drunk. The professor asked if they would now conduct an interrogation using alcohol. Sunmi confirmed her intentions and the woman, agreeing, drank the first glass. The first question from the girl was the reasons why In-na loves Youngwoo so much, and in general the girl asked what the professor knew about the guy. The woman began to say that she liked the fact that the guy knows when to stop and stop others, that he sincerely and carefully listens when others speak, that he is sweet and cool at the same time. Sunmi was not surprised by the list and noted that her brother couldn't go to middle school without holding her hand. Ina understood which path her rival decided to take, so she explained that over time she would be able to find out more about the guy. The professor also decided to fight, so she asked if her sister really loved Youngwoo, because everything she heard from her was quite strange. She saw that Sunmi was very red, so she suspected that she had touched on the truth. The girl quickly collected her emotions, explaining that it was due to alcohol, and quickly drank the next glass. Alcohol began to take effect and the girls drank the first bottle. Drunk In-na admitted that Sunmi cannot believe in Youngwoo's sympathy because she does not know what kind of girls her brother likes. The girl jumped up sharply and irritably asked what the woman meant. Suddenly she took off her blouse and exposed herself. Sunmi noted that she was a size 5, and her brother was very ashamed of her behavior. The girl assured that she was the reason for the guy's love, which made In-na very happy. The woman thanked Sunmi because now the guy is also giving her a lot of love. Sunmi was irritated by such familiarity from the professor. Meanwhile, In-na noted that the condition of hair and skin is also important for a woman, so in a few decades the girl will grow old, and Hela will still be attractive. The very drunk Sunmi began to seethe from such assumptions, and Jongwoo, meanwhile, wanted to calm her down and tried to protect her from more alcohol. Now she started yelling at her brother, because she was irritated by his comments, because she arranged this drinking session precisely for the sake of the guy. The girl said that if a guy doesn't like something, he should drink it himself, and she began to force him to drink. In-na was surprised at this sister's behavior regarding her poor brother, who had fallen under the hot hand. The main character's condition suddenly worsened and he looked as if he was flying somewhere in the clouds. Everything swam before Jongwoo's eyes, and in his mind he noticed that something strange was happening. The guy didn't understand why everything was in a fog, and assumed that it was because of the soja. In the end, he lost consciousness, feeling that he was generally ill. Jongwoo woke up when it was already morning and accidentally touched some woman's body. He saw that he slept in the same bed with his professor. The other hand fell on his sister, so the guy was very upset about what happened yesterday. In-na also woke up and immediately hugged the discouraged protagonist. It turned out that the woman dragged the guy all the way home. She abruptly pressed Jongwoo to the bed and offered to lie in longer, because today was a day off. The professor began to pester the guy, which is why they woke up Sunmi. The girl stood up and glared at the sweet couple. She grabbed the woman savagely and pulled her away from her defenseless brother. Youngwoo felt very embarrassed about the whole situation around him and begged the girls to stop. Meanwhile, they began to fight with each other. The main character decided to cover the professor and his sister with a blanket so that they could finally calm down. He stood menacingly over them and asked what they were doing now. Sunmi immediately shifted the blame to In-na, but the guy stopped her and said that 2 grown women could not do such a thing in front of a man. Regarding the professor, he also reprimanded her because a woman cannot reach him in front of the whole class, but In-na listened to the guy carefully and calmly. After an educational conversation with his sister and teacher, Jongwoo asked if they understood everything. In the end, he went to prepare pollock soup and ordered the women to sit quietly. In-na decided to pack up and leave because Youngwoo was angry with her. Sunmi noted that the woman is very dangerous and she still doesn't trust her. The girl assured that she was always watching, so the professor should be more careful. The woman responded to this by saying that Sunmi should stop feeling love for her younger brother, because relatives cannot be together. At the end of her advice, Ina said goodbye and left. Without saying anything, Youngwoo's sister looked after her rival. She thought seriously about the words about the impossibility of a love affair between relatives. But this would only be correct advice if Sunmi and Youngwoo had blood ties. Events are transferred to the hospital, where the girl entered for some task. Sunmi was thinking that they were probably collecting blood illegally here when a nurse bumped into her and spilled blood on the floor. We return to the main character, who says that his sister stayed with him because she had some business nearby. He remembered the conversation between Sunmi and Fur, so he suspected that his sister was on a dangerous mission. At that moment, she returned home covered in blood, which made the guy immediately nervous. Jongwoo began to ask about the girl's condition, but she assured that there was no need to worry about her. Of course, the guy couldn't help but be nervous, because his sister came home completely smeared in blood. An incredible number of questions poured in from the main character, but Sunmi explained that this was not due to some incident, and said that she worked at a blood donation center and one of the bags spilled on her. Jongwoo was very worried that his sister would not do something dangerous. She assured that everything was fine with her, so the guy finally calmed down. Suddenly the main character asked if the center and the sister's work were somehow connected with Helami. He suspected this because Sunmi would hardly volunteer without a reason. The older sister raised her voice because she was annoyed that the guy was prying into her business. Youngwoo didn't understand what the girl meant and explained that he was just caring and worried about her. Sunmi noticed that she didn't like it at all, which made the main character a little surprised. The guy admitted that he always thought that one day his sister would tell him the whole truth, so he just waited. He thought that Sunmi didn't consider him as her family. The main character wanted to add something else, but in the end he was unable to express an opinion. He just left and finally said that the dinner he had prepared was in the refrigerator. The older sister was very tired, so she didn't want to eat, and Jongwoo went to bed. The girl sat by the bed and regretted that everything had turned out this way. She thought about the reason why things could have come to this result. Having gone to college in the morning, the main character met with his friend, who noticed the guy's change in mood. Jongwoo began to tell him that yesterday his sister came covered in blood, so Dongmin immediately became interested. The guy explained the whole situation yesterday and asked his friend for advice. The guy recommended that the main character go to his sister's work and find out everything himself. He encouraged Youngwoo, because if it's really dangerous there, then we urgently need to intervene. A friend urged the guy to run faster to the blood donation center. Sunmi assured that he would check in instead of the main character. Youngwoo just now noticed that the guy is a pretty good friend. He thanked and ran to save his older sister. Sunmi thought that his friend needed a lot of attention. At the donor center, the main character was met by Sunmi dressed as a nurse. The girl herself was surprised when she saw her younger brother here. The guy managed to say a few words when Sunmi dragged him somewhere. She asked the reason for the guy's visit, and he explained that he wanted to find out what the girl was doing. The elder sister was irritated by his presence here, so she ordered her brother to quickly leave. Jongwoo immediately remembered that yesterday Sunmi assured him that there was no danger here. The guy noted that this allows him to stay because he has the right to know what his sister is doing and help her. He asked again if they were really family. The girl wanted to notice something, but someone called her and asked if everything was okay. Another nurse asked Sunmi if she knew this guy. The girl was irritated by her friend's curiosity and did not know how to explain everything. The main character decided to say himself that he was Sunmi's brother and came here to help. The nurse noted that Sunmi has a very handsome and sweet brother. She was glad that everything turned out this way, because they just didn't have enough people. The nurse told Youngwoo to change clothes first because everything at the blood donation center needs to be clean. The main character was delighted to have the opportunity to work with his sister. When the nurse left, Sunmi pushed the guy against the wall, because she didn't like this development of events. The sister ordered the guy not to hang around here and to do everything exactly according to the instructions. She also promised that at home the young man would be punished for his behavior. Youngwoo thought that the girl was going to hit him, but in the end she decided to wait it out, but the guy didn't understand why Sunmi was so tense. The main character thought it was strange that, no matter how you looked at it, the blood donation center looked quite ordinary. Therefore, he did not understand why the eldest sister was hiding her work here. The guy thought that maybe he was worrying in vain. Meanwhile, the nurse observed the young man's work and analyzed his physique. Our hero ideally fit some of the criteria that the girl needed. The last thing she decided to ask on her own was the place of Jong-woo's teaching. The nurse noted that the guy could be mistaken for a high school student and said that he did not exactly look like Miss Sunmi. The main character explained that they are not actually blood relatives because his parents died when Young-woo was still a child. The girl sympathized with the guy and noticed that she and her sister have a good relationship, because in the evening she always goes earlier for him and does not have dinner with the team. She decided to save these stories for later and finally asked what interested her. The nurse warned that this might seem strange, but asked for an answer. She came close to Young-woo and asked if he was a boy or a man. The guy was very scared, so gynophobia took over and his nose began to bleed. He asked why the nurse needed this information, and she was afraid for the guy. The main character spoke about his fear of women, which in critical cases causes nosebleeds. From this explanation, the nurse realized that the young man had never had a girlfriend. She grabbed the guy's hand to take him to another room and help him with the bleeding. The nurse led Jong-woo down some long stairs. Mentally, our hero could not understand why the girl was so strong that he could not break free. In the right room there was medical equipment with a chair. The girl told the guy to lie down on this chair. The guy asked why they were here and why this place was underground. Before the nurse had time to finish speaking, Jong-woo was already chained to a chair. Putting on gloves, the girl explained that the underground location was made for sound insulation. The main character was not happy with this situation, so he tried to escape. The nurse told him to calm down because his nose was still bleeding. She licked the blood on her finger and explained that she needed to take away a lot of red liquid before the guy started dripping it. Young-woo was scared and asked why the girl needed his blood. She explained that someone had placed a special order for a boy, and our hero fit that description exactly. The nurse injected the guy with some drug and inserted a catheter. He didn't understand why the center employee cared about anything other than blood type, and she explained that everything else also affects taste. The nurse joked that she herself did not understand the tastes of the management, and the main character was surprised that they were going to drink his blood. The guy suspected that the girl might really be Hela. She was pleasantly surprised that the young man knew about their existence, but noted that she was only their slave. The girl apparently noticed that her victim was scared, so she explained that she was not going to kill our hero. But there was a nuance in that the guy was now obliged to live here, where he would be fed 3 times a day, he would sleep and train at any time, and give healthy blood to the right people. The nurse noted with a smile that from this moment on, many years would pass until the customer got tired of Jong-woo's blood. The main character felt weak because the blood collection process had begun, so he began to fall asleep. The guy was afraid that he didn't know what would be done to him after his consciousness finally left his body. Because of the veil of sleep, he tried to call for help. Young-woo was trying to call his older sister when suddenly someone knocked menacingly on the door. The nurse was shocked and couldn't figure out who it could be. From the force of the blow, the iron door began to deform. In the end, someone kicked her and broke into the underground office. It was an angry Sunmi. The girl became nervous and asked what brought her partner here. She tried to attack the guy's older sister with a scalpel, but she skillfully dodged the blows. Sunmi counterattacked and charged the nurse to the side with her knee. As a result, the savior quickly pinned down the employee and neutralized her. The nurse was unhappy that she was exposed, and meanwhile Sunmi noted that she called her family, so all the employees of the center will soon be arrested. Young-woo's sister explained that she found her brother using the GPS system on his phone. After some time, the people of the Nam family came, who were happy that Sunmi was finally able to expose the villains who were illegally collecting blood. The semi-conscious Jong-woo was able to see his relatives and did not understand what they were doing here. Meanwhile, the girl ordered to hurry up and take the guy away from here. She asked to follow so that no one would come here. Sunmi was incredibly furious that the nurse dared to touch her brother. She grabbed her by the hair and looked at her threateningly with a merciless gaze. Looking straight into the eyes of her brother's offender, the girl threatened that a very serious adult conversation awaited her. After their adventures at the blood donation center, our heroes returned to Jong-woo's house, where he apologized for the trouble he had caused, and his sister reminded him that hells can manipulate hearts. Sunmi again noted that the Halams cannot be trusted because they may not always be so lucky. She asked the guy not to tell anyone about today's events. It was better that no one knew about the connection with her. The main character realized that all this time the older sister was simply worried about him, and he argued with her without knowing anything. The guy realized that from now on he needed to be careful. The day after his unsuccessful visit to the blood donation center, Young-woo went to college. He felt almost nothing because the blood was transfused back to him, but, remembering these events, the guy feels bad mentally. The main character was standing thinking about his salvation by his older sister when someone approached him from behind. Obviously, it was In-na, who was glad to see Young-woo, but scared the guy with her appearance. The woman mockingly asked if the guy was scared. She reached out to touch the guy, but he sharply hit her on the arm. The professor couldn't understand why he was so frightened by her presence. Meanwhile, Jong-woo remembered his sister's words that hells are dangerous monsters. He apologized and ran away from In-na, but she could not understand anything. The woman wanted to find the guy, but he disappeared around the corner of the building. She was very upset and continued to look for the main character in hopes. In-na noted that the guy was behaving too strangely. She came to the office to complain to her assistant, and the employee suggested that the guy's avoidance could be due to the age difference between the woman and Jong-woo. The professor denied this, because he had said more than once that age does not matter as long as they love each other. The assistant responded to this by saying that the guy never said that he loved In-na, but still his behavior remains a mystery, because before everyone was happy with everything. The woman decided to find out directly by asking the guy about the reasons. She was very motivated, so she jumped up and shouted that it was no business sitting idly by while Young-woo avoided her. Meanwhile, the main character, sitting at home, was thinking about why everything turned out this way with the professor. She really scared the guy, and besides, he doesn't know In-na enough to be sure that she won't cause harm. The guy remembered again the first time he saw Hela's true nature, when the professor drank the blood of another person, and wondered if she really fed like that. He had a dilemma whether to avoid the woman now, as his elder sister asked. It was at that moment that Young-woo's phone displayed an incoming call from Pai In-na. The guy didn't understand whether he needed to answer the professor. He noticed that the woman passed out too quickly. Immediately the main character heard a knock on the door of the house. He could not believe his assumption, so he opened them and saw them on the threshold of In. The woman herself was in a good mood when Young-woo was incredibly upset. The guy asked how she knew that he was at home, and the professor explained that she called specifically to hear the ringtone and check that he was at home. The guy closed the door a little and asked why In-na came here. The woman opened the door with all her might and grabbed Young-woo's hand. She explained the reason for the visit by saying that she wanted to ask the main character on a date. The young man was upset because it was already late, but In-na wanted to take a walk with him, because their last meeting was ruined by the guy's sister. The professor said not to worry about time, because they would go in her own car. She invited the guy to sit in her luxury car. In-na brought him to the lingerie store so that the main character could help her choose a set. He noted that the woman has no flaws, so revealing outfits suit her. The professor noticed from the way Young-woo spoke that he still felt uncomfortable because of the age difference, but this was still not the main reason for the change in the guy's behavior. She asked the young man to come up and choose between two sets of his type. Our hero could not understand why a woman asks his taste if she buys it for herself. She explained that she would not wear this lingerie for herself. The guy was very embarrassed about this whole conversation. The professor asked if the guy liked something similar from these sets. Young-woo chose more decent and cute underwear, thinking that it looked better. After leaving the store, In-na thought that the guy really seemed to like her figure and had good taste, judging by the lingerie she chose. She gave the main character a gift and asked him to wear it to the next meeting. The guy thought it was women's underwear, but the woman explained that she herself had chosen men's underwear especially for Young-woo. In-na explained that he chose the set for her, so she honestly chose underwear for the guy. The young man liked the gift, so he promised to wear it carefully. Still, the professor noticed that he was still in a tense state. She asked if Young-woo felt awkward because of her gift, but the guy assured that everything was fine. After this, the woman realized that he was not in conflict with her character and was not experiencing tension precisely because of the walk. She looked at the guy and wanted to find out what the problem was. In-na noted that there was almost no time left, so she suggested going back. After analyzing the situation, the professor was sure that Jong-woo was uncomfortable with her, but she could not find the reason. She asked if something had happened to the main character recently, and he pretended as if nothing had happened. She also asked if the guy wanted to tell her something, but he didn't admit it. In-na cannot understand why the young man began to feel uncomfortable with him so suddenly. The woman decided that she could not let Jong-woo go home until she found out everything. She suggested the guy go to another place, so he got nervous and asked where they were going. The professor became serious and was silent for several seconds. Eventually, she explained that he would know when they arrived. They arrived at the right place. In-na warned that they need to be careful because there is a steep climb. Because of the darkness and the slope, the guy remembered the basement. He wasn't sure if they could go to the place the professor wanted. The woman didn't understand why Jong-woo was afraid, because she was leading him by the hand so that he wouldn't be scared. The main character said that he had no particular reason, but in fact, his older sister's reservations were in his head. Then the woman simply ordered to follow her. Mentally, the guy did not understand what to do in this situation. He was not in control of the situation, but he knew for sure that his elder sister would not get here to save him. Jong-woo tried to reassure himself that the professor would never do anything bad to him. Finally, In-na reported that they had come to the right place. Opening his eyes, the main character saw that the woman had led him to a cliff with an incredible view of the sea. He was scared of the cliff, and the professor decided to joke with him a little. She assured that the guy did not need to be afraid of anything and invited him to sit next to her. The woman asked if he liked the place and the scenery. Jong-woo confirmed that it was really nice here and asked if they were there just to admire the view. The professor explained that no one had come here for many years, so she came to this place to talk about something important. The guy didn't understand what In-na was going to talk about. She noted that the main character had started avoiding her, so now was a good opportunity to discuss it. Leaning on the guy, In-na began to explain that she was dating him not only of her own free will. She explained that there were people who were watching them, and besides, she had her own responsibilities. The woman used to think that she had never met anyone better, but now she considers Jong-woo as a companion for life. The guy believed that In-na's only goal was to have a child with him, and now he is surprised that he is talking about a connection for life. She explained that now she really wants to do more than just conceive a child. The woman noted that the guy is the only person who does not fall under her magic. Perhaps the main character is the only one in the whole world who can truly love In-na. Therefore, the professor asked Jong-woo to finally tell him the reason why he was avoiding her. With full eyes, she explained that she wanted to be sure that the guy liked him. The main character was incredibly embarrassed, because he had just heard a declaration of love from In-na. She wanted the guy to love her too, so she asked again about avoiding her. She asked a lot of questions because she thought that maybe she had somehow offended the guy or stopped liking him. He objected to all these guesses, so In-na asked what was the matter then. Eventually, Jong-woo revealed that he visited a blood donation center across the street from the school over the weekend. He ended the story by saying that he was kidnapped to collect blood, which made the professor start to worry. The main character reassured the woman by saying that it was actually his older sister who saved him and everything ended well. He explained that after these events, In-na looked somewhat scary to him. It seems that the woman was not satisfied that because of the other hell the guy began to be afraid of her. The guy asked if the professor was mad at him and she confirmed because she was offended that Jong-woo thought that way about her. In-na pounced on him and asked if he really thought she could do something like that. The main character didn't know what to say, and meanwhile the professor's wife was very irritated and reached for the guy's neck. She bit him a little and mockingly called him a bitch. In-na noted that the guy's guesses were stupid, because he doesn't know what the process of drinking blood means for hell. He replied that he did not know because he had never heard of it. Jong-woo calmed down and apologized to the woman, because in fact he always knew that she was not capable of this, but after all the events he was simply confused. The professor understood that in such circumstances it is easy to get confused, so she merged for a different reason. She was angry that she had heard all about it only now. The woman asked the young man to call her if such dangerous situations occur. The only thing that reassured In-na was that the main character still liked her. At the end of this conversation, she wanted to be sure that next time Jong-woo would definitely call, because that's why she gave her phone number. The guy assured that he understood everything. The professor stood up and invited the guy to go somewhere to eat while the places were still open. She joyfully extended her hand to help him down and joked that he couldn't trust her, but our hero said that he completely trusted the woman. They held hands and headed to the car. When Jong-woo was at home, Ina wrote to him to find out if he got home safely. Sunmi saw that the guy was too happy, so she asked what he was doing, but he didn't tell. The sister immediately suspected something strange in the guy's omissions. Now, even while working on his homework, our hero corresponded nicely with the professor. The guy saw that it was too late, and instead of preparing for exams, he corresponded with Ina all day. Jong-woo decided that it was better to get some sleep before the big day and finish studying everything after a short break. As a result, the guy did not score the required points in any subject. Because of all the events with the professor and older sister, the main character did not even have time to open his notes. He realized that if he had spent a little more time, he could have answered more questions without any problems. The guy was afraid to think what awaited him from Sunmi after such terrible results. He knew it was very bad, so he got a phone to contact someone. At this time, Pai Ina was teaching a psychology lesson for her students. A message came to the phone from Youngwoo, in which it was written that the guy was suspending their communication. The professor did not show that she was incredibly outraged by what she read. The woman immediately finished the lesson and said goodbye to the students. She quickly walked down the corridor with anxious thoughts, because she did not understand what Youngwoo meant, and thought that he could really lose interest in her, although nothing happened for this. Ina noticed that the guy had never written to her in class before, and remembered that he was supposed to have chemistry now. She was looking for a guy because she didn't want to end the relationship without a proper explanation. The woman tried to calm down in order to solve the problem in an adult way, and finally came across Youngwoo. He wanted to ask why the professor found him in class, but didn't have time to finish. Ina ran to the guy and grabbed him by the clothes. She asked hysterically what he meant when he wrote that they needed to stop communicating, but Jong-woo didn't understand what he was talking about. The woman apologized for nothing and promised to do everything possible to save the relationship. Students around heard this conversation and were already discussing their relationship. They said that they had never seen a woman beg like that. Due to the excessive attention, the guy wanted to take In-na to a more secluded place. They went to a cafe, where Youngwoo explained that he wanted to stop communicating because his grades had dropped and he wanted to concentrate on his studies for a while. The guy tried to write a message so that it would not look ambiguous, but it still didn't work. The professor replied that she didn't want to, but the guy didn't understand what she meant. In-na didn't like his idea, because the correspondence was very fun and her routine became more varied, although this also interfered a little with work. Youngwoo explained that if he failed the exams, Songmi would forcibly take him to the Nam family's main house. Yes, the professor didn't like this schedule, but she still wanted to continue corresponding. Suddenly, In-na came up with an idea that she would help the guy prepare for the tests. They arrived at Youngwoo's untidy premises, so Sunmi's things were scattered here and there, which the professor didn't like. The woman asked if the guy lived with his older sister. He explained that she was staying here until she finished work nearby and promised to leave in a week. In-na calmed down because at first she suspected that these might not be her sister's things. She invited Jong-woo to quickly sit down and start the lesson. The professor happily decided to see what she could teach her student. The guy felt In-na's body touching him, so he informed her that she was sitting too close. The woman explained that if she sat down, she would not see what was written, because she wears glasses in class not for pleasure. The guy noted that it is okay to sit not so close, because the touch of the body makes him a little embarrassed. The professor was embarrassed because she couldn't do anything about it, and Jong-woo also reprimanded her, although she came to teach him after a hard day at work. The main character resigned himself and tried to concentrate, because they had gathered here to study. Meanwhile, Ina was already planning something, because she didn't want the moment when the guy let her into his home to just disappear. Youngwoo revealed which part of the test he was having trouble with. The professor took advantage of the moment and approached the guy even more to supposedly explain the theory he needed. She decided to act gradually to seduce the guy. In-na explained everything in detail, but due to the physical proximity with her, the main character did not understand anything at all. She understood that the guy was staring at her. In the end, the professor decided to explain the theory on her own body. When she finished, she asked if the guy understood everything with such an interesting explanation. He really understood everything, so the woman suggested studying everything else in the same way. Meanwhile, Sunmi was returning home and was already approaching the apartment. Learning in a new way was interrupted by the sound of the intercom. Pa Ying-na already had big plans for the young man, but the arrival of her sister interrupted everything. Taking off her shoes, Sunmi suspected that something was wrong. On the threshold, the girl saw someone else's shoes. In the kitchen, she saw her brother and the professor, who pretended as if nothing had just happened between them. The elder sister asked threateningly what In-na forgot here. The woman explained that she was only there to help the guy with his exams. Sunmi asked why Hela should teach her little brother. The girl said that if Jongwoo doesn't understand something, then she herself can help him. It seems that after looking at the book, she did not understand anything. In-na started laughing that Sunmi couldn't explain such a simple subject to Jongwoo, but the girl was still unhappy that In-na was helping the guy. As a result of joint efforts, Jongwoo was able to complete all the tasks correctly. The professor explained that she had been teaching people for quite a long time, so she understood such simple subjects. Suddenly Sunmi turned around and took a knife from the kitchen. She decided to cut fruit for everyone. In-na did not understand why the girl was standing with a knife and looking at her so threateningly. The professor suggested returning to study, to which the guy enthusiastically agreed. Suddenly the main character accidentally dropped his pen. Accidentally, reaching for the handle, he touched the professor's legs with his hand. While Sunmi was cutting fruit, she watched with a side glance what was happening with her brother and In. The girl irritably put the plate on the table and threateningly ordered the woman to button her blouse and sit up straight. The professor followed her instructions and noted that with such force the plate could break. The elder sister reminded that this house belongs to the Nam family, so Hela must behave decently. The main character understood that if everything continued like this, the girls would eventually quarrel. The girl noted that Pa Ying-na may think that she and the guy get along well, but this is not the case. She continued to explain that the woman is Hela and Jongwoo belongs to the Nam family, so the whole family will rebel against their relationship and In-na should surrender as quickly as possible. The young man noted that his sister began to cross the line, but she believed that she was simply calling a spade a spade. Jongwoo defended the professor and said that she was very good. The guy argued for her kindness by saying that the woman even came today to work out with him. Sunmi was annoyed that her brother was on Hela's side. The main character started yelling at his sister because he didn't like the way she addressed the professor. Both the woman and the sister were surprised by Jongwoo's behavior. The guy reminded that Hela has a name, namely Pai Ina, so she needs to be addressed that way. He asked if Sunmi showed respect to the professor at least once. My sister had never done this and did not understand why she should do it. The guy explained that he is not on In-na's side, but simply wants Sunmi to treat the person with respect, as is common decency. Jongwoo also added that this is not the Nam family's building, but his personal room. He promised that if his sister continued in the same spirit, he would have to stop turning a blind eye to her behavior. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asked the girl to leave. She turned around and left without protest. Jongwoo sat very upset, and In-na never thought that she would see the guy like this, because even if it wasn't hard, he always smiled. The woman wondered how dear Sunmi was to the guy. Meanwhile, the older sister stood at the door and thought that the woman was definitely up to something. She was confident that she could stop Hela's plans. Sunmi remembered that the guy had already been insulted, so she thought that In-na would have the same story. She couldn't allow it, but she understood that she wouldn't do anything about their relationship now. A few days later, the main character received the results of new tests, which were quite good, so he thanked the professor. She said that this was only thanks to the guy's fruitful work. The woman hinted that now they can have fun in peace, because the tests are over, and she should receive a reward for the lessons they have completed. Jongwoo agreed, but asked for a second to text someone. Meanwhile, a message arrived on the older sister's phone. Sunmi was working in the Nam family's office, which was busy, but she asked to wait to check the new message. Her brother wrote to her a lot and invited her home to talk, but she ignored the guy, so he freaked out and wrote that he was going to lunch with the professor. The older sister was annoyed that Pa Ying-na was ruining everything again. She decided that she needed to quickly decide something with this woman. Suddenly, events moved to the bedroom, where In-na drinks the blood of our hero. In her head she thought that she would drink just a little and she would be able to stop. The woman woke up with a pillowcase in her teeth. She returned and did not understand where Jongwoo had gone. The professor sat down and realized that it was just a dream. Yes, if she knew that this was a dream, she would not have restrained her desires. The woman went to the refrigerator and took out a can of cold drink. Looking out the window at the sky, she understood why she was so thirsty. It was a new month, so this affected Hela's desire. Although she found the reason for her dream, Inna still didn't like the fact that she had the desire to attack Youngwoo. The next day, the professor met with a guy who was in a pretty good mood. The main character said that the neighbor's cat followed him all the way to college. The woman's gaze descended lower and lower to the neck of the new moon, and he continued his story. He noticed that Inna had completely stopped listening to him. The guy asked if something was wrong or maybe the woman was sick, but she was embarrassed and lied that she was just thinking about her next lesson. In her thoughts, Hela understood that she incredibly wanted to bite the guy and could not do anything about it. She pretended that the story was really interesting, but lied that she was busy now and had to leave. The woman quickly waved to the guy and ran away while he still didn't understand anything. Jongwoo couldn't understand what happened to the professor. Usually she tried to be close to our hero every day. Now, wherever the young man goes, she runs away from him, so he thought that he had done something wrong. He decided to try to talk to Inna via text using his phone. Even in messages, the woman answered briefly and dryly, as if avoiding conversation. Jongwoo thought that it was normal for him to sometimes bypass meetings with a woman, but Inna's behavior was not at all like her, so something needed to be addressed. He remembered that the professor said to tell her everything if something was wrong. The guy came to the conclusion that he just needed to talk to her. It didn't matter to him how much she wanted to avoid him any longer. The main character was serious, so he came up with a clear plan. After the lessons, the tired professor came to her office. There, on the sofa, the main character was already waiting for her, calmly savoring his tea. Inna was very surprised by such a sudden meeting with the guy. She turned abruptly to leave the office, and Youngwoo asked if the woman really didn't want to see him. The professor closed the door behind her and stood under the office in silence for several seconds. Returning to the office, she sat on the sofa and denied the young man's version. Then he asked why Inna was avoiding him, but she was silent. Jongwoo explained that the professor herself said to tell everything if something was wrong with the guy. He concluded that the woman was a liar, causing her to swallow nervously. In the end, she could not stand it and decided to tell the truth. Inna explained that this is all due to the period of the new moon, when the desire for Hell's blood becomes much stronger. She added seriously that thirst could even make you lose your mind. This was precisely the reason for Jongwoo's avoidance, only his safety, because the professor had lost the confidence that she could hold on. If they were all alone here, then most likely the woman would attack the guy. The main character began to get nervous because of what he heard and asked when Inna will feel better. She replied that only when the moon appears in the sky again, but for now, Jongwoo needs to be sure to close the door and not get caught by Inna. Hela came close to the guy's neck and said that her thirst was getting stronger when she saw the guy. Because of the woman's actions, he immediately understood everything and decided that for now it was possible to limit communication to a telephone conversation. Jongwoo quickly exploded, said goodbye and ran away from harm. Inna was upset because she never wanted to show her dark side to her lover, and besides, she had just begun to get close to him. The assistant noted that the professor had already shown him many of her beautiful sides. She added that the guy had not yet seen that the woman licked the cup after him, which was what Inna was doing now. The emotionless employee admitted that she does not care how their relationship ends, but the Nam and Voldemar families are enemies. She expressed the hope that nothing would happen until the next sunrise of the month. Meanwhile, the main character continued to faithfully visit couples. I also went to the library to read books. Youngwoo liked being alone because he felt at peace, but still it was too calm a rhythm of life. The main character thought about how he could live so calmly before. At that moment, his phone displayed an incoming call from Dongmin. The guy picked up the phone and asked what happened. The friend asked if Youngwoo had already heard about what happened to Professor Pai In-na. The guy got nervous and immediately thought that the woman had attacked someone, for example, her assistant. He was about to leave, but in the meantime he asked what the professor had already done. Dongmin assured that nothing bad happened. The friend explained that he had heard that Pai In-na had fainted. Obviously, the main character was shocked by this news and began to worry about the woman's condition. He immediately ran into the office where the professor lay unconscious. The guy began to ask her about this incident, and In-na explained that she had not slept for the last 2 days due to bloodlust, so she was a little overworked when trying to come to class. After these explanations, Jong-woo realized that her hunger was really difficult to control. The guy wanted to hurry and leave because he was an irritant to Hela's thirst, but she assured that everything was fine and asked to help her. The exhausted professor asked for some water because she was very thirsty. The guy decided to take care of In-na and helped quench his thirst. Since the woman was lying uncomfortably, some of the water spilled onto her clothes. She asked Jong-woo to wipe where it was wet, which made our hero feel embarrassed. The professor pointed out that there was a towel near Jong-woo. Having calmed his nerves, the guy took it and asked In-na to lie still. After the procedure was completed, the main character asked if the professor needed anything else. Exhausted Hela asked for some of the guy's blood. Yes, the guy began to get nervous and sighed heavily. He noted that it is very difficult to take such a step. In-na apologized because she tried to hold on, but it's difficult, so it doesn't work out a little. The main character was touched that the professor cared so much about him and his safety. In exchange for restraint, the woman asked to be a child for a while. She asked to stroke her head until she fell asleep, but the guy didn't understand why. In-na explained that when she was sick, her mother was always there and stroked her. At such moments, little Hela felt that the pain was disappearing. Jong-woo, having heard such a touching story, agreed to do this as much as the woman wishes. He noticed that the professor had such soft and warm hair, and then asked if she was feeling well. She confirmed that everything was fine and asked to continue. The guy himself also enjoyed such close contact with In-na. Suddenly the professor showed her fangs and began to behave rather strangely. She reached out to Jong-woo's hand to bite and drink blood. A moment passed in Hela's thoughts when the guy sincerely said that he trusted her. Her love was stronger than her bloodlust, so she held on again. Lying on Jong-woo's lap, the woman apologized for her behavior, believing that pain was not an excuse. The guy reassured her, because there was nothing wrong with this, because the professor was not so persistent. He told her not to worry and to finally go to sleep and rest. In-na fell asleep while Jong-woo guarded her sleep. The professor dreamed of her mother and how she calmed little Hela. Mom told her daughter that if she loves someone very much, then these feelings will suppress the desire for the blood of her loved one. The woman assured that when her beloved dies, In-na will never be able to quench her thirst again. The mother also began to cry and asked her daughter to never fall in love with a mortal man. The woman woke up in the middle of the night while Jong-woo was also sleeping. She felt light, so she thought it was all over. The professor was ashamed that she had lived for so many years, but could not control her thirst for blood. She wondered if the day would ever come when her race would forget this torment. The moon was already shining outside, and the woman returned to look at her beloved. The main character was relaxing serenely on the sofa. In-na was happy because she was able to resist and not harm the guy. The woman noted that he had a very good neck, so it would not be good to leave a scar on it. Events are transferred to Fur, who was sitting on a throne among her people. She was annoyed that her staff didn't hear what kind of blood she wanted. One of her agents repeated that they needed a young man aged 20, about 160 centimeters tall, weighing about 50 kilograms and should look like a child. The girl asked what she had, and the staff explained that it was the blood of an ordinary boy, because the blood donation center had been revealed by the Nam family. She jumped out of her chair and stepped on the face of one of her men. The young lady was furious that this garbage was served to her for lunch. The husband apologized and assured that this would not happen again. Fur decided to punish everyone, so she forbade drinking any blood in the next 2 days. She poured blood on an employee who was under her foot and threatened death for violating the rule. The girl ordered everyone to disappear from her sight. The agents immediately jumped up and thanked their lady. Fur seemed very annoyed that she didn't get the blood she needed. Her thirst for blood also made itself felt, because the girl felt bad. She felt that she could no longer contain herself. The young lady needed Seo Youngwoo to quench her thirst. While several maids were serving Lady Voldemar, one of them was writing a letter for the guy, which included an invitation to a dinner party. The meeting was supposed to start at 6 p.m., it was forbidden to take companions with you, and Fur also promised to send a car for the guy. She ordered that this letter be sent to Seo Youngwoo and make sure that he reads it immediately. The girl asked for a bottle of white wine, bit her finger and dripped her blood into it. Through this, she decided to make the guy her faithful slave. Meanwhile, Jong-woo decided to climb the mountains to take good photos, because he no longer had any worries. He ordered a ticket and packed his things, but did not notice that he was surrounded by Voldemar's people. They greeted the guy with one voice, which made him scared. The main character noted that the men surprised him quite a bit. One of the agents explained that Lady Voldemar sent a letter for Co Youngwoo. He asked the guy to read the contents right here. The main character was surprised by an invitation to a dinner party from the Voldemar family. Jong-woo was forced to refuse, because this weekend he planned to climb the mountains. The young man explained that he could come next week and asked not to kidnap him again, and the man agreed to hand over everything to his boss. All the agents bowed at the same time and wished the main character a good day. He was worried inside and felt that a storm was brewing on the horizon. He thought that maybe he was worried for no reason. After some time, Jong-woo was already standing at the station, ready for his dreamy journey. Suddenly he noticed Voldemar de Fur herself, surrounded by her employees, holding an umbrella over her. The guy asked what the young lady was doing here. She noted that something needs to be clarified before asking such questions. Fur asked in embarrassment how the guy could dare to decline her invitation. The main character explained that he had been planning the trip for several days, but this did not bother Lady Voldemar, so she decided to have dinner with the guy even on the top of the mountain. The girl hoped that Jong-woo would not refuse her after the journey she had made to him. The guy wanted to object, but didn't finish. In the end, he let Fur do what she wanted. The young man warned that he was going to go far into the mountains, so he could not provide safety for Mrs. Voldemar and she must prepare food and water for herself. The girl mockingly asked how the guy could think that she would need help from someone like him. Already in the mountains, Fur felt the depth of the difficulties of being here. The main character thought at the beginning that everything would turn out exactly like this. He noticed that the young lady looked quite tired, so he offered to rest, but she assured that everything was fine with her. Fur didn't understand how the guy remained so energetic because he looked like a weakling. She decided that she needed to hurry to turn him into a slave in order to quickly descend from the damned mountains. Youngwoo opened the bottle to drink, but the girl stopped him. Lady Voldemar offered him something better than this ordinary water. The guy became interested in the fact that this was possible. The girl snapped her fingers and her man appeared next to her with a bottle of wine in his hands. She explained that she had prepared the bottle especially for Youngwoo, so she hoped he wouldn't refuse. Fur asked if the guy wanted her to try him. The main character refused, because drinking alcohol is unsafe while climbing the mountains. Lady Voldemar was embarrassed by this answer and said that nothing would happen from one glass. Still, the guy thought about the proposal. In the end, he agreed that the girl was incredibly happy. Youngwoo promised to try a special wine during their dinner together. Because of this answer, Fur's nerves were already on edge. She thought about the need to order the servants to forcefully pour wine into the guy, because they are in the mountains and there is no one else here. The girl calmed herself down and steered away from barbaric ways of solving problems, because this was unacceptable for Voldemar de Fur. She decided to wait until dusk. Fur was waiting for the guy to drink her blood and turn into a slave in order to give him the punishment he deserved. Meanwhile, they walked further through the forest and heard some strange sounds. The girl did not understand the reason for the young man's wariness, and he asked her to be quieter. Youngwoo explained that this was the singing of a blue flycatcher, which is very difficult to find. Finally he took his hand away from the young lady's mouth. She was outraged by this behavior, but the guy did not pay attention to it and asked to wait a little because he wanted to take some photos. The main character climbed onto the rocks to photograph the bird before it flew away. Lady Voldemar was taken aback for a second by the guy's actions. She didn't understand how Jong-woo dared to order her, so she decided to follow him. Her agent wanted to stop the lady from going alone, but she didn't even want to listen because she wanted to catch up with the guy. The girl ordered her people to humbly wait for her here. They bowed and accepted their lady's wishes. Fur did not like the roads in the mountains and she did not understand what the people who lived here did. Mrs. Voldemar concluded that people are too lazy to do things without orders from others. Suddenly, that rare blue bird flew in front of her. The girl didn't understand what the hell it was, but then she saw the bird. She suspected that this was the creature Jong-woo needed. For Fur, it was surprising that the guy had come such a way to see an ordinary bird. Besides, he turned down her invitation to dinner for the sake of this nonsense. The lowliness of these creatures angered Mrs. Voldemar. The girl decided to wipe them off the face of the earth, so she tried to reach the nest. Suddenly, while she was climbing the rock, stones collapsed under her feet. Fur began to fall sharply and could not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the main character decided to return because he could not find the blue bird and take a photo. Jongwoo came to the right place, but the girl was not there, so he asked her people. They explained that Lady Voldemar herself followed Jongwoo. The problem was that the guy never met the girl. The main character suspected that she might have gotten lost in the forest. He was outraged that the men allowed the little girl to leave on her own and ordered to find her as quickly as possible. One of the servants noted that the lady ordered to wait here, and the orders of the Voldemar family are absolute. Jongwoo wanted to object, but realized that it was useless and ran off on his own to find Fur. He went into the forest and wondered where the girl might have gone. The guy chose a certain direction for himself where she could get lost. The main character suspected that Fur was following the singing of birds, so she lost her way. Suddenly the thought struck him that there was a rock in that direction. Realizing the criticality of the situation, the young man ran in that direction. Jongwoo quickly reached and witnessed Waldemar de Fur lying unconscious under a rock. He realized that things were bad and suggested that, most likely, the girl had fallen off the edge. The guy was worried that she could be seriously injured, so he rushed to save her. Several pebbles fell on Fur's head, causing her to come to her senses. The young lady did not understand what kind of dirt it was and what she was doing here. Suddenly, the rocks under her hand collapsed again, causing her to fall again. Jongwoo understood that this was very dangerous, so he tried to quickly go down the cliff. At the last moment, the guy managed to grab Fur and save her from falling. He noted that one cannot behave so carefree on the edge of a cliff. But the main character was glad that the girl was not harmed as a result. The guy asked to wait here until he called for help. Frustrated, Fur did not want to be left on the edge of the cliff all alone. The guy explained that it was getting darker every minute, so he might not have time to come for help. He asked the young lady if she wanted to spend the whole night here. Fur seemed very scared and her whole body began to tremble. She grabbed Jongwoo by the clothes and told her that none of this mattered. The main character did not understand what the girl meant. With tears in her eyes, Mrs. Voldemar begged not to leave her here alone. The sun was already setting behind the horizon while our heroes stood on the rock. The guy understood that the darkness would make the descent much more difficult. In addition, the phone broke when it fell, so it couldn't help in any way. The main character understood that leaving Fur alone here was unrealistic. In the end, he decided not to go anywhere and wait until morning to go down together. Jongwoo hoped that one night would not be a problem for them. The young lady was outraged that the young man took so little water. In general, she blamed the main character for everything, because it was his decision to follow the bird. The girl ordered the guy to take responsibility and protect her all night. The guy decided to explain her behavior as ordinary excitement and asked why the Fur people did not go looking for her, and she explained that she had ordered them to wait there. Jongwoo noted that someone should understand that the life of the mistress is more important than her orders. She sadly explained that such people simply do not exist. The guy did not understand what she meant and thought that she had some kind of story, but in the end he suggested ending the conversation and going to bed. Fur was afraid to sleep on the edge of the cliff, but Jongwoo invited her to lie against the wall, but asked her not to push him. The girl could not understand how much the guy had nerves of steel that he could sleep peacefully in such a place. She remembered his words about the greater importance of life than orders. Mrs. Voldemar thought Jongwoo was strange because he took care of her, gave her all the food and water without asking for anything in return. There has never been a person in the girl's life who would treat her like that. She wondered why she was thirsty for this particular guy's blood. Subsequently, the sun finally rose and illuminated the rock. Fur immediately woke up from the light. The main character also stood up and put things into his backpack. He suggested that we begin the descent immediately. Jongwoo invited the girl to climb on his back. Together they carefully descended the cliff. Fur, being on the young man's back, noticed a delicious aroma from him. She was very hungry, so she wanted to quickly snack on something. The main character said that they had finally come to the right place. The servants of Fur had already set the table and welcomed our heroes back. The girl was furious that they were just greeting her like that when she almost died, but Jongwoo noted that it was her order to stand there. The main character was very tired, so Fur asked not to quarrel, and she calmly listened to him. One of the servants offered the guy to drink love wine, but Lady Voldemar stopped him. The man did not understand the first time, but the girl threateningly told him not to force her to repeat the order. The servant understood everything, but meanwhile Jong-woo did not understand the reason for such strange actions. At the table, Fer began to think again. She noted that Jong-woo is different from her slaves because he can help without orders. The girl can easily make slaves for herself, but she doesn't know how to make allies in the form of people. Mrs. Voldemar still had the desire to make this man hers. She decided that if there was a desire to bite a guy, it was better that he was fresh. Finally, the main character returned home after a difficult weekend in the mountains. He was still glad that no one was hurt during the trip, otherwise everything would have turned out badly. Suddenly, Jong-woo noticed something while cleaning his camera. It turned out that the camera lens was seriously broken, and the guy still didn't notice it. He screamed with all his might, because the new one was very expensive. Events moved to the Voldemar residence, where the maids again served the young lady. During the massage, Fer made different sounds, so the massage therapist asked if he needed to be more gentle, but the girl explained that everything was fine and she was just thinking about some people. Mrs. Voldemar began to tell her servants that there is a person whom he wants to make his own without the power of blood, but does not know how to do this. The servant was surprised at this desire and thought that Fer might like this man. The girl was outraged by this assumption and explained that the guy was simply useful. She said that the guy belongs to the Nam family, so it is useful to have such a person next to him, and this is the only reason why he needs him so much. Fer was thinking about what she could give to Jong-woo, but she didn't know what he liked, so she asked the maids what the preferences of young people are now. Each of her employees gave versions of how women should look, but it was not at all like that. One of the maids noted that young men like little girls with a lot of money. Everything happened exactly as the girl had explained before, that there was no one to expect help from here. Fer asked to prepare everything for the exit because she needed to find out something. The attendant asked what exactly the lady wanted to know, and she explained that if you can buy Jong-woo, then you need to find out how this can be done. Meanwhile, the main character was still very upset about the loss of the lens, because he had been starving for several months for it. He understood that, most likely, he would have to starve again to repair the camera. Suddenly someone from the crowd called Jong-woo. She was a professor who was surrounded by students who wanted to get better grades, and she was happy that she had finally met a guy because she couldn't contact him. The main character explained that his phone was broken. He won't be able to contact Ina until he repairs it. The woman was glad that nothing bad had happened and promised to talk later, because she was busy now. The guy felt a little pleased that the professor was worried about him. He decided to forget about the lens for now and start repairing the phone, because if Sunmi couldn't contact him, there would be serious problems. Jong-woo was wondering what his sister was doing now when a group of men approached him from behind. They all bowed again and greeted the guy. The main character immediately explained that today he wanted to visit the library, so he invited Voldemar's agents to go back. Over time, the youngest lady came up, again outraged by the guy's behavior. She didn't consider the library visit a good reason to send her home. As a result, Jong-woo sat in the girl's car, where she offered to make the young man's dream come true. Our hero did not understand what the girl meant by suggesting this. Fer said that she could give him a trip overseas or study at a prestigious institution. Yes, the young lady did not want to give such gifts without her own conditions. Smiling, she noted that all this should happen with her participation. In exchange for making his dream come true, Jong-woo must fulfill Lady Voldemar's every wish until the red moon falls to the ground. Fer assured that the guy should not perceive her as his lying goddess in Na. The young man didn't understand why she was offering him this, because he was a simple college student, but the girl herself didn't know either. She simply explained that she was drawn to our hero. Fer took Jong-woo by the chin and asked if he accepted the offer to belong to her. The guy was afraid that she would steal him, and then he would have to say goodbye to his old life. The driver Voldemar reported that they had arrived at their destination. The main character quickly flew out of the car and thanked him for the ride. The girl ordered the driver to continue pursuing Jong-woo. Although he looked scared, Fer was sure that the guy could be easily convinced. She asked her servant to tell the young man that he could always return, but this conversation should remain only between them. Jong-woo ran into an alley to catch his breath and wondered if Fer actually wanted his blood. The guy didn't like that everyone around him wanted to bite him, so he assumed that his blood was sweet, like sugar. Then he thought about the attractive proposition of the girl, because traveling and studying abroad was his dream. It would be very good to study and not think for money, but to Jongwoo it seemed too good to be true. The guy again remembered the reservations from Sunmi about hell, that these creatures cannot be trusted. He stood against the wall and did not understand what to do now. Events moved to the main house of the Nam family, where the head of the family praises Sunmi for dealing with the hells. They sent her to rest after such a task, and the girl thanked them and promised not to let her down in the future. Grandfather asked Sunmi how Jongwoo was doing because he had not contacted them since he left, which made the old man very sad. The older sister tried to cover for the guy, so she lied that he was studying hard. The old man slammed his fan and asked the girl to continue to watch her brother. He asked that Jongwoo not find out that he was only half a member of the Nam family. It turned out that the other half was hell. Therefore, Sunmi was obliged to keep an eye on her brother, because she was the one who begged for him to be released from the main house. She understood that if the elders found out that the young man was now meeting with one of their main enemies, then he would definitely be a corpse. The girl always wanted to avoid bloodshed. Now she has no choice to solve the problem once and for all. Meanwhile, the main character from Fur was in a camera store. The young lady invited the guy to choose any model, and she would pay for it. The girl understood that once her victim tasted the sweet life, there would be no turning back. She somehow wanted to make Jongwoo a slave to her money. Jongwoo saw a camera worth 2 million won along with its accessories, which is a good device in its category. The best camera was the one that cost as much as 30 million won. Even after several years, it will not be inferior to new products, and a girl can even buy it. Still, our hero decided that it would be wrong. He refused, explaining that such cameras were too much for him, and Fur could not understand the reason. The guy did not think that he had done anything for which he could receive such an expensive reward. Plus, all the cameras here are for professionals, which Jongwoo was not. The girl was outraged, because the guy was obliged to choose something, so they even closed the store especially for them. Jongwoo decided to listen to the young lady, which made her happy. She didn't understand guys like him, because they offered him to buy anything. As a result, the main character only repaired the broken lens, although this was also not cheap. Fur asked what was so special about this lens that the guy refused to buy a new one. Jongwoo began his story about how he grew up in the mountains. The guy lived in a secluded place, so communication with the outside world was only through photographs. Moreover, there was no entertainment there, so he fell in love with this activity. As the young man grew older, he began to take adults' cameras and take pictures on his own. Then he realized that if you want to photograph the desert, you need to go there. The main character wanted to see the world, get out of the mountains and find out what was beyond them, so he went to university. Here he puts all his energy into his studies, but therefore there is no time left for the guy's hobbies. Jongwoo hoped that one day he would photograph this world. It would be a joy for him to spend years traveling with just one bag and a camera. This is all his promise to himself. Fur listened to the young man's story and was touched by it. She cleared her throat to calm her emotions. The girl thanked her for such an interesting story and noted that it was amazing to have such dreams for someone from Jongwoo's generation. The young lady asked if the guy wanted her to make all his wishes come true. Then our heroes arrived at the department store. Fur said that she could not remain in debt to the man who saved his life twice. She brought a guy into the store to pick out a reward for saving her last week. The girl threateningly reminded that the main character has no right to refuse. Jongwoo noted that she says it like she wants revenge. The guy measured an expensive suit and watch. The guy personally didn't like how it all sat on him. The young lady noticed this too and thought that maybe it was the glasses. She snapped her fingers and asked her servants to take them off. Jongwoo really looked very beautiful without glasses, but, unfortunately, he couldn't see well. The girl's heart immediately trembled when she saw such a handsome man. Fur blushed and the guy asked if he looked better without glasses. Voldemar lied that he looked scary and asked him never to take them off again. Jongwoo mentally noted that it was too rude, even if it was true. The girl continued to offer gifts for the guy and was the first to offer a bag, but he didn't understand the point of a bag that wouldn't fit textbooks. Next, she offered shoes, but the young man also refused them, because he loved comfortable shoes. Fur offered to buy a cool car, but Jongwoo didn't have the license. After this refusal, the young lady's nerves could no longer stand it. She did not understand why the guy continued to refuse, although they could buy him something, and asked if he had even an ounce of greed. The main character said that he has the only thing he wants. Jong-woo became very upset and said that his only strong desire was a quiet life with his parents. The girl became depressed because of this truth, and the guy explained that they died when he was a child. Fer still didn't believe that the guy didn't have something cherished in his dreams that could be obtained here and now. She noted that it does not matter how insignificant this desire is. Jong-woo only wanted to go back to university. Fer was no longer surprised by this development of events and agreed. The store workers saw off our heroes with a bow and gratitude for the visit. In fact, the girl brought the young man here to find out his preferences, but did not think that everything would end this way. She knew she couldn't let Jong-woo go so upset. Suddenly he stopped at the window of a camera store. The guy saw a new model from Rika there, and Fer noticed his interest. Suddenly, an idea came to her that was related to Jong-woo's interest in photography. Returning to university, the protagonist continued to toy with the idea of going abroad to study photography. He had the opportunity, but he didn't know if it was right, and besides, Sunmi would never let him go. The guy did not understand what Fer meant when she spoke about the fulfillment of her desires and the red moon. He didn't know what to do or how to make such a difficult choice. Jong-woo decided to ask the professor for advice because he thought that maybe she could at least tell him something. The guy came to Pai Ina's office, which made her happy, because she just wanted to contact the guy. The woman asked if the guy was free today because she wanted to go somewhere with him. He agreed, but asked to go somewhere where no one would disturb them. The professor immediately thought that the guy wanted to get physically close to her. She jumped up happily and invited Jong-woo to go to the laboratory, where she promised to close all the doors so that no one would disturb them. There was a bed in that room and Ina explained this by saying that she had been working a lot lately, so she bought it here. In fact, the woman bought it specifically for dealings with the main character. The professor sat next to the guy and asked what happened. He seriously asked what it meant to not believe what everyone said. At first, Ina didn't understand what she was talking about. In her thoughts she was upset because she was thinking about something completely different, but she decided to help and said that, probably, this means not believing what lies on the surface, although everything depends on the context. The woman asked the reason for such an amazing question. The guy was puzzled by such an unexpected question and did not know what to say. He was wondering whether he should tell the professor everything. The main character began to explain that he had recently spoken with Fer from the Voldemar clan. Ina asked what they discussed, but the guy did not admit it, because he had to keep it a secret. The woman was immediately frightened because she thought that the girl could seduce her lover. Jong-woo immediately noticed the sudden changes in the professor's face, so he couldn't imagine what might have come to her mind. The guy felt that Ina might do something strange to him if he stayed here too long. She did not understand why the main character exploded so abruptly and decided to leave. He explained that he supposedly had a lot of tasks this week, so it was time to leave. The woman tried to detain her lover, but he immediately slammed the door. Ina was surprised by this development of events. She thought that Jong-woo began to avoid her because he was in love with little Fer. The professor admitted that if she, too, were small and cute, the guy would immediately fall in love with her. She couldn't just leave it like that. After all, she had spent the whole weekend working so she could go on a date with Jong-woo today. Ina grabbed it because she couldn't miss such a chance. She ran across the university to keep up with the main character. The guy turned towards the strange screams behind him and saw the professor there. The woman grabbed Jong-woo's hand and tried to catch her breath so she could say something. Ina suggested that the guy go on a date to an amusement park. When the couple arrived at their destination, the main character was surprised by what he saw, because he had never seen an amusement park before. The woman immediately put the guy in typical amusement ride equipment with ears and a ball. The guy thought that this was all for children, but Ina objected and said to look at the adults around. He decided to simply trust the professor in choosing all the entertainment. Meanwhile, Sunmi was at the door of Jong-woo's apartment. She walked into the house irritably, but her brother didn't even pick up the phone, and saw the mess again. The sister was surprised by some of the finds in the protagonist's apartment, but then she saw a photo of Fer Voldemar on the table. She did not understand why the young man was photographing this girl. After remembering a few moments, Sunmi realized that there might be something between Lady Voldemar and her brother. Out of anger, the hand with the photo began to tremble, because now the girl realized that Ina was not the only Hela hanging around Jong-woo. She panicked, because now the guy could be busy with something related to these two. At this time, the professor and the main character were sitting on a bench after a busy walk, and the guy noted that he really liked the photos from the attractions. Ina decided that now was a good time to ask him about the latest events. She directly asked if Young-woo was worried, and he was surprised how the professor guessed. The woman explained that she noticed because she always thinks about the guy. Then Jong-woo realized that she had invited him on a date to cheer him up, and said that In-na was the only one with whom he could talk about exciting topics. He said Fur offered to teach him photography abroad. The professor noted that this was not a bad idea, but the main character explained that the girl had strange conditions. The guy repeated the words of the young lady about the fulfillment of all desires, the lying goddess and the fall of the red moon. It seems that Ina immediately understood the girl's plan. She explained that the red moon is a reference to blood, and Fur was going to feed on the guy as much as she wants. The lying goddess says that Jong-woo should listen and trust only the girl herself. The fall of the moon is a symbol of the death of Fur, but due to the fact that the Heli live longer, the death of the guy is implied. The professor noted that this was a very dangerous agreement, and Lady Voldemar wanted to deceive the protagonist with the help of a play on words. The main character could not believe that Fur wanted to deceive him. The voice of the older sister was heard from behind, reminding her that she had previously spoken about Hell's deceit. Sunmi said that all they do is keep people in the form of cattle, as was the case in the blood center. She said that the monster Fur wanted to make her brother her personal slave. The guy still couldn't believe it, so he thought that his sister had messed something up. She objected, because she knew Hell inside and out and that they know how to attract people in a sweet language. Sunmi squeezed her brother's shoulder and asked him to think about what he said. Jong-woo remembered all the recent events, but still did not consider Fur a monster. The older sister started screaming, because the guy knew nothing about Hela, so he had no right to object. The guy threw her hand away and angrily said that he knew what he knew. He recalled that Sunmi and the professor said that Hae-soo was bad, but the guy still knew that she was a good person. The sister explained that these are completely different things, because Fur is not a person and has killed many people. The main character finally decided to find out everything on his own. Sunmi tried to stop her brother because meeting Lady Voldemar would be suicide. She decided that Young-woo would rather stay with the Nam clan forever than face the monster. Ina stopped the girl and asked to allow the guy to do everything on his own. The elder sister did not understand how a woman could say this. Sunmi tried to get out of Heli's hands, but nothing worked. When she was finally able to free herself from Delight, she began to speak insults towards In-na. By that time, he had already managed to escape, and his sister ran in search of him. The professor watched as the girl did not have time to catch up with the main character. The woman noted that she and Sunmi have time and need to let Young-woo talk to Fur. As a result of Pai Ying-na's actions, the girl became incredibly angry. The sister threatened that if anything happened to the guy, she would do the same to the professor. She looked at the woman with a furious look and told her to remember her words. At this time, the main character was walking towards his goal. In the end, he promised to talk, but he still had no idea how to do it. Young-woo was thinking that he didn't even have the girl's number when he heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Fur who came here because she heard that someone from the Nam clan came to the amusement park. The guy asked why she was there, and the young lady explained that she was the owner of this place. The main character was taken aback, because he didn't know where to start and how to arrive at the desired topic. Suddenly Jong-woo decided to apologize to the girl. The guy explained that he couldn't keep his promise. Fur was surprised and did not understand what he meant. The main character admitted that he told his professor and older sister about studying abroad. The girl still didn't understand what was going on, and Jong-woo explained that Sunmi and In-na said that Lady Voldemar was going to trick him and was dangerous. Jong-woo couldn't believe them, because even if Fur does something bad, there must be reasons for it. The young lady was surprised that the young man trusted her so much. She was touched that the guy trusted her more than his family and friends. Fur thanked him for such an attitude towards her and hugged the guy, because she could never imagine that someone from the Nam clan would say such a thing to her. The girl admitted that she really likes the main character. She suggested that the guy go just the two of them to a place where no one would disturb them. Jong-woo became confused and began to ask what the girl wanted from him. Fur assured that this is a good place, so there is no need to worry about it. The people of the Voldemar clan obeyed and wanted to go, when someone stopped everyone. One of the agents fell unconscious from a strong blow. The voice shouted that Jongwoo belongs to the Nam clan. It turned out that it was Sunmi and In-na who finally caught up with the main character. The girl threatened a war between people and hell if they didn't give her her brother now. In reality, Fer did not consider war to be a serious threat. She was used to bloodshed, because it surrounded her from the very baby. The young lady with a crazy look and pleasure said that she still remembers the faces of the people killed by her mother. Jongwoo began to suspect that he didn't know Fer that well, which is why he felt creepy. He thought about it because he wanted to go with his sister before it was too late. The elder sister was annoyed by the guy's behavior and tried to bring him to his senses, because she only wanted to protect him, and besides, if the clan found out about his actions, then Jongwoo would spend the rest of his life under lock and key. The main character was frightened by the threat of imprisonment for life. Sunmi reminded that the guy belongs to the Nam family, so if he goes over to the side of the enemy, he will suffer at the hands of the elders or at the hands of the monster himself. Jongwoo could not understand what to do, because in any case he would lose his freedom. The older sister shouted that in any case it was better than dying. In-na understood that if the girl continued in the same spirit, she would completely confuse the guy. The professor asked Sunmi to let her talk to Jongwoo. She sweetly asked Lady Voldemar for permission to have a private conversation with the guy. Meanwhile, Fer thought that she could easily deal with the enemies, because there were only 2 of them. Even her guards could easily deal with it, but something was stopping her. The girl understood that in the event of a fight, Jongwoo would see her for real and then would not be able to trust her. She didn't understand how to behave when the guy was around. Thus, Pai Ying-na masterfully lured Fer into a trap. Meanwhile, Sunmi's head was filled with many disturbing thoughts about the professor's plan. She didn't understand whether it would be for the better if the woman persuaded Jongwoo with words, or for the worse. In the end, the professor invited the guy to ride the attraction with her. Fer asked if the guy would leave her here completely alone. In the end, he let go of her hand and walked with In-na. The professor repeated again that Voldemar de Fer tried to deceive the guy, but this is not the whole truth. The woman noted that at the first meeting, the young lady tried to give her blood to the young man. Jongwoo forgot how Fer tried to order him to lick the blood from the floor. That time the professor stopped her and wanted to explain the reason, but something interrupted her. The main character looked down from the window of the observation wheel cabin towards Fer. The woman continued her story that Voldemar's blood has the power to conquer, so those who drink it will never be able to disobey their master. That was the reason why In-na intervened, because she didn't want that kind of involvement for Jongwoo. She added that the Voldemar clan used this power to control people for numerous crimes. The woman wanted to tell the guy about this earlier, but couldn't because she was Hela. In-na explained that a lot had happened between Helami and people, so now it is not clear who is more to blame. She admitted that she didn't value people that much before meeting Jongwoo, but Fer stayed with her parents because of them, so she spent her whole life in hatred. The professor had only one request. The woman asked the guy to point out Lady Voldemar's mistakes and put her on the right path. The main character did not understand why he should do this, because In-na could handle it herself. She explained that she couldn't do this because it would look like an instruction, and the girl needed a lesson, because she would never grow up like that. It is Jongwoo who can make Fer better if she still listens to him. Professor Max very seriously asked the guy to take care of Fer. The guy wasn't sure if he could do what even Pai In-na couldn't do. At the same time, he knew that she wouldn't ask for something so important without a good reason. At the end of his long thoughts, the main character decided that this was all for a reason. Eventually Jongwoo decided that he could try to change Fer. The girl herself was already tired of waiting for the guy to talk to his friend. She suspected that he might not return at all, but eventually she heard his voice. The young lady was very happy to see the young man return. He approached very seriously and immediately wanted to ask Fer a question. The girl got a little nervous from the main character's mood. Lady Voldemar was not sure what was happening, so she invited Jongwoo to sit down and drink wine with her. The guy did not listen to her and asked for the wine that Fer offered him to drink in the mountains. In my opinion, he revealed that Voldemar's blood was mixed into the alcohol. Sunmin stood to the side and mocked that the girl was still doing this. Out of irritation, Fer threw the glass at her. In the end, the main character realized that it was true and there really was blood there. The young lady published all her plans for turning the guy into a slave, which she had built from their first meeting. Over time, she simply couldn't do it, and then it all led to the current situation. Fer laughed hysterically, because the heiress Voldemar could not cope with one pathetic person. Having calmed down, she asked Seo Youngwoo the reason for this interrogation, whether he was trying to test her, so that later he could simply forgive her. The girl was angry because the guy was an ordinary person who could not offer her anything. She began to prove that her success always depended only on herself. The girl went over her head, and the guy is still going to just forgive her. Fer showed her true self and kept calling Youngwoo an ordinary person. The main character tried to approach her and calm her down at least a little, because he didn't come here to quarrel. The sister wanted to stop the guy to save him from danger. In-na grabbed her and stopped her from disturbing Youngwoo. The professor twisted the girl, which made her embarrassed because she thought that the woman was on the same side as the monster. Meanwhile, Youngwoo explained that Fer had many opportunities to make him a slave, but she didn't. The young lady ordered the guy not to come near and took out a knife. The main character continued to say that when he left with the professor, Fer could have stopped him by force, but she also did not do so. Voldemar pointed the weapon at the guy so that he would definitely not approach. Eventually, Youngwoo got close enough, grabbed the knife by the blade, and explained that Fer never meant to hurt him. The bloody bladed weapon fell to the ground with a crash. The girl looked at the young man with fear and did not understand why he was doing this to her. The main character remembered that at the first meeting he saw his younger sister in her. After talking with the professor, the guy realized that he had been an orphan all his life. Jongwoo never had a person he could trust, he was always nervous and doubtful, no one told him how to live. Taking Fer by the hand, he noted that he had always been lonely. The guy put his hand to the girl's cheek and said that they were alone. Therefore, our hero knew that he understood Fer better than anyone. The young lady begged Youngwoo to become hers and they would go together. The guy, standing with a bloody face, said he couldn't do it. Fer did not understand, because he was the only one who said that he understood her completely, but still did not want to give himself completely to her. The guy objected to the girl's guess that the refusal was based on her past actions, and said that their union would simply be wrong. Jongwoo explained to her that no matter how much wealth and slaves Fer owns, it will not save her from loneliness. He added that if a girl wants to stop being lonely, then nothing can replace her friends and family. The young lady cried because she knew nothing about them. The main character squeezed Fer's palms and promised to help with his own strength. He invited the girl to become friends. She was surprised by such a simple proposal. A tear fell from the young lady's eyes because an ordinary person wanted to be her friend. Fer didn't understand why it was so difficult for her to refuse, so she started sobbing into the guy's shoulder. She did not understand what the guy wanted from her, and considered him evil. The main character apologized for relying on the girl herself, but it was necessary. Meanwhile, Sunmi and In-na watched as heiress Voldemar couldn't stop crying in Youngwoo's arms. Suddenly, the older sister gave the guy a ringing slap in the face. She promised to talk to him seriously when she returned home. Sunmi was outraged that a member of the Nam clan became Hela's friend. The sister didn't like all this because before there was only Pai Ina, and now there's another monster to worry about. She understood that Youngwoo would die if the elders found out about his relationship, but all this would only be revealed after he returned to the main house, so Sunmi must solve all the problems by then. The sister was ready to change everything, even if her brother hated her. She ordered the guy to stop being a doormat and finally become a man. Sunmi explained that Youngwoo made his choice, so he shouldn't regret it now. The girl took him home and decided to discuss everything there. Fer looked sadly after her first friend. Suddenly the professor pulled her cheek. Ina assured that she would now carefully protect her loved one, so she did not recommend that the girl do anything bad. The young lady understood everything, so the woman let her go. Fer was afraid that the divine Hela would use blood magic, but she did not. The woman explained that there was no reason to offend Youngwoo's friends. She also noted that if Lady Voldemar wants to become more than friends with a guy, she should be ready to race with a woman. Meanwhile, the main character at home was reprimanded by his older sister for making friends with Voldemar de Fer herself. If the Nam clan finds out today's events, then Jongwoo will never be able to live his life again. The girl offered her brother two ways of developing events. The first option was that the guy stays in the clan's castle for several years, leaving his family, dreams and hopes behind. The second option was simpler. Jongwoo just had to keep everything a secret. The guy didn't understand why he had to choose between something like that. The elder sister gave him a few days to think and waited for an answer after her return. Regarding the two Hela, the girl decided to make sure that they do everything so that the Nam clan does not find out about the forbidden connections. Having finished the conversation, Sunmi slammed the door behind her. The guy wondered if he really had nothing to worry about. He was faced with a difficult choice between hiding the truth forever or finding himself behind the walls of the family home for years. The main character still didn't understand why his sister hadn't told him anything about Hell for such a long time. He has lived with the clan for over 10 years and knows them completely from the inside. The guy was sad that he had not been told the truth for so long. Out of emotion, he clenched his hand into a fist and remembered Inna. Jong-woo believed that if the professor were in his sister's place, she would definitely tell him everything. From powerlessness, the guy fell on the bed and wrapped himself in a blanket. He didn't understand what Sunmi was thinking when she confronted him with such a difficult choice. Suddenly the main character's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Jong-woo didn't understand who could come at such a time. He asked to wait 1 minute while he opened the door. It seems that the guest greatly surprised the guy. The guy nervously asked the girl about the reason for her visit. She slammed the door and said that there was no need to be so surprised. The girl placed things in front of Jong-woo and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. She sat down opposite the main character and introduced herself as Nam Mina. Events move a few days earlier to the Nam clan, where the girl asked the elders how she could be useful. They explained that Sunmi is currently busy with a lot of work. This was the reason why they called Nam Manu. Grandfather asked to help Sunmi from the shadows so that she would not be disturbed by uninvited guests. He asked if Mina could handle this task. The girl agreed and thanked her for the opportunity. Something bothered her, because she couldn't leave the house until she became an adult, but they made an exception for Mina. The elders remembered a boy named Seo Jong-woo, whom she had always liked. The heads of the Nam clan wanted the girl to become the wife of a young man. Meanwhile, the main character did not understand that his childhood friend had forgotten at his place, because she was still a child and could not leave the main house. The guy didn't like the fact that Mina came out of the shower and walked around only in her underwear. Jong-woo didn't understand why she was wearing such revealing clothes in his room. The girl apologized and decided to button up after all. Then she sat down and said that she would now live with her boyfriend. He decided to remind him that he has gynophobia. The elders were worried that the clan might end on Jong-yu, so they asked the girl to come to him. Mina agreed to all the conditions and came to overcome the guy's fear. The main character was almost climbing the wall out of fear, so he explained that her actions could only complicate everything. The girl realized that everything was much worse than she had imagined. She admitted that she did not want to offer herself to the guy, but was only interested in how serious the guy's phobia was. Mina sincerely apologized due to her inexperience. The young man hoped that the girl would not be as annoying as the professor or sister. Meanwhile, the guy's new neighbor wanted to say something else. She noticed that Jong-woo was not eating well, so she decided to cook breakfast, lunch and dinner for him. The girl also asked permission to clean the room because she couldn't sleep in such a mess. Mina reached into the kitchen cabinet and realized that the situation was worse than she expected. Then she noticed some suspicious cardboard box. All the photographs with Helami were kept there. The main character understood that if she saw the contents of the box, he would be hooked. Jong-woo blocked the girl's path to the photographs. Mina didn't understand what was wrong and promised to be careful with the box. She considered this suspicious, so she pressed the young man against the wall so that he would not disturb her. The girl threw the box on the table and was surprised by its contents. Indecent photographs of women were spread out in front of her. Mina asked what it was, and the embarrassed guy replied that it was clippings from magazines. Jong-woo explained that in this way he tried to overcome gynophobia and asked not to touch his personal things anymore. In fact, the elders thought that the young man hated women, but it turned out that he was simply afraid of them. As a result, the main character hid his relationship with Hela at the cost of revealing his preferences in women. Meanwhile, the girl was thinking deeply about something. Mina explained that she was tired from the long drive here, so she wanted to go to bed earlier. The owner of the house made a second bed for the guest. The girl reached over to turn off the light and wished the guy good night. It was the first time Jong-woo noticed that his shampoo smelled so good that he almost burst with a nosebleed. The main character was tense, because in childhood he did not feel anything for the girl, but now she seemed very beautiful to him. Mina herself decided to ask whether the main character now sees her as a girl. She remembered how they had taken a bath together several years ago. The guy tried to reassure himself that Mina was his little sister. He wanted to remember moments from childhood so that his gynophobia would calm down, so he asked if the girl remembered how they ran from bees. This all happened because Jong-woo wanted to get the biggest lump with a stone, but he fell into a hive, so he had to run and fight off with his trousers. Young-woo cried with laughter and remembered that this was the exact moment when he first realized that Mina was not a boy. Then he remembered how he and the girl were swimming. The guy wanted to teach Mina to swim, but as a result he hit his head on the rocks and lost consciousness, so the girl saved him herself. On the shore, she noticed that Jong-woo was not breathing. She had to use first aid to get her friend breathing again. Mina could never forget that moment. At this time, her first kiss took place. It seems that the girl reached out to repeat this moment, but the protagonist's gynophobia became stronger. Jong-woo thought the best way would be to disconnect himself. As a result, he actually fell asleep instantly and saved himself from the girl. Mina pulled the guy by the cheek, but he seemed to be unconscious. Suddenly tears welled up in her eyes. Emotions went over the edge because the tension between friends was too strong that Mina almost lost consciousness. She respected the kindness of the guy who was taken advantage of by many and left a scar on his heart, but now the elders sent her to Jong-woo. The girl believed that people who didn't know the guy would give up and not try to heal his pain, but Mina was different. She was distinguished by the fact that she loved the guy with all her soul. Mina climbed into bed with him because she couldn't control her feelings. She was ready to shed as many tears as the guy would shed blood. The girl again remembered the moment when the elders asked to become Young-woo's wife. They did not look at the fact that he was still young, because for the heir of the family, age does not matter. On the contrary, if he cannot be a successor, then he has no right to be called an adult. Grandfather considered the main character a child with incredible potential, so he wanted Mina to help reveal his talent. She also had to make sure to make a child with him. The girl was surprised by the last condition, but the elder explained that the So dynasty should not be interrupted. Yes, Mina unconditionally agreed to carry out such an important task. She admitted that in her heart she had been missing her boyfriend for a long time. At the end, the girl asked exactly how many children she needed from her. Meanwhile, the elder called Sunmi to find out how Mina arrived, although even the boy's older sister did not know about her arrival. Grandfather explained that she was sent away for the purpose of help, but really so that the girl would become a wife for Jong-woo. He realized that Sunmi was probably tired after work because she couldn't say a word, so he decided to call back later. After such a conversation, the girl was simply dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that Mina would marry Young-woo. In the morning, our hero woke up next to Mina, who had climbed into bed at night. The guy asked didn't understand what was happening. As a result, he saw that Mina was lying in his bed. Young-woo was scared because the girl had no clothes. The young man was so scared that he immediately got up, got dressed and took his bag. He believed that he needed to run away from his own home as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Sunmi, Ina and Fur were sitting in the professor's office and drinking tea. The young lady immediately asked how much the college cost, but the woman explained that it was not for sale. Young-woo's older sister noted that now is not the time for idle talk. There was a serious issue at stake as the Nam clan was planning to marry off her brother. Others were immediately surprised by the shocking news. Inna immediately thought that Sunmi was the candidate, but immediately objected because she raised the guy like a little brother. Lady Voldemar furiously asked the name of their rival. The professor and Sunmi looked at the girl worriedly and understood that she needed to be calmed down. Inna explained that there was no question of any confrontation, because the potential wife belonged to the Nam clan. The woman recalled that the wars stopped only a few decades ago, so Fur should not start new ones for the sake of Jongyu. The elder Hela understood that she had to keep an eye on the girl, because she could kill someone at any moment. She wondered why Sunmi was just talking about marriage, since these were family matters. The professor also remembered that her sister used to want to decide who Jong-woo would marry. Sunmi began to explain that she had worked with many tasks related to Helami, and she always found them disgusting and difficult to complete. At this time, she made the decision that Jong-woo should never have such a life. The girl always wanted to help her brother so that he could live an ordinary civilized life, and this is the reason why the guy never knew about hell. Sunmi believed that the Nam clan forcibly wanted to accept Youngwoo through marriage to Mina. Therefore, for the first time, she had a specific request to Hel. The girl asked Fer and In-na to break up Youngwoo's engagement. Inna and Fer were shocked by this turn of events, because the representative of the Nam clan turned to the main enemies. With a smile on her lips, the professor agreed to help, but she set the condition that she would disrupt the marriage, but all the consequences remain with Sunmi, and Fer also insisted on such conditions. The girl bowed and thanked her for agreeing to help her. Suddenly, In-na's assistant came into the office and announced that a guest had arrived. The professor was outraged, because they asked not to let anyone in. The employee apologized and explained that everyone would understand when they saw the visitor with their own eyes. A tortured, unkempt Jongwoo in home clothes entered the office. Sunmi jumped up and asked why her brother was here, since she ordered him to stay at home, but he explained that he had no choice because Mina was sitting Mina. She was surprised that the girl was already at the guy's house, and Jongwoo was surprised because the sister already knew everything and didn't tell him anything. The girl did not know what to answer her brother. Inna asked if the guy really didn't know about their general conversation. Suddenly, Sunmi's phone showed an incoming call from Mina. Everyone gathered around her and nervously waited for further action. The girl exhaled, collected her emotions and answered the call. Sunmi immediately sweetly noticed that they had not communicated with Mina for a long time. Youngwoo's sister asked why the girl called, and she asked if Sunmi knew where the main character was now. Mina wanted to give the guy lunch, so she thought his guardian might know his whereabouts. Sunmi became nervous and couldn't think of what to say for a long time. In the end, she tried to lie that the guy was definitely not in college and there was definitely no need to look for him here. The whole company noticed that Sunmi doesn't know how to lie at all. The main character did not understand why the older sister lied to Minnie. She wanted to explain something, but In-na burst into the conversation and revealed that the clan wanted to marry the guy to this girl. Jongwoo was surprised that he was being forced into marriage as a teenager, and the professor was upset that the guy was only embarrassed by his age. He asked his sister if this was true, and Sunmi thought that her brother did not see any problem in the marriage. She asked if he wanted to remain in home confinement forever and raise his children, giving up his dream of becoming a photographer. Of course, the boss didn't want this and didn't know how to solve this problem, but meanwhile Fer offered to go with her to the Atlantic coast and take a ride on her new yacht. Sunmi yelled at the young lady to stop talking nonsense. In-na ordered the girls to stop the quarrel. The professor had an idea, because before she had already been in such a situation when they entered into a marriage of convenience. Sunmi immediately thought that the woman had already broken up with someone, but she objected and asked to listen to her. The professor's first idea was that Mina should be made to hate Youngwoo. She explained that even an arranged marriage would not force enemies to marry. To carry out this plan, he needed to do some bad things. Hearing about this, the main character became somewhat nervous, especially when it came from the professor. Everyone else was also surprised by this proposal from In-na. Sunmi explained that this method could cause problems, but the woman explained that she would not force Youngwoo to do anything bad to the girl. To begin with, Inna asked what it was that Mina hated so that she could use it in their plan. Sunmi immediately thought about this question and remembered that the object of the girl's hatred was Hela. If Mina finds out about Youngwoo's connection with monsters, blood will be shed. The professor meant some personal things, for example, a fear of bugs. Sunmi immediately remembered her fear of wasps and centipedes and her hatred of mushrooms. She did not understand what Inna could do with this information, but the woman asked to continue. The girl tried for a long time to remember something else. As a result, she revealed that Mina does not like Manhwa, because the elders said that she was being fooled. The professor was immediately happy, because this was what was needed. Jongwoo couldn't understand how the Manhwa could help them, but Inna assured that she had a good plan. The woman asked Sunmi to tell Minnie that the guy would be at the school gates, and asked Fer to buy something at the toy store, but decided to buy everything right away. In-na told the guy himself that he needed to change clothes. He was surprised by this request. After a while, the main character stood in the right place with a hidden earphone. He asked if it would definitely work, since he would die of shame if it failed. The voice in the earphone said to get ready, because the girl was already here. Jongwoo, completely covered in manhwa and anime pins, immediately became nervous and began looking for her with his eyes. It seems that Minnie didn't quite like the guy's appearance, that even at first she wasn't sure if her childhood friend was really her. The embarrassed guy greeted the girl. She only asked what happened to the guy. Jong-woo didn't believe that he really needed to do this. He immediately remembered his sister's words about home confinement, so he continued to fulfill his role. This marriage needs to be stopped for the sake of the future guy and Mina. So the main character gathered his strength and began to talk about the manhwa. The guy spoke with such enthusiasm, as if he was a real fan. The voice from the earphone suggested that now we need to show something from Jung-woo's bag. He took out a toy from there that seemed to reflect the understanding of the world, namely the main character's magic wand. This strange behavior of the guy completely confused Mina. An uncomfortable silence fell between them, because the girl didn't even know how to comment on this. In-na reported into the earphone that Mina's face directly says that the guy is disgusting to her. Through force, the girl was still able to invite the guy to have lunch together. Jung-woo was ordered to refuse her and tell her that he was going to watch the anime. It was hard for the guy, because Mina prepared the food with all her heart and brought it for him. Still, this had to be done for him and for everyone else, so the main character again got into his role. The girl remembered the words of the elders that people become stupid by reading manhwa. She couldn't believe that Jung-woo actually liked it, so she tried to think critically. Mina wanted to help the guy come to his senses. The main character became nervous because of the girl's behavior, because she behaved strangely and barely uttered words. Eventually she was able to express her desire to go watch anime with her boyfriend. Then Mina suggested having lunch together. Jong-woo was distraught over the failure of the plan. Gynophobia makes it difficult to be around Mina, and now she also wants to eat together, so the guy is completely scared. Through the earpiece, Ina told the guy to agree, because the professor was ready for such a turn and everything was already prepared in the audiovisual class. She wanted to deliver the final blow there, and Jung-woo thought the plan sounded good. The main character brought Mina to the right place and, like a gentleman, let her go ahead. In fact, the girl was already interested in the manhwa, because she saw how it influenced the guy. He again began to explain that this story is full of philosophical ideas and develops around them. Like any anime, it all has to start with an opening. Jung-woo started playing with his magic wand and repeating the words from the song. The anime's picture was all pink, and the opening song sang about love and peace. As a result, our hero got used to the image of the main character as much as possible. This performance was enough for Mina to have a lot of questions. Jong-woo began to say a speech that sounded like some kind of spell, and remembered about society, revival and freedom. Having finished his speech, he pointed the toy at the girl, who was in a state of shock from what she saw and heard. Meanwhile, she couldn't and didn't want to see the guy like that. Mina got up and left, explaining that she needed to go to the toilet. She tried to calm herself down, because she didn't expect that Jong-woo had changed so much. The girl washed her face to help herself get ready. She encouraged that she had to act in the hope of saving the guy. In the end, Mina was about to have a serious conversation with the main character during lunch. The girl decided to study manhwa issues using the internet and learned about Itaka, that is, people who are fans of anime and manhwa. She realized that Jong-woo was one of these people and continued to search for information. Then she saw a news story about an attack on a child by a manhwa fan who led an antisocial lifestyle. Mina was shocked by these facts about this type of thing. Then she saw obscene manhwas and thought that this is what the guy likes. Returning to the audience, the first thing the girl said was that it was not normal to pursue children, but Jong-woo did not have time to understand anything. She said that she found out everything on the internet, and could not allow the guy to become a sociopath, a rapist or a weirdo in the corner of the room. The main character did not understand what she was talking about, just like In-na, who was confused by such nonsense. Mina said that none of this is important, and now the manga is banned. The professor was glad that they were finally able to get the girl emotional, and ordered the guy to say that he would never give up the manhwa. The main character did just that, explaining that all the accusations from the girl were just rumors from people who had never read the manhwa. Mina didn't believe that the guy would never be able to give up his excitement, and Jong-woo actually stated that the manhwa was his social life, so he wouldn't be able to leave it. The guy repeated once again that he would not refuse, so he invited the girl to refuse him, and Ina appreciated the guy's work. The girl was irritated, but exhaled to calm down. In the end, she said it was impossible. Mina explained that the elders sent her to Youngwoo to help him overcome his gynophobia. The girl noted that the young man has enough communication problems, and manhwas will make everything even worse. She accidentally mentioned marriage, so the guy asked what she was talking about. The girl tried to explain that she meant that when Youngwoo gets married and has children, but with his problems it will be difficult to cope with family life. Mina came to terms with the fact that the guy couldn't give up manhwa, so she suggested special training for him to return to society. Ina and Jongyu did not understand what the girl was up to. It turned out that she decided to take the guy on a hike in the mountains. The main character did not understand why he needed to climb the mountains in the morning. Mina explained that you need to meditate from above and see the city from above in order to understand the delights of life among people. Jongwoo asked what it was about the manhwa that he had to do all this and generally listened to the girl. Sitting on a stone, he gave up and said that he had had enough. It seems that the girl did not like this behavior, because she was trying to preserve the guy's social life and save him from the fate of a thief. Mina was outraged that the young man was refusing help, so she had no choice. She had another option for pressure if Youngwoo didn't listen. The girl seriously threatened that she would tell the family that the guy was not studying here at all, but was reading manhwa and ruining his life. Of course, if the elders found out, they would immediately call them both for a serious conversation, so the guy understood that things were going too far. The main character had nothing left to do, so he listened to Mina and agreed to climb the mountain. She was immediately happy and ordered them to follow her, because they had almost reached the top. In the end, they sat down to meditate together, and the girl talked about how it is impossible to live alone and other philosophical thoughts about society, which is why Jongwoo incredibly wanted to return home. The girl appreciated the place where they were staying and wanted to come here every day. Obviously, the main character did not like this idea. He could not understand how his life had come to the point where he now had to climb mountains every day. The guy noticed that he was unlucky when it came to the mountains, and when he came home, he decided to take a shower and lie down to rest. Turning on the water, Jongwoo felt that it was very cold, so he screamed. The guy was embarrassed that Mina turned off the boiler because he almost died of a heart attack. She explained that this builds his willpower, so she asked him to wash in cold water. Moreover, she said to do this every day, which is why Jongwoo was completely unhappy. Then Mina began to harden the guy in battle. She explained that now it was time to strengthen the body after strengthening the spirit. The main character wanted to ask for a break, but did not have time to finish. Mina hit the guy in the shoulder with her training sword. The next strong blow landed on Youngwoo's stomach. The girl was happy with her work, and Youngwoo was lying on the floor, exhausted, because he was beaten for 2 hours. In the end, Mina allowed the guy to rest and read manhwa, because he went through all the training. He couldn't believe it was all over, so he asked the girl again, and she confirmed everything. She reminded me that there would also be training tomorrow, so she asked me not to strain my body by reading manhwa. The guy could not believe that he would have to go through this torment every day. After some thought, Jongwoo decided to abandon the manhwa, because supposedly the training had an effect. Mina was very happy because her methods were effective. She took the guy by the hand and was happy because her feelings reached the guy. Her happiness brought tears to her eyes. The main character had a nosebleed, so he reminded the girl about gynophobia. In the end, the guy simply collapsed from overexertion. He no longer cared about marriage or manhwa because he just wanted to rest peacefully. Meanwhile, in In-na's office, a meeting was held again with the professor herself, Jongwoo's sister and friend. The woman was annoyed because she could not understand Mina's logic and actions. Sunmi explained this by saying that in order to fight the Helami one must undergo brutal training. Fur noted that the plan was doomed from the beginning, and the professor defended herself by the strange reaction of Mina herself. The young lady realized that an unacceptable lifestyle could bring a person back to the Nam main house. She decided to change the initial vector and force the girl herself to return home. The next day, one of the girls came to Jongwoo's house. Mina was surprised by the unexpected guests. It was Fur, who introduced herself as the girlfriend of a guy from college named Fur Phil. She immediately started getting acquainted with the guy's neighbor and guessed that the girl didn't know Seoul at all, because she was from the province. Mina didn't understand why they were asking her this, but Fur said that it seemed that everything was obvious. The young lady guessed that she had come from a place where it was not at all fun. Fur wanted to invite the girl to more fun places. First, the girls went to try some delicious ice cream. After the first spoonful of dessert, Mina's eyes lit up. Fer noted that there was no need to eat much, because there were still many places planned, and Mina could not believe that there was anything better yet. Lady Voldemar decided to take her to inaccessible places where it is difficult to simply get into, in order to take some photos and send them to the Nom family. Meanwhile, Mina tried the ice cream and did not suspect that she had fallen into a trap. Fer was going to make the girl step on her rake and force the clan to return her. She planned to gain Mina's trust with her friendliness. The young lady decided to start implementing the plan right now. So they walked until the evening and the victim Fer was completely satisfied with their walk. The girl asked to take her home, because she didn't remember the way back at all. Mrs. Voldemar noted that this was just the beginning, and the real fun will begin only now. Mina was nervous after a late hour, but Fer persuaded her to go to one more place. The young lady dragged her to an establishment owned by the Voldemar clan for a packed rest and a break. The girl was surprised when she entered the building. She was congratulated by many attractive guys in bunny costumes. Mina saw that it was a themed bar, where all the waiters were also dressed in costumes. She started asking her new friend what kind of place this was, and she explained that it was just an establishment where the workers wore wonderful clothes. Fer assured that Minnie did not have to pay for anything, she invited the girl to sit down and chat a little with the guys. The young lady ordered her servants to take photographs in order to have incriminating evidence. Fer said that this was the last destination on their walk, so she suggested they have some fun. She asked if Mina would like a drink and refused, so Lady Voldemar decided to order everything herself. Fer planned to order liters of alcohol for the girl and then film her with the guys. The young lady noted that she needed to not get carried away with drinking herself, because then the plan would fail, but she was not going to sit on the sidelines. She stood up and explained that she had to go to the ladies' room, but actually went to tell the servants some instructions. Mrs. Voldemar promised a reward of $1,000 for the seducing Mina. The employees were delighted by such generosity, so they immediately ran to complete the tasks. The girl got scared when a lot of good guys sat down with her. Fer was sure that everything would end soon, because Mina was only a little girl. The employees turned out to be dissatisfied and depressed from Mina. The young lady did not understand whether everything went well. The guys said that they no longer wanted to do this work and wanted to return to their hometown. Fer couldn't understand that this girl could do this. She ran into the security room to look at the camera. Lady Voldemar asked her staff to rewind the recording 10 minutes ago. As a result, she saw that Mina was reading morals to the guys. One of the security guards said that the guest was about to leave the VIP room. Fer flew out of the room and hurried back to Mina. The girl herself was looking for the young lady. She wanted to talk to Fer about something, and she was incredibly upset about the unexpected failure of the plan. Mina thanked the guys in her room, but noted that money can't buy friendship. Mrs. Voldemar panicked and did not understand what she meant. The girl explained her observations that all these people are from Fer not because of sincere motives, but because of her money and status. Mina noted that Fer might end up alone if she continues to waste time on people like this, and Fer was speechless as she remembered Youngwoo's words. The girl admitted that she also has no friends, but if her new friend doesn't mind, then she would like to spend time together. Lady Voldemar realized that she had just been scolded by a much younger girl, hitting her where it hurt most. Mina assured that everything was fine, because at a young age it is difficult to establish communication. At that moment, Fer understood why all the workers decided to quit. This girl knew how to penetrate human hearts without any evil thoughts. The usual group of women were already sitting in Inna's office, having failed in yet another attempt to neutralize Mina. Fer still remembered her words about friends and did not understand what to do next. The professor recalled that she spoke about the girl's strangeness, so you need to be careful with her. Sunmi was confused by Hel's senselessness and couldn't believe that her clan had been fighting them for hundreds of years. She understood that she had to take matters into her own hands, but she really didn't want to because Mina was her family. Unfortunately, there was no longer time to wait for a miracle. Sunmi said that the time had come for serious decisions, and asked to lend her strength. She met with Mina at Youngwoo's house and talked about how the elders had already made a decision that could not be changed, and noted that she raised the guy as her son. Sunmi explained that she could not agree with such a decision, despite the fact that it was from the heads of the clan. The sister stated that she would check the wife for Youngwoo herself, and asked if the girl could ignore her will. Mina understood her relative and agreed to be tested, because marriage affects not only two people, but the whole family. The girl did not want to impose herself as a wife until she was accepted by everyone in Seo Youngwoo's inner circle. Sunmi said that Mina will first go through special training to prove her ability to protect her loved one. Mina has already started calling her sister Youngwoo mother and promised to live up to all expectations. Sunmi mentally apologized to the girl, because she was sure that she would change her mood in a few days. She was going to put Mina through hell, but she still didn't plan to recognize her as her wife. The first test required the girl to run with wheels tied to her legs. She then stood in plank with Sunmi on her back. Next, Sister Youngwoo forced her victim to climb the cliff. The final test was a mock battle. Mina saw a good opportunity to attack Sunmi. It was a trap from the woman, so she blocked the blow. As a result, Mina's sword broke and a piece flew straight towards her head. Of course, Sunmi immediately feared for the girl. She screamed her name, but Mina did not react because she had lost consciousness. Blood was flowing from under her head, and the woman was trying to bring her to her senses. As a result of the tests, Mina ended up in the hospital. The girl woke up and could not understand where she was. Sunmi explained that she was in the hospital and lost consciousness due to a slight concussion, but the doctor did not foresee any cracks or other consequences. She said she was disappointed that Mina was able to be injured so easily. The sister concluded that the girl was not good enough to marry her brother and recommended that she give up. Mina shouted that she couldn't do this. Sunmi explained that it wouldn't work, despite the girl's strong feelings for Youngwoo. But Mina was determined to get past the wall that separated her from her marriage to her boyfriend. She asked his lover's sister to continue her education. As expected, the girl puts her whole soul into her relationship with the main character, so Sunmi was upset about such consequences. The woman stopped her speech and said that she herself must understand everything that was said. Mina thought that Sunmi had decided to agree to the marriage after all. Suddenly, Sister Youngwoo actually agreed after such a long struggle. The girl sincerely thanked her and promised to live up to all expectations. Sunmi left to find Youngwoo and tell him that his future wife had regained consciousness. The sister was unhappy that the damage turned out to be minor, because this would have justified sending Mina home. Inna still didn't understand why Sunmi gave the girl her blessing, and she explained that Mina is not the kind of person who appears after a few rude words. Fer decided that they just needed to quietly get rid of Mina. Sunmi got angry at this nonsense because that's why she turned to Hel for help. She explained that she wanted to resolve the situation as peacefully and calmly as possible. The older sister did this not for herself, but for Seo Youngwoo. It turned out that someone overheard Sunmi's quarrel with Helami. It was Mina, who heard that a representative of the Nam clan was in cahoots with the Helami. She couldn't believe that the people on whom the plan had placed a lot of hope could collaborate with its main enemies. The girl began to tremble because of what she heard and understood that it could make an incredible noise if the main house found out. Mina thought she might have heard something wrong, so she decided not to rush. First, she decided to meet Sunmi on the roof and discuss it. It was raining and the woman did not understand why they met. Mina immediately questioned whether Sunmi was collaborating with Helami. The woman began to have anxious thoughts spinning in her head, because it was not clear which part the girl recognized. Without hearing an answer, Mina realized that it was the truth, and Sunmi was trying to hide everything, but it was already too late, because the girl wanted to hear the truth, otherwise she would tell everything to the clan. The woman explained that this was not a conspiracy. Youngwoo just accidentally became friends with Hela and she wanted to interfere with them by any means, but nothing worked. As a result, now she only wants it to remain a secret from the clan. Mina offered to send the guy to the main house, but her sister could not do this. Sunmi didn't want her brother to spend his whole life in the clan house, so she couldn't allow him to return. She explained that she hid this from Mina because she was afraid that she would bring Youngwoo back behind the walls of the main house. Mina was outraged that Sunmi allowed Hela and her brother to just have fun because it showed less trust in the girl herself. She freaked out and said that she would do everything to the elders and invite an investigation, but Sunmi tried to stop her. The woman explained her actions by saying that she did not want to involve Youngwoo in any problems. Mina asked why Sunmi thought the girl would believe her words. Sister Jongwoo knelt down and promised to do anything with Mina's silence. Mina agreed to report to the clan only about Sunmi herself, but then the woman herself must lie to the elders. She assured that the leaders would interrogate the woman about her allies and she would have to come up with the answers herself. Sunmi thanked the girl for agreeing to fulfill her request. Mina grabbed her by the clothes and ordered her to return to the main house. Mina brought the woman to trial before the elders. Grandfather explained that they had already heard everything and were very unhappy with such shame from Sunmi. It was more important to him that she would not admit about the details of the cooperation, but he assured that there was nothing to worry about. The elder stood up and hit Sunmi on the shoulder with the rod. He explained that it is the duty of the elders to guide the children on the right path. Grandfather ordered Sunmi to endure the pain no matter how severe it was. To receive forgiveness, she had to tell who she was in league with. The elder promised that he would not let her go until he received a confession. Sunmi did not admit it, although her whole back was already in the hallway. The elder tried to put moral pressure on her. The woman was on the verge of her injuries. After the last blow, blood began to flow from her mouth, and meanwhile Mina watched it emotionlessly. Several days had already passed and the girl did not understand why Sunmi still had not confessed. She didn't understand her suffering just because Yongwoo didn't want to live in the main house. Sunmi's ability to remain so silent amazed Mina and the elders. The girl noticed that today's interrogation was finally over. Sunmi was in a semi-conscious state after suffering for many days. Mina came to ask why the woman was holding on like that and didn't want to tell the whole secret. She explained that nothing would change after confessing, but Sunmi remained silent. The woman asked if Mina really didn't understand anything, which angered her. Sunmi explained that Yongwoo is the most important thing in her life, so she will protect him to the end. Mina continued to misunderstand her because sacrificing herself for her brother was strange to her. The woman recalled that the girl was also ready for this. She told Minnie to think about what happened before returning to the clan, when she went through trials for Yongwoo. Sunmi explained that when it comes to loved ones, each person has his own opinion, and he behaved this way because he wanted his brother to live exactly the way he wanted. The woman noted that Mina was doing the opposite and pushing Yongwoo into boundaries. The girl wanted to deny such guesses, but Sunmi immediately stopped her. She said that Mina only thinks about her own happiness, because she always acts in her own interests. The girl did not understand what was wrong with this. Sunmi asked if Mina had ever thought about whether Yongwoo's personal happiness would make her happy. She explained that the girl convinced herself that they would be happy at the same time, and Mina realized that if Yongwoo was happy, then Sunmi would be happy about it. The woman confirmed this and said that she was happy about her brother, despite what was happening to her. Mina still thought it was nonsense. Mina wanted to ask the martyr only one question. Sunmi raised her tired gaze and looked into the girl's eyes. She asked if her sister was really in love with Yongwoo. Sunmi immediately rejected the girl's assumption. Mina didn't believe her and abruptly left the room to get a drink. After what she saw, the girl was sure that she was definitely not mistaken. She knew for sure that Sunmi was in love with Yongwoo and saw him as a man. The girl noticed that a woman looked away when she was lying, so Mina was confident in her guesses. In this case, she wondered how strong Sunmi's feelings were for the guy. She understood that the love was strong, because the woman endured such bullying and did not even say anything about her emotions. Sunmi coped with such torture without even saying a single word about Yongwoo. It was difficult for me to imagine the power of a woman's love for the main character. She wasn't sure if she could love the same way, because she couldn't stand aside and not talk about feelings. All Sunmi's phrases about her relationship with Yongwoo flashed through the girl's head. She remembered that the guy was dreaming carefree while his sister was undergoing such torture. Mina admitted that the woman was right that she could not make the young man happy. She realized that her feelings were not even close to Sunmi's love. It seems Mina has made an important decision for herself. She turned to the elders to tell them something. The girl said that she wanted to confess something to the heads of the clan. Sunmi immediately came to her senses after hearing Mina's words. The girl wanted to say something, but she immediately interrupted her confession. Mina decided to lie and admitted that in fact Sunmi was not in cahoots with Helami. Everyone in the hall was shocked by these words from the girl. She explained that she reported Sunmi out of jealousy to Yongwoo and decided to lie. Mina bowed before the elders and declared that she was ready to accept any punishment. The head said that the punishment would be severe and severe. Sunmi did not understand why the girl made such a decision, because now she had lost the trust of the elders and would receive severe torture. Mina explained that she realized something while seeing the torment that the woman went through for the sake of Youngwoo's secret. The girl said she couldn't do anything like that for a guy. Now she decided to devote herself even more to training, strengthen her heart and gain strength. The last thing Mina asked was for Sunmi to take care of Youngwoo. Yes, the woman agreed, and then turned around and left the main house. Thus, Mina's training at Sunmi ended. Now the girl must make her own decision, and Jongwoo completely trusted Sunmi. Meanwhile, the woman was relaxing on the train on the way to her real home. After her return, Sunmi immediately met with her acquaintances. She apologized for her tardiness, explaining it as her fatigue after the trip. The main character noticed that his sister looked angry and did not look very healthy, so he began to worry about her. Ina and Fur were frightened by her appearance, so they pretended that they were not outraged by the delay. Sunmi reported that as a result, Mina still returned to the clans and they would not see her in the near future. The professor immediately thought that the girl was in the hospital on the verge of life and death. She tried to find out more, but Sunmi didn't say anything. The woman explained that these are internal affairs of the clan. It is enough for us and everyone to know that Mina is no longer interfering. Everyone was frightened by Sunmi's mood. Ina generally believed that she had killed the girl. Suddenly Sunmi went away to answer the phone call and everyone at the table could exhale calmly. Jongwoo asked Fur what they should do, because it was the first time he had seen his sister like this, and the girl suggested the rule of the Eye of the Storm, which was that they should not touch the borders, because they would be destroyed. Inna noted that the situation is really dangerous, so we need to protect the guy from possible consequences and somehow appease Sunmi. The professor explained that the sister could tie up the guy and beat him like she was beaten, or she would use waterboarding. Fur decided that the best gift for Sunmi would be to send a lot of guys, but Inna was reminded of the failure with Mina. Then the young lady came up with the idea of feeding the woman desserts, but the professor noted that Sunmi didn't even touch the coffee. Unfortunately, Mrs. Voldemar did not know how to solve problems without money and was upset because of this, and the professor recommended that the girl reflect at home. Inna noticed that the most precious thing for Sunmi is her brother, so she offered to give her the guy for the day, but Jongwoo didn't want to, because a few minutes ago he was scared of torture. In the end, the professor suggested going on a double date with her sister. Fur also wanted to leave, but Inna said that the children should lie down and sleep at home. The girl immediately asked the cost of a triple date, and the main character did not understand whether she had really always been so emotional. Sunmi came and apologized for the wait and suggested leaving, because there were no more topics for discussion. The professor invited her to talk a little. She asked what they were going to talk about, and Inna explained that they perfectly understand that Sunmi has gone through difficult trials, so they offer to go on a double date with Youngwoo. The sister refused because she was not in the mood, and the professor did not even understand the refusal at first. Inna was outraged by this turn of events, because she was confident in this proposal. She thought that her sister would want to isolate Jongwoo from Hell or that she had a plan to destroy them. The professor decided to calmly talk to Sunmi and try to change her mind. It seems that the woman was outraged by Inna's words that they are in the same boat. The professor tried to explain that they had recently joined forces for a common goal, so there was no point in ending their cooperation now. Sunmi slammed her fist on the table menacingly and asked if Hela was serious now. She became very angry. Inna was even more frightened and did not understand what was wrong with this woman. Sunmi did not believe that the professor could say such a thing, and she decided to get out of the puzzle and suggested that only her sister go on a date with Youngwoo. It seems that the woman was interested in the offer of a date, and Inna agreed to choose a good place for her and the guy. She hesitated a little, but if Hela insisted so much, then in principle she was not averse to dissipating. Meanwhile, Fur scolded Inna because she didn't expect them to retreat from participating in the date so quickly, and meanwhile, Jongwoo's own opinion was not taken into account at all. The next day, a cheerful and slightly upset Sunmi was waiting for the main character in the park. The main character was a little late, so he immediately apologized to her. The Hells were also present, but they watched from afar using camouflage. Fur asked the professor's opinion about the fact that they could be punished if they were caught, but Inna explained that they couldn't stand aside and leave Youngwoo alone. The younger Hela noted that this couple are still relatives, and the eldest replied that this woman's brother complex is very difficult to understand. Sunmi, meanwhile, suggested going to a cafe or going shopping, but the main character wanted to go wherever she wanted. The woman jokingly noted that it wouldn't be bad if Jong-woo was always so silky. They eventually arrived at the store, but there was an uncomfortable silence, so the guy wanted to start a conversation. He decided to ask what happened to Manhwa, because it was clear from her sister that she had gone through a lot of problems. Sunmi finally revealed that she was accused of being in league with Hela and then underwent several days of torture. She pretended to have forgotten what she had just said, and the guy, from what he heard, switched to you. While the couple was shopping, evening came. They came to the restaurant, but there was no chance to talk properly, so Young-woo was not sure whether a regular date would be enough for Sunmi to improve her condition. Suddenly she asked if it was really so difficult to communicate with her, but the main character explained everything by saying that they simply had not spent time together for a long time. The woman calmed down after this explanation. The guy seriously asked if something was bothering his older sister, although he was not sure that he could help properly. Sunmi replied that she was really worried about something. She admitted that she was indeed in cahoots with the Hela, as Mina said, and this is unacceptable behavior for a member of the Nam clan. The woman understood that she should have not returned, not Mina. She no longer knew anything about what was happening around her. The guy couldn't find the words to express his support for his sister. Sunmi asked the young man to pretend that he had just not heard anything, because she did not want to say all this. Young-woo admitted that he really doesn't know what's going on in the clan. All he knew for sure was that his older sister risked her life for him, so he was grateful to her. The guy considered her the nicest person in his life, which touched Sunmi. She was pleased to hear this, so she thanked Young-woo. The woman called the waiter and asked to bring a bottle of expensive alcohol. The guy noticed that it was too expensive, but Sunmi believed that a kind person should remain like that until the end, and besides, he had a date with his dear younger brother. Meanwhile, the Hells were watching this sweet atmosphere and Ina was very jealous of the guy. Sunmi was very pleased with the dinner and drinks, and the main character noticed that she felt much better. It started to rain, so the woman suggested calling a taxi. The guy thought it would be expensive, so the woman suggested staying somewhere nearby. Sunmi pointed to a nice building, and the guy was surprised at her choice. It turned out that it was a hotel for lovers, so Jong-woo didn't really want to stay there, but the woman didn't see a problem with that. She decided to hurry before it started raining heavily and grabbed the guy's hand. The Hells continued to watch and Fur noticed that the building looked like a cheap ruin, but Inna said that it did not matter in this situation. The professor did not understand how far these relatives decided to go, and the girl asked not to squeeze her head like that out of anger. The woman decided not to stop and go further to the hotel, and Fur did not understand what all this was for, because she already wanted to go to her crib. Elder Hela explained what kind of lewd things could happen in a love hotel, so the young lady understood everything right away. Now Fur under no circumstances wanted to leave Young-woo and Sunmi alone. The main character could not believe that they actually used the services of such an establishment. The sister did not appreciate the condition of the room because everything was not very new. She decided to go take a shower before going to bed. Meanwhile, the main character did not like staying with his older sister in the love hotel. Young-woo decided to watch TV, but it didn't help him at all. He couldn't stop his stupid thoughts about Sunmi and therefore he considered himself an animal. The guy sat and tried to calm himself down. At this moment, my sister was enjoying a warm shower. She also couldn't believe that she had come from Young-woo to such a place. Sunmi understood that no one thought that they were really related. In fact, the woman was even a little worried. After some time, she came out clean to the main character. Sunmi recommended that the guy also go to his shower to freshen up. Young-woo agreed to the idea, thinking it would help him calm down. The older sister offered to help him wash if he was very tired. Sunmi recalled that they often bathed together and washed each other's hair. Ina at this time overheard the entire conversation and was shocked by what was happening. The professor decided that this was an emergency situation that required their immediate intervention, and Fur did not believe that she was really going to do this. Hela started screaming for Nam Sunmi to open the door for her. The professor decided to act radically if everything had already gone so far. She decided to break down the door using force. Ina flew into the room and began asking Sunmi what she allowed herself. The older sister noted that she would have opened the door anyway, but the professor explained that she could not let Jong-woo cross the line of what was permitted. Sunmi pretended that the woman was talking some kind of scoundrels, and the guy also wanted to confirm this, but his reaction only confirmed In-na's guesses. The guy asked for forgiveness, and Fur offered to handcuff him. Sunmi explained that she acted this way only to provoke Hell. She guessed that In-na and Fur had been watching them all this time. The woman could feel Hell's blood everywhere, so everything was obvious. Sunmi thought that they wanted to ruin her relationship with Youngwoo so they could have leverage over the Nam clan. In-na retorted irritably, as she would never use such cowardly tactics. The professor explained that she only suggested the date because Sunmi looked bad after the situation with Mina. She only sent them to the meeting to improve the situation, but she also felt that something bad might happen. Sunmi asked about In-na's guesses and said that she thought that her sister could turn Youngwoo into a slave of love. The woman thought it was a great idea, but she would never do it. Sunmi explained that she was just tired and there was no need to react violently to this, and besides, she never thought that Hela would take care of her. In-na pretended that she only cared about Youngwoo, and Fur added that Sunmi looked scary when she was in a bad mood. The woman was amused that everyone thought such things about her, and now she felt stupid. Although there was no need to help her, Sunmi still thanked everyone for their concern. In-na again clarified that she did not do all this for her, and Fur said the exact opposite, so the professor began to think about why she even took little Hela with her. Since everything was clarified, the professor suggested finishing everything and returning home. Sunmi noted that she already paid for the room, so she doesn't need to go anywhere and wants to spend time with her younger brother, and the girls can rent a separate room for themselves. The sister began to mock Youngwoo and said that she would never have thought that he liked small girls like Fur. Meanwhile, the younger Hela thought that In-na saw her in a romantic perspective, but the professor immediately denied it. The professor didn't want to go anywhere, so she decided to stay right in the room. The older sister invited the guy to go to the shower with her, but he still refused. Fur decided to stay here, so all the girls surrounded the poor guy, and Lady Voldemar even offered to wash Jongwoo for money. The main character was hysterical from so much attention, so he wanted to leave the room himself. Events are transferred for a while to In-na's office, where our heroes were dying from the heat. The professor was discussing when the air conditioner repairman would finally come, but in the meantime she suggested going somewhere to eat something that could refresh them. Jongwoo replied that with such heat he was afraid to go outside. Fur grumbled because she could not bear this torment. She decided that now was the time for the beach, so she invited the whole group to go there. The main character assumed that there might be a lot of people there, but Lady Voldemar had a private villa, so this was not a problem. She said that as long as they had bodies and swimsuits, they could go tomorrow. The girls liked the swimsuit theme and decided to go shopping with an expert in the form of Youngwoo. Arriving at the store, the poor guy didn't know where to look. In-na showed the guy her choice and asked if he liked it. The main character said that this was too much and suggested choosing something simpler. Fur asked the guy to give her some time too. She asked Youngwoo to evaluate the swimsuit she chose. He said that she needed something cuter for her age, but the girl reminded her that she was actually older than the guy. The girls attacked the poor guy so that he could choose his own swimsuits for them. The main character said that it would be difficult, because he knows nothing about fashion, but someone else immediately took away the elections of In-na and Fur. It turned out to be Sunmi, who said that their tastes are spoiled, so they can't show Youngwoo. Fur didn't understand how the guy's sister found out everything, so she immediately suspected that it was his fault. Sunmi explained that there are such things in the world as GPS and wiretapping. The girls noted that this was considered a crime, and In-na called the woman mentally unstable, but decided to take this as compliments. Sunmi realized that the company was going to the sea, and decided to accompany them, as the patroness of Jongwoo. She decided to independently inspect all the swimsuits chosen by Helami and immediately rejected the first option from In-na. Fur's option was also rejected because Sunmi didn't want them to be arrested for making that incident public. The girls were outraged by such pickiness from Youngwoo's sister and asked which swimsuit she chose for herself, and Fur reminded that it was illegal to bug her. Sunmi revealed her choice, which was no less open. The Hells were irritated by the double standards from her. The woman explained that she considered this a good opportunity to show Youngwoo what adult charm looks like. In-na noted that she would simply look vulgar in this swimsuit. Fur believed that grace is true justice. The main character understood that this could end badly, and decided to offer to go to the mountains. All the women immediately attacked the young man, so he realized that this was a bad idea. In the end, our company was able to get to the beach. In-na noted that Fur was wearing some kind of swimsuit to attract maniacs, but it was Jong-woo's choice. But Pai In-na also looked strange because she was also thin, but this was so as not to expose much and not look cheap. Underneath her clothes, the professor was wearing an attractive swimsuit. While the main character was installing an umbrella, his sister asked him for help. She asked the guy to put some sunscreen on her neck. Sunmi noted that this would be a good experience for Youngwoo to get rid of his fear of women. He calmed his nerves and calmly applied the cream to his sister's body. Sunmi noted that the guy does it very well. She realized that everything was going too far. As it turns out, this is not her brother at all, but In-na, who decided to joke with Sunmi. The woman then chased the professor all over the beach. Hells also played with the main character in the water and had a good time together. Meanwhile, Sunmi sat quietly under an umbrella and read a book. Jong-woo swam and took pictures of the underwater world. He was happy because he took a lot of pictures and appreciated the advantages of a waterproof camera. The guy was a little embarrassed that almost every photo had swimsuits. Fur called him from the shore for dinner, and the guy only then noticed that it was already evening. He said that he would be leaving now. The main character whined again and felt something strange in his leg. Something stuck in his leg, making it difficult for him to even breathe properly. Through strength, Jong-woo was able to emerge from the water and call for help. A second later he was underwater again. The main character woke up already on the shore. The guy thought that because of his leg injury he would no longer be able to survive. A frightened professor was sitting above him, asking if everything was okay. In-na said that she saved the guy when she saw that he was going to the bottom, but the problem was that the waves carried them far from the villa. She was able to stop the bleeding and bandage the wound with her skinny, but now Jong-woo could hardly leave. The guy thanked the professor for saving him, but she asked him not to worry other people like that again. But still, the salvation of the main character was a relief for In-na. The guy blushed, so the woman asked if he was. He explained that he just now noticed In-na's swimsuit, which suited her very well. The professor felt embarrassed because of Youngwoo's compliment. She jokingly said that she could not believe that a young man was worried about her swimsuit at such a time. Meanwhile, the cave became colder due to the onset of night. In-na asked if Youngwoo was bothered, and he explained that he was a little cold. The professor noted that this was bad, because the guy's body temperature had dropped significantly. She pressed herself closely against the guy to keep him warm and prevent him from becoming hypothermic. The main character strongly felt the warmth of In-na's body. In the end, Jong-woo calmly fell asleep in the woman's arms. It turned out that it was difficult for her to restrain herself due to the smell of blood and the influence of the moon. In-na understood that she could not allow the guy's temperature to drop again, so she wanted to warm him up again. She looked at his neck and couldn't control her instincts. The professor brought her teeth closer to the young man's body and she felt how everything began to blur. In his sleep, the main character thanked In-na again. This immediately brought her back to her senses and she stopped her urges. In-na was touched and realized that she could not suck the blood from such a charming boy. She calmed him down and told him to sleep peacefully. The night passed and morning came, and our heroes rested calmly. Jong-woo woke up from strange sounds and thought that this was their salvation, and went out to call for help. When the guy came out of the cave, someone immediately exclaimed his name. It turned out that Fur and Sunmi were looking for the loss using a helicopter. The main character tried to shout to them and show them where he was. The young lady called him a fool and ordered him to stay put, and his sister was incredibly relieved when she saw her brother. The professor woke up and noted that they had been looking for too long. She reached out and said it was time to go back. Jong-woo was immediately taken to the hospital, where the doctor reported that there were no special problems with his leg. Fur hugged the guy because she was very worried about him. Then the girls noticed that In-na exhaled aggressively, and realized that something was about to start. She turned out to have a lot of complaints about Sunmi, because she puts bugs on him, but cannot simply protect him from disasters, so the professor asked whether Jong-woo really needs such a sister. Sunmi wanted to say something in her defense, but she couldn't. The main character defended his older sister because she was doing barbecue at the time and couldn't notice anything. In-na decided that nothing could be fixed by blaming each other, and besides, everything was fine with the guy. Sunmi thanked the professor because her sister didn't even want to imagine what could have happened to Youngwoo. Then the professor decided to ask the older sister to officially recognize her brother's relationship with In-na. Hela noted that even without her approval, the relationship with Youngwoo has reached a new level. Fur and Sunmi were furious at this statement, and the main character wanted to explain something at least a little. They thought the woman was taking advantage of the poor guy's trauma and wooing him. Ina noted that it seemed that Jongwoo himself liked everything, but he was silent. He tried to explain everything again, but he didn't do a good job. The elder sister could not stand it and went out to get some fresh air, and Fur said that next time she would definitely not lose. The guy asked how he could now explain everything to these two, and the professor replied that maybe there was no need to do anything. Jongwoo remembered his camera and wondered what happened to it. Ina saved it, and all the photographs were saved with it, so the guy was very happy. It turned out that everything was really in place, but Jongwoo still regretted it because he didn't take normal photos as a keepsake. The laughing professor asked him to check the latest photos on his camera. In-na made them on her own, so the guy was embarrassed by what he saw, and the woman, meanwhile, noted that she made a copy on her phone. A girl approached the doctor who was working with the main character and informed him that Hela was definitely with him. The doctor smiled and said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This suspicious girl asked the man if he wanted to return to the old business again. He confirmed this, believing that it was time to resume his research. The doctor's goal was to become the perfect creature. Events are transferred back to the protagonist's room, where his sister asks In-na to take care of the guy. The professor thought that in this way she still consented to their relationship, but Sunmi categorically refused. The sister explained that the Nam clan had contacted her and she would be busy in the near future, so someone needed to look after Youngwoo. The professor agreed, because from the very beginning she had no intention of going anywhere, and Sunmi warned that she would come for the woman if she did something strange. In-na was glad that they were finally left alone, but the guy reminded him that he had a doctor's examination soon. The main character thought that he liked being with the professor, but then he noticed that the doctor had not been there for a long time. Suddenly he noticed that someone was carefully watching him. A small girl with silver hair peeked out from around the corner. Because of her unusual hair color, Jongwoo thought that the girl might be a foreigner. The stranger simply stood and looked at the young man. Our hero asked if he could help her somehow, which made her scared. The girl asked if the guy's name was Youngwoo. He confirmed that it was him, and the stranger explained that she had seen the writing on the door and heard loud noises from his room. She also heard rumors that there was a guy in the hospital who was being visited by 3 girls at once. The main character immediately began to make excuses and say that he was not a womanizer. The girl finally said her name, namely Yi-sam, and explained that she was hanging around here for work. Youngwoo noted that she spoke Korean well, but Yi-sam was actually Korean. The girl explained that she has difficulty communicating with strangers, and the guy noticed something quite cute about her. She asked if the guy cheated on 3 girls at once, but he tried to explain that these were only his acquaintances. The main character explained that 2 of them have already left and he is not in a relationship with any of them. Yi-sam asked who stayed with the guy, and he explained that it was his professor. The girl clearly described the woman's appearance and Youngwoo confirmed that it was her. She said goodbye to the guy and wished him not to get sick. The main character noted that the girl was quite strange and besides, his gynophobia did not work on her. Yi-sam came to report to the doctor all the information she had collected about Jongwoo and Hela who remained with him. The man decided to give the girl a reward for the work done. He exposed his neck, where bite marks were visible, and wished his employee bon appetit. Meanwhile, Ina was preparing home-cooked food for the patient in the hospital kitchen. A doctor approached her and asked if she was Jongwoo's guardian, because he had been watching her for a long time, because the woman stood out quite enough from others. The professor did not understand whether they were courting her now, so she said that she was the patient's girlfriend. The doctor noted that the guy was very lucky to have such a girl. He couldn't believe that such a beautiful woman could be with a guy, and In-na joked that she was supposedly afraid that her lover would find someone younger than her. The doctor assured that Jongwoo would definitely not take such a step when such a beauty was nearby. With a serious expression on his face, the man said that he was so handsome that it was difficult to think that he was a person. Ina calmly asked what he meant by such an unusual compliment. The doctor realized that his advances were not working and decided to go straight to the creature. He asked if the woman was Heloe. The professor asked with disgust which clan the man belonged to. He explained that he was a regular guy who was just interested in the hulls. Ina asked if the doctor knew what could happen to an ordinary person after contact with Helami, and noted that most likely he should have someone who covers for him. The doctor must admit that he does not have such a Hela, although he would not mind. The professor felt that he was not afraid of her, but he was not lying either. In any case, she considered the man suspicious. The doctor decided to discard unnecessary questions and asked Ina to help him in some matter. The woman couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed him because the stranger didn't seem to understand that Hela wouldn't just help him. The doctor was still not afraid of her and noted that things could get worse if she continued to behave like this. Meanwhile, Jong-woo was in his room and noticed that the professor was delayed for some reason. When the door opened, the guy thought it was her, but it was Yi-sam. He asked what the girl was doing here, but she was silent. She asked if his girlfriends had left, and the guy explained that Inna had gone out for a while. Yi-sam asked why Jung-woo calls his girlfriend a professor. The guy wanted to explain this and said that he was interested in this woman. The girl said that she also has a person whom she calls teacher. She inquired about the guy's condition, and he explained that he was not in pain, but he felt confused because he was in the hospital. The main character asked Yi-sam why she was in the hospital, because the girl did not look sick. She explained that she had problems with her body and was awaiting major surgery. The guy supported the girl, but decided to change the topic. Suddenly she declared that she needed Jung-woo's help. At that moment in the kitchen, the doctor threatened that In-na might lose something very important to her. She was incredibly furious at the man's threats. In parallel to these events, Yi-sam took our hero to an unknown place. She entered the room and indicated that they needed to come here. It was dark there, so Jong-woo wasn't sure if they could go in here. The girl quietly slammed the door shut. Because of the darkness, the guy wanted to turn on the light, but Yi-sam did not allow him to do so. She quickly knocked the young man down and took out handcuffs. Frightened, Jung-woo asked the girl what was going on. Yi-sam ordered him to be quiet, because she would not kill him as long as he behaved calmly. She used the guy as a hostage to perform a transfusion between her and Hela nearby. Because of the mention of Heli, the main character realized that Yi-sam already knows everything about the professor. Opening the refrigerator, she confirmed the young man's guesses. The girl took out a bag of blood and admitted that she was actually a vampire. Jung-woo asked if she was also Hela, but Yi-sam replied that she was a vampire. The girl thought that the guy was just having fun with the Helami, but in fact he still knew about them. She noted that it would be better for him to learn less, especially if he is an ordinary person. The main character asked what Yi-sam wants to get from the professor by holding him hostage. The girl recalled her advice not to stick your nose where it shouldn't be. The doctor and Yi-sam explained to their victims that they needed Hela's blood. In exchange for the red liquid, the doctor offered In-na safety for her boy. The woman asked the doctor why he needed her blood. The man did not admit his plans, and In-na noted that an ordinary person could not do anything with this liquid. She again asked threateningly about the doctor's affiliation with anyone. He repeated again that he was giving of his own free will. Suddenly the crazy doctor admitted that he wanted to become Hela himself and turn into an imperfect creature. In-na was surprised that an ordinary person wants to become like the professor herself. She did not understand that the doctor was talking nonsense, but he confirmed every word he had previously spoken. The husband said that he was thrown out by the Voldemar clan. He realized that he shouldn't have said this, so he asked the professor to forget what she had heard. In-na guessed that the doctor wanted to take revenge on the Voldemar clan for his grievances. The husband said that this was a stupid statement and he only wanted to be recognized again. The professor asked what he meant and the doctor decided to talk about his past. He used to be an intern at a blood donation center. It was then that the man witnessed the Voldemar clan extracting blood. Because of this, his life hung by a thread and the doctor, by a lucky chance, kept his job. Thus, the intern began to help the clan collect blood. He even managed to meet the leader of Voldemar. This girl was so beautiful, so she immediately charmed the doctor. Her pride and strength captivated the man, so he was capable of anything for her sake. After these events, everything went smoothly for the doctor, because he became the head of the dispensary and was awarded authority and privileges. Unfortunately, the blood center collapsed and the men simply got rid of it. In fact, the clan planned to kill him, because the doctor knew too much, but he still did not understand why he was being treated this way. Subsequently, he understood the answer that lay on the surface. Everything happened this way because the doctor was an ordinary person. Ina explained that a person cannot turn into Hela, because from the very beginning they are two different species. The mad doctor said that things really don't have to work that way. In the end, he suggested that the professor begin the transfusion. Her husband led her to the room where a frightened Youngwoo was sitting. The woman immediately rushed to her beloved. Isom jumped out to meet her to stop her and prevent her from reaching the guy. In-na ordered the girl to move out of her way if she didn't want to die, but Yisom didn't care. In this case, Hela decided to go through it with the help of force. Without difficulty, the girl stopped the professor's hand. Ina began to desperately fight with Isom. As a result of the struggle, Hela was able to escape from the vampire's hands and began to attack her. The girl was able to quickly escape the woman's attacks. In-na didn't understand Yisom's origins because she was definitely not human. The doctor explained that the girl was the result of his research. He noted that Hela would not be very easy to defeat his monster. In-na stated that she doesn't care about the doctor's research and its results because she will turn them into an epitaph. The woman continued to fight Yisom with her claws. Finally, she managed to seize the moment and grab the girl's hand. Hela approached Yisom's face threateningly. Ina didn't know what she was, but she knew for sure that she couldn't be overcome with such cheap tricks. The professor wanted to make sure that the girl could not even lift a finger. Suddenly something cut the woman's cheek and crashed into the wall nearby. She immediately realized that it was most likely a gun. The doctor mockingly said that he did not want to hit the woman, his finger just slipped off. He explained that this girl was a failure, so she was unlikely to be able to overcome Hela. However, the doctor was confident that she could earn him time so that he could plant a bullet in Jongwoo's head. The professor was furious that her loved one was in danger. The doctor suggested that she calm down and discuss it calmly, because nerves could ruin the transfusion. In-na didn't understand who these strange people were, especially the girl who irritated her. The doctor was glad that the professor noticed the difference between Isom. She is an imperfect Hela, which he created with his own hands through a blood transfusion. Yisom couldn't even resist hunger, so the man considered her a defective product. In-na was annoyed by the doctor's stupidity, because he perfectly understood that the human body cannot withstand the influence of Hela's blood. The husband said that immediately after the blood transfusion the girl was completely broken and if she had died, it would not have been a surprise. The doctor explained that with the help of all the previous victims, his research had reached the right point. Jongwoo did not believe that this person was using other victims as test subjects. At the end, the doctor added that the day when a person can become Hela is not far off. With this, he explained the reasons why he needed In-na's blood, because his reserves, obtained from the leader Voldemar, were already at zero. The doctor wanted to exchange the guy's life for In's blood. Jongwoo begged the professor not to give her blood, because it could end badly, especially in the hands of such a crazy person. Mentally, she understood that the guy was right, but the woman could not afford the death of her loved one. She asked if the doctor would touch the guy if he received her blood. He confirmed his intentions, so Ina agreed to his terms. Hela used a scalpel to cut her hand and blood gushed out. The main character was incredibly scared for the professor. The doctor, meanwhile, thanked the woman for her cooperation. Youngwoo watched in shock as her precious blood flowed down the woman's arm. The doctor, with a smile on his lips, asked Hela to fill the test tube next to her with red liquid and try not to spill anything. The professor didn't care about her blood if she could save Jongwoo in this way. She handed the filled test tube to Isom. The girl, in turn, handed it over to her owner. The doctor was delighted with his prize and noted that in the light the blood looked even more charming. In-na couldn't stand listening to her husband's nonsense, so she ordered Jongwoo to be given to her as soon as possible. The husband was in no hurry, because something was not giving him peace. He felt that there was something unusual about the young man, but the professor objected and explained that he was an ordinary student. The doctor found it strange that Ina gave her blood for this guy, so there must definitely be something interesting about him. Pushed to the limit, Hela demanded that Jongwoo be finally given to her. The doctor said that his personality did not allow him to pass by something interesting, but Ina explained that she acted this way only because of her love for the guy. The point was that during the treatment, the man had already tested Jongwoo's blood. He researched that the main one is not Hela, but he is not a human either. The guy and the professor were shocked by this assumption from the doctor. In-na assured that this cannot be, so the man needs to stop talking nonsense. As the doctor said before, he couldn't ignore curiosity, so he decided to take some blood from the guy. Yi-sam noted that this was a deviation from the plan, but the doctor was going to do anything to turn them into hell. The girl fell silent, knowing that she could not contradict him. Meanwhile, In-na slammed into the wall with all her strength. She reminded that the man promised not to touch Youngwoo, so if he does this, then she will definitely never forget it. The doctor noted that the woman was not in a position to threaten him. Jongwoo pretended that everything was fine and was not averse to giving some blood to solve the problem. The man noticed that even the guy himself agreed to this, and besides, this way he would bleed 3 times less than from a bullet to the head. Ina fell to her knees and began to apologize for the fact that she could not save the guy. The doctor also sarcastically apologized as he inserted the needle of the syringe into the guy's neck. At the end of the procedure, he thanked Youngwoo for his cooperation. While the doctor was speaking, Yi-sam noticed something wrong. Suddenly, someone flew into the office and hit the girl with all his might. This was already the constant savior Songmin, who was going to pay off her debts faster than Ina expected. The doctor suspected that everything had gone too well up to this point. Yi-sam accelerated and tried to hit Sungmin in response. The woman dodged and blocked the attack. Then the girl began to use the bruises with her feet, but this still did not help. Songmin noted that all of her opponent's technique was just an imitation, and therefore would not work on the master. The doctor was irritated by this turn of events. He realized that he needed a hostage to regain his advantage. One of the opponents hit the man in the hand and knocked out the gun. It was In-na who caught the moment and was able to attack the doctor. She grabbed the psycho by the throat and lifted her off the ground. From such an attack, the doctor hung on the professor's arm and began to suffocate. Yi-sam was distracted during the fight because she was worried about her teacher. Sunmi immediately noticed this and used it to attack. The woman was able to skillfully bend her and handcuff her. Sister Youngwoo asked if she looked like an opponent who could be distracted. Youngwoo asked her how she knew about this place, and Sunmi explained that the Nam clan had been watching this man for a long time. The sister could not think that the doctor could get so close to them. Meanwhile, Pai Ying-na continued her reprisal against the madman. Sunmi noted that they would not be able to take the thief alive if things continued like this. The doctor, meanwhile, could not believe that they managed to pin him down. It turned out that the man had an escape plan anyway, so he injected Youngwoo's blood into himself. This caused a sudden shock wave from him, causing Ying-na to be thrown far away. The doctor didn't think he would have to use it because he wanted to wait until he did his own research. He believed that with Jongwoo's blood, victory would now be his. The man said that his body was prepared for this transformation, since all the blood rejection tests had already been carried out. With new strength, he rushed to battle. The professor appeared before him, so the doctor tore her clothes. The doctor laughed madly and was happy that his anticoagulant was successful. He couldn't finish because his mouth suddenly filled with blood. The doctor was choking in blood and could not understand what was happening to his body. Pai Ying-na was surprised at the boundless stupidity of this mad genius. He did not take into account that he used the blood of Hai Heli, which the body would not have coped with in any case. The studies told a different story, so the doctor could not believe his mistake. The husband fell to his knees and began to tremble. He explained that he increased blood clotting so that the body could accept Ying-na's blood. Hela called him a lowly creature who does not know his place, and his conceit knows no bounds. The woman grabbed the frightened idiot by the face. She wanted to give him suffering that would be worse than death. Suddenly Jongwoo jumped up and decided to stop the professor. He understood that if things continued like this, he would kill the man right before his eyes. The woman did not hear the guy and continued to torment the doctor. Suddenly she stopped, because Jongwoo hugged her and again begged her to stop. Ina couldn't just leave everything like that, because this man was holding them hostage and blackmailing them. The guy still asked not to do this, because now everything is fine with him. The woman felt Jongwoo's hands begin to tremble on her waist. The main character further asked that the professor not dream of marrying him. She exhaled calmly and the divine mark disappeared from her chest. In-na heard the guy and decided to stop. The professor asked if the guy didn't like it when she punished someone, and he explained that he didn't want people to die because of him. Hela noted with a smile that her hands had not been clean for a long time. Sunmi assured that the Nam clan would take care of the man and asked if In-na cared. The professor allowed me to do whatever I wanted, because she was in no position to protest. She no longer cared about the doctor's fate, because he had already stained her blood. Meanwhile, a depressed Sunmi allowed In-na not to stay away from her brother, but asked that something like this never happen again. Hela, who was also in a bad mood, sincerely apologized to her. Sunmi said that there was nothing to apologize for, because in this way she was simply able to repay the debt to the professor. The main character also wanted to explain something. The older sister immediately stopped him because he didn't need to make excuses, she just asked him not to make him worry so much again. The guy obediently agreed with everything that was said. Sunmi informed that the Nam clan will be here very soon, so the guy and Heli need to leave the hospital as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, poor Yi-sam sat calmly in the corner of the room. A week later, In-na and the main character were walking along the streets of Night Seoul. The professor said that so many turbulent events have happened recently that her heart still cannot calm down, and the guy confirmed her thoughts. The woman walked Jong-woo home and they parted. In-na returned to her office a little tired, and her assistant thanked her for her hard work. The employee noticed that the professor did not look good and asked if everything was okay, but the woman herself did not know the answer to this question. In-na didn't understand why she was so angry after those events and still couldn't calm down. After a while, the woman lay on the bed and thought about whether she was doing the right thing with Young-woo, using him to achieve her goals. This had never bothered her before, but now these thoughts were stuck in her mind. The woman understood that when things concerned Jong-woo, she could not take it calmly. The main character noticed that in recent days the professor has looked tired and even her messages seemed to be empty. The guy was thinking about what he could do for In when a friend approached him. He asked how the main character was doing, because he heard that he was in the hospital. Young-woo complained to a friend that the professor seemed depressed lately, so the friend recommended that the guy ask the woman out. The main character wanted to invite her to the Paradise Companion, but Young-min said that they needed something sophisticated. In-na was surprised that Young-woo took the initiative for the first time, and he explained that he thought that it was necessary to treat a woman from time to time. The guy took her to a luxurious restaurant, which he had never been to before, but he still had money for a part-time job, so he boldly booked a table for two. The manager apologized and explained that they wouldn't be able to eat because they hadn't made a reservation, but Young-woo saw that there were a lot of free tables, but the restaurant's policy dictated different rules. It turned out that In-na was known at this establishment, so she quickly arranged a table for their date. As a result, the administrator agreed to prepare a VIP room for their distinguished guests. The guy understood that he had messed up a little in such a chic place, but he could see it because this was his first visit to such establishments. After all, during the date in Jong-woo, there were many moments where basic etiquette was violated. He was dying of shame and apologized to the professor, but she calmed him down and said that everything was fine. The guy admitted that he had noticed In-na's tension lately, so he decided to raise it somewhere to lift his spirits. The woman thought she was hiding her emotions well, but it turned out that this was not the case, so she thanked the guy for his concern. She said he did a good job and cheered her up because it was fun to see the guy so confused. Still, the main character was ashamed because he couldn't do anything right, and as a result, the professor paid for them. Then the woman offered to fulfill her wish. Young-woo agreed to do something for the professor. It seems that the woman was up to something, because she sat with a smile on her lips. She brought the guy to a luxury hotel. In-na offered to stay here and relax a bit in comfort. The guy did not expect such sudden decisions from the woman, so he did not have time to prepare his heart, and meanwhile she had already ordered a presidential suite with one bed for two. Jong-woo was dumbfounded, so the professor had to take him to his room herself. The main character still couldn't understand how everything turned out, and although he was glad that In-na felt better, it was still too much for him. The woman came out of the shower and asked how long the guy had been waiting for her. In-na looked incredibly beautiful and fresh. Jong-woo noticed that this was too much for him. The professor recalled that they began to see each other precisely because she needed a child. She assured that the guy had nothing to fear. From her very first touch of a woman, the main character fainted. In-na could never have thought that a guy wouldn't be able to withstand even ordinary caresses. The professor's goal was to conceive a child here, but she understood that it was unlikely to succeed. Meanwhile, Jong-woo did not understand why he was in such a hurry and went so far at once. Due to the circumstances, In-na decided that now was a good time to talk to the guy. He immediately guessed that it would be about the incident in the hospital. The professor explained that she always understood that she was putting Jong-woo in danger by communicating with him, but at the same moment she knew that she could protect him at any moment. However, this incident with the mad doctor showed her that she is not always able to protect the guy. After that, the woman began to ask herself if it was right for Jong-woo to be around her. The guy immediately wanted to defend the professor to himself and assured that it was not her fault. In-na blamed herself for the fact that, for example, Sunmi would definitely have kept an eye on the guy and would not have allowed such a situation to happen, but she could not do this. The main character could not find words to express support for the professor. In-na did not understand what to do, because it was dangerous for the guy to be with her. In the end, she asked Jong-woo himself for his opinion. The woman said that the guy should not force himself to be with her, and she would always understand everything. The main character said that all this does not bother him, because he likes everything. He said that he really believed in the professor. The guy also remembered what the doctor said about his abnormality. Jong-woo admitted that he didn't understand what the man meant, but he hoped that he could become as strong as In-na or his older sister because of it. The woman understood that it was better for the main character not to know the whole truth yet, because this would only complicate things. She jokingly said that it was unlikely that Jong-woo would become strong, but he continued to believe. The professor explained that there must be some limits to how good a person can be. In her thoughts, In-na realized that she fell in love with the guy because of who he is, so she will do everything possible to ensure that he never gets hurt. She suggested that Jong-woo finally start addressing her on a personal level, since they had already experienced so much together and had become close. The guy was embarrassed by this proposal. He tried to do this for the first time, but still substituted the professor's name for Pai In-na. Because the professor asked to do it so suddenly, Jong-woo was embarrassed to do it. The guy closed his eyes to make it easier for him to say, and at this time In-na approached his lips. As a result, the woman tenderly kissed the embarrassed Jong-woo. The sweet couple was glad that they took such a step, and In-na thanked the guy and asked him to continue to take care of her. Events moved to the streets of the city, where someone was hunting for pigeons. It was the hungry Yi-sam, who, as it turned out, was able to escape. Sunmi was sitting in her office, scolding someone over the phone for not being able to find a little girl for a week. They explained to her that although she is a child, she is still half Hela, so her search is difficult. The woman was infuriated by the excuses and ordered to find the girl at any cost, because the Voldemar clan should not get to her first. Sunmi understood that everything was going too smoothly and something had to happen. It started to rain in Seoul in the evening. Events shift to Hae-soo, who was coming from her part-time job. She returned home and felt that it was getting colder outside. The girl noticed a child sitting in the rain and thought that she might be running away from home. She came closer to the stranger and warned that the girl might get sick if she stayed out in the rain. Yi-sam told the girl to mind her own business. Hae-soo replied that this is exactly what she wanted to do, but the stranger reminded her of the past, so she offered to treat the girl to chicken if she went with her. Yi-sam started screaming and saying that she didn't need this, but her stomach was telling a completely different story. Hae-soo jokingly asked what the girl was saying, because she couldn't hear because of the grumbling in her stomach. In the end, the stranger agreed to go with her and said that she would go as soon as she had eaten. Hae-soo brought her to her home, bought her and asked how long it had been since the girl had washed herself, because she was very dirty. She noticed scars on Yi-sam's arms. Tom thought that she had fled due to domestic violence. The girl didn't understand Hae-soo's motives, so she was going to leave as soon as she got home. Hae-soo explained that she has no motives, but simply wants to give back to the world as much as she has taken from others. Yi-sam thought she was strange, but not bad. The girl went to the bathroom to soak because the shower didn't help her. Suddenly she saw Hae-soo's delicious neck. It was difficult for Yi-sam to control her thirst, so she plopped into the water. Hae-soo didn't understand what was wrong and thought the water was too hot. The vampire understood that if everything continued like this, she could commit a crime and kill a person. The mistress of the house, meanwhile, did not want to let her in, dried her head and asked if Yi-sam had a place to stay for the night. She allowed a stranger to stay at her house for a few days. Yi-sam couldn't take full advantage of the girl's kindness, so she decided to leave and couldn't talk about her vampire instincts. Hae-soo didn't like this answer, but at least he wanted to pay for the taxi. Yi-sam said that she didn't need money, but then she saw a photo of Jong-woo in her savior's wallet. She was surprised and immediately grabbed Hae-soo's hand. The vampire pressed the girl against the wall, and she could not understand what was happening. Yi-sam asked her if she knew Youngwoo. Haisu didn't understand what came over her, and the girl abruptly let her go and apologized. The vampire didn't want to scare her, she was just a little surprised. Haisu looked at her guest fearfully, but very carefully. She explained that she knew this guy and asked how Yi-sam knew about him, and she replied that they met at the hospital. The girl wanted to see Jongwoo again, because before they had not been able to talk normally and be convinced of something. Haisu asked what she wanted to know, but Yi-sam isn't going to tell her everything. Haisu, meanwhile, suspected that the girl might have fallen in love with the guy, judging by the way she talks about him. It didn't matter to Yi-sam how she met the guy, so she asked the savior for help. Haisu's assumptions were increasingly confirmed. The girl jokingly called Yi-sam a bika because she didn't tell everything from the very beginning. Haisu hugged the girl and asked her to trust her. Suddenly she remembered that Youngwoo is under the influence of In-na. Haisu explained that this woman is a professional psychologist and has complete control over the guy. Yi-sam didn't care because she wanted to meet him in some way. The girl was surprised by her persistence and noted that now the purposeful children had left. Because of Yi-sam Haisu's serious intentions, all that was left was to call the right guy directly. It was only then that she realized that this would be the first conversation with Youngwoo since the unpleasant incident at the hospital, so he was a little nervous. The guy answered the call almost immediately. Out of nerves, Haisu started talking unrelated nonsense. The main character immediately recognized his friend. He asked how she was doing, and she said that everything was working now. Haisu asked the guy to have lunch with her, but she also added a lot of unnecessary things, so Jongwoo didn't understand a little what they wanted from him. The girl was very ashamed of everything she said, but she still managed to call him to a meeting. Yi-sam asked if they were really friends, and Haisu said that there was a little history between them in the past. The vampire thanked the girl for such help and promised to thank her in the future. Haisu noticed that this girl really liked Youngwoo. The girl could not restrain herself and promised to do everything so that Yi-sam would seduce the guy. The next day, the whole company, additionally from In-na, met in a cafe. The woman is not very happy to meet Yi-sam, because she thought that she had already been sent away. The irritated girl explained that everything somehow turned out the same way. Then the professor offered to explain how she got into such a situation. Yi-sam had a lot to tell, so she suggested we eat first. Jongwoo and Haisu realized that they were right on the front line. In-na sarcastically praised the vampire for crawling here. Yi-sam had no idea why Hela was so embarrassed and explained that Haisu helped her. Meanwhile, the girl asked Youngwoo why the professor was here, but he himself did not know the reason. Haisu felt this heavy atmosphere and wanted to leave as quickly as possible. She noticed that Yi-sam was not at all afraid of the professor. Although it was clear that the girl had no choice, this meeting was organized especially for her. Haisu made a remark to In-na, because they didn't gather here to stir up old problems. The girl was surprised because the professor agreed to her terms so quickly. Meanwhile, their order was brought to their table. The first dish was for Yi-sam and her stomach announced that it was very hungry. Everyone was not averse to the girl starting to eat first. In-na felt like a fool for threatening the child and decided to stop doing it and order something for herself too. Yi-sam ate a delicious rice omelette, which the others decided to order for themselves. In-na veiledly asked how the girl ran away from home, because it certainly wasn't easy. Yi-sam realized that the woman was trying to hide everything from Haisu. She explained that she took the chance because she understood how things could turn out for her. Haisu, meanwhile, asked Youngwoo what they were talking about, and the guy didn't know what to tell the girl. The young man explained that they allegedly saved the girl from a pervert. She added that he used the girl to attack Youngwoo, which is why they got injured. Haisu considered the fictional character a real pervert, because he was pursuing a guy. Suddenly Yi-sam stood up and addressed Youngwoo. She said she was really sorry about what happened, but she had no choice. In-na believes that the girl cannot be forgiven, but the guy had a completely different opinion, so he quickly forgave Yi-sam. Thus, he shamed the professor, and she could not believe how good a person Jongwoo is. The woman asked the reason for the girl's visit, because it was unlikely that she had come to apologize. Yi-sam confirmed this, but now they were not in a place for this conversation. She decided to go to the toilet because she didn't feel well. Without the girl, everyone was silent at the table and an uncomfortable atmosphere was created. Youngwoo also decided to go to the restroom, so Hae-soo explained where the room was. The guy decided to catch his breath a little before going back to the table. In the toilet he noticed something strange. It turned out that it was Yi-sam who needed blood, so she was biting herself. The girl was surprised by the appearance of the young man and shouted for him to come to her. She explained that it was all because of her vampire urges and she just needed a little time. Jong-woo decided that he needed to write to the professor and ask what to do in such cases. In-na saw these messages and immediately understood everything because she noticed that Yi-sam did not look good. Hae-soo asked what was wrong, and the woman explained that Yi-sam was unwell, so she and Young-woo would take her. The girl was worried about her, but In-na assured that she would take care of Yi-sam, so there was no need to worry. Finally, In-na decided to praise Hae-soo, because she has become a much better person. And then the professor scared her that if she stuck her nose where it didn't belong, she could get seriously hurt. The woman decided to pay the bill and thanked the girl for her time. Hae-soo only now realized that she had never been able to have a normal conversation with Young-woo, but she was more worried about Yi-sam. Meanwhile, the protagonist from In-na took the girl to the professor's house, where the woman gave her a bag of blood. Yi-sam opened it and greedily pounced. The professor asked how long she had not drunk blood, and the girl explained that it had been since that incident at the clinic. Only then did Yi-sam realize that she had shown something that Jong-woo shouldn't see, but he assured her that everything was fine. In-na once again asked why the girl had come and she explained that she was looking for help here. She rolled up her sleeve to show her mutilated arm. Yi-sam begged that In-na helped her get rid of this torment. The girl explained that she bites herself every time her vampire urges begin to dominate. She had heard that she becomes weaker if you are full Hela, but Yi-sam was only a vampire. The woman asked what she wanted from them personally, and the girl only wanted the torment to disappear. Yi-sam asked to be returned back to a human or to complete her transformation into Hela. The main character became nervous from such requests. In-na heard the girl's request, but did not understand why she needed help, because recently she tried to kill Jong-woo. The guy said that he wants to help Yi-sam, although he doesn't know how yet, but he doesn't think she's bad. He explained that if she were a thief, she would attack the first person she met and suck all the blood. Yi-sam was touched that the guy was protecting her. The daughter's professor wanted to find the limits of Young-woo's kindness. The woman decided to help only for the sake of the guy, but also added that she had never encountered such situations before and besides, the Voldemar clan was involved here, so you need to be careful. She warned that everything would not be resolved in a moment, but agreed to provide blood for Yi-sam. The girl asked that similar cases had already happened. She said that there are people who have Hell's blood, but they themselves are not Hell. The woman ordered Yi-sam to stop immediately, but she did not listen and said that Seo Young-woo belongs to such people. At first the guy didn't understand what they were saying about him. In-na was annoyed that the guy found out everything. The main character asked if Heli's blood really flows in him. He asked the professor if this was true, but she was silent. Finally, she explained that she wanted to keep it a secret from the guy, but now she needed to tell everything. She confirmed the fact that Hal's blood flows in Jong-woo's vessels. In addition, her origin was from the highest Heli, like In-na. Yi-sam theorized that Young-woo's blood could dull her urges, but the professor assured that it was unlikely to have any direct effect. In-na explained that the guy's blood can suppress Hell. It seems that Yi-sam did not know this fact, so she was surprised. Jong-woo didn't catch the meaning of the conversation, so he didn't understand at all what was being said. The main character was embarrassed that he was just told that he was Hela, although before that he lived a fairly ordinary life. In-na decided to go out with the guy and talk privately. She wondered if Young-woo felt lost after hearing such news. The professor admitted that she wanted to tell the guy about this, but did not think that this would happen today. Then she asked if he knew anything about his father, but the guy hardly knew him, because his dad died when the guy was a child. Jong-woo admitted that his father could belong to the highest Hell, but the young man did not even understand who they were, and In-na explained that they were the founders of the Hell race. The professor said that the protagonist's father belonged to a noble family of the highest Hell. From the very beginning, such Hells controlled all the forces of the race. Today, the only owners of such blood are only Jong-woo and In-na. The main character believed that he was an ordinary person because he had no abilities, and the professor explained this by saying that the blood of the Nam clan suppressed the blood of Hela in his body. However, there was a lot of evidence that Young-woo had Hell's blood in his body. Firstly, a statement from the doctor about the unusualness of the guy, and secondly, fear of women and resistance to the Hells and to the Nam clan. Suddenly the professor surprisingly interrupted. She reached out to the main character and kissed him. The final proof was the reaction of In-na's body to contact with Youngwoo, because after the kiss the woman showed a divine mark. The professor explained that the highest Hellas can recognize each other by the seals on their bodies. The guy understood everything, so he asked In-na to straighten her blouse and not show the sign on her chest anymore. The main character was most interested in the phrase about the suppression of hell with the help of his blood. The woman explained that this did not become obvious due to the mixing of the blood of Nam and Hell, although in any case all the guy's powers come from the highest Hell. She noted that if his power disappeared, then all the Hells would also lose their abilities. The most important thing is that with the union of the two highest Hell, the powers are not transmitted further and simply disappear. In-na admitted that this was the price of the fact that everyone wanted to build powerful dynasties. She recalled that they are the last representatives of rare blood. The professor explained that if they give birth to a child, they will forever interrupt the existence of the highest Hell. At the same time, ordinary Hells will begin to lose their powers. Now the main character more or less understood everything, but asked why In-na wants to destroy Hell. She explained that their kind has caused too many tragedies since the race appeared. In-na's mother and father were the first to come under attack due to the usual disputes, since they belonged to the highest Hell. Youngwoo couldn't believe that something like this had happened in the past. The professor said that because of the terrible life, the highest Hells tried to get rid of their powers by any means. And as a result, there are only 2 of them left in the whole world. In-na wanted to put an end to all Hells with her own hands. She thanked the guy for listening to her long story and thought he might be disappointed. The professor assured that she would not argue if the guy said that he was scared, but Jongwoo was only happy. The woman was surprised by the young man's emotions. He explained this by saying that he always knew that In-na was hiding something, and therefore always thought that he was just a tool in the hands of a woman. After what was said, the guy came to a certain conclusion. Now Jongwoo understood that the woman had always seen him as an equal, and was glad that they had finally found a connection. She saw in the main character a now more mature man. The only way out of this situation was to make a child for Youngwoo and In-na. Suddenly Voldemar's people burst into the corridor. Fer came in, saying that she did not want to meet again under such circumstances. It turned out that she had heard everything and asked if they were really going to get rid of Hell. Lady Voldemar did not want to let this happen, because she insisted that their family had the right to exist. In-na immediately came to the guy's defense. She thought Fer was going to kill him. The young lady had no such ideas, she just didn't want to allow them to have a child. Fer did not understand why In-na wanted to destroy the Hell clan. The woman explained that this birth brings only pain and grief, which even Waldemar de Fer herself can confirm. The girl knew this very well, but did not consider it a reason for the destruction of the clan. The professor tried to prove to her otherwise, because just recently Jongwoo was in danger because of a crazy doctor who was obsessed with their blood. Fer was also aware of this. She didn't appear in front of him because she was the one to blame for this incident. The girl could not imagine what kind of face she had to make when she met. Fer personally understood that Hell's existence brought misfortune and pain. She burst into tears, not understanding what her value would be without Hell's abilities. The girl believed that if she gave up her strength, there would be nothing left of her. The main character objected because this was completely wrong. All gun muzzles instantly pointed at Jongwoo. The guy explained that even without his powers, Fer will remain forever and nothing will change. However, the girl still believed that she was nothing without strength. The guy admitted that he doesn't even have an idea about the forces inside him, and if he had, his thoughts wouldn't change. He insisted that Fer would be Fer, no matter what happened. The agents also admitted that they would still serve Madame Fer without powers, because they took an oath. After such touching words, the young lady allowed Jongwoo and In-na to do what they themselves decided. Although she is worried about what might happen, changes can solve anything. Suddenly, Sunmi emerged from around the corner of the corridor, glad that they had not shed any unnecessary blood. I still couldn't understand how Youngwoo's older sister ended up here. It turned out that she was tracking Yi-sam and became a participant in such a strange situation. Sunmi asked if everything Pai In-na said was true, and the professor confirmed. The sister decided to help in their mission. She explained that she knew Youngwoo's blood even before this. Sunmi wanted to free the guy from the flow of hell's blood, so she was ready to help in any way. But the elder sister considered the most important thing to be the feeling of Jongwoo himself. Everyone looked at the main character with anticipation for him to conclude. The guy said that he doesn't understand all these complex things and what they can lead to. The only thing he was sure of was his feelings for the professor. Events are transferred to Sunmi and Mina, who were driving in a car and talking about how the enmity between the Nam clan and the Hell Army unexpectedly led to such an interesting limb, and the girl was outraged by this because she had trained all her life to fight. Even her older sister understood her feelings. The woman explained that everything was for the sake of Jongwoo, and this was the best thing that could happen. Meanwhile, in the main house of the clan, Nam Fur was talking with an elder about Hell's thoughts on some topic. Because of these mysterious events, absolute chaos occurred in the life of the young lady. The girl felt that Hela's blood was beginning to evaporate. Grandfather Nam decided to laugh that such problems were too much for the Voldemar clan, and Fur thought that she was being provoked. The elder stated that the Nam clan will help Voldemar in his problems. She couldn't believe that the old man of Namu himself had offered to help her. Grandfather wanted to argue something about his age and Fur's age, but she told him to quickly get ready and board the helicopter. Jongwoo's school friends were surprised that they hadn't seen each other for so long, and then he announced the wedding so abruptly. It seems Hae-soo noticed someone familiar among the guests. It was Yi-sam, and the girl immediately asked if everything was fine in her life. Husei was very glad to see her, and Yi-sam felt more or less okay. The girl didn't have time to thank Hae-soo for saving her, so she decided to do it now. Guy, sometimes you wonder if the kids are related, because they are very similar. Suddenly Hae-soo decided to look for a mate for Yi-sam and suggested Yong-min as an example, but the girl didn't even understand what they wanted from her. Yi-sam admitted that she was actually a little upset about Jongwoo's wedding. Meanwhile, the main character was incredibly nervous and did not understand whether he was wearing the right clothes. Ina called him into her room so that her beloved could evaluate how she looked. The woman looked incredibly beautiful that the main character almost fell unconscious. Jongwoo was a little nervous, because not even a month had passed since their engagement, but Inna reassured him that they needed to act decisively in their situation. The prepared couple prepared to move forward to everyone else. Members of their families and close friends were waiting for the newlyweds in the hall. At the altar, the priest announced that the lovers could now kiss. Pai In-na and Seo Jongwoo once again confessed their love for each other. After that, they sealed their marriage with a long kiss.